Hello and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. We are in round 6, Norway Chess 2015. Very exciting tournament so far. I'm Jen Shahade. I'm here with Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez. What do you think, Alo?
Definitely, it's been an interesting tournament. We've seen a lot of turns in games that I just did not expect. Last-minute blunders, time forfeits. It's been a series of eventful games. But it's Veselin Topalov everybody's talking about leading the tournament.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings. We've got Veselin Topalov, a clear point ahead of the field. Hikaru Nakamura, 3.5. Anish Giri, Viswanathan Anand, both with 3, so both on a plus score. We've got Maxime Vachier-Lagrave on even 2.5. Fabiano Caruana, Alexander Grischuk, Levon Aronian, all on a minus score. Meanwhile, the big shocker, the Norwegians, in last place here, we've got Magnus Carlsen, world champion, 1.5, and John Ludwig Hammer with 1. Well, plenty to say about those two results, and we are going to head over to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who has the pairings for today's round. A very good round, I think.
Well, it's been a stunning tournament so far. The mistakes have come in bunches, and we've seen mistakes that we're not used to seeing. Players losing on time, at least in the initial game with Carlsen because he didn't know the rules. Hammer blundering incredibly. It's just been a wild event, and more to come probably in round 6. Well, let's get to those pairings. First of all, this pairing between Fabiano Caruana and Hammer, two players not happy at all with the way they have gone so far. Caruana started off wonderfully with his win against Magnus Carlsen, but since then he has tanked with 2 horrible losses. He'll look to get back on track against Hammer, who just can't even believe he's going to have to sit down today after losing a miserable game with a blunder yesterday. And in a second pairing, we have Anish Giri, the youngest player in the competition, smooth as silk so far after his first round win. Steady draws in the next 4 rounds. He'll look to continue his solid play and maybe get a victory, but he'll have to face off against Levon Aronian, who had a horrible tournament until finally winning a game yesterday. He'll see what he could do to continue his winning ways. And in the third matchup, we have Viswanathan Anand, the 5-time world champion, the veteran in the competition. He's within striking distance of the lead, but he must look to win today against Vachier-Lagrave, who, after winning his first game, has looked nothing like himself. His third-round loss was really terrible, not to put too fine a point on it, and then his next 2 draws looks almost like he's lost interest in the tournament, but he's facing off against a great champion, so he's going to have to pay attention, or he might find himself in the loser circle. And this matchup everyone was interested in before the tournament even started. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, 1.5 points out of 5. Unbelievable, but He's finally righted the ship, it looks like, yesterday with a win, and now he will look to win against a player who's basically been his client. 11 wins in classical chess against Nakamura, who has been the player of the year so far and has been playing amazing chess in this tournament. He'll see whether he can stop Magnus's hopes and maybe even finally get a victory against his nemesis. And this matchup, a very important one, we see Vasily Topalov standing tall and high above everyone else in the competition. 4.5 out of 5. Well, many players call him lucky, but he's getting the points. He's winning the games, 3 wins in a row. He'll look to continue that against Alexander Grischuk, who has not had a great tournament so far. But all the talk has been about Vasily Topalov and his game yesterday that stunned everyone against John Ludwig Hammer. Topalov is going to win this game? That is unbelievable. And look at Hammer.
He is torturing himself mentally. He knows he just blundered and he resigns.
Oh my God.
What
that is
on earth?
And look at Topalov rubbing it in by showing him, yeah, you could have just played at 5, obviously. Look at him throw the paper. They're disgusted. This is live on TV 2 in Norway. Just a stunning, stunning result. Absolutely shocking. Hammer making a mistake that a 1500 wouldn't make. Such an easy draw in the final position. We'll see whether or not he can even continue to play any kind of real chess today. But again, Topalov with the black pieces, he's just been shining like a lucky star following him. And he gets black against today against Grischuk. We'll see if he can continue his winning ways. Guys?
Well, we've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan in Norway taking the pulse of what it's like. What's the atmosphere there?
Good morning, St. Louis, and welcome to round 6 of the 2015 Norway Chess Tournament here in Stavanger. Fantastic round today. What to say? I must confess I cheated. Before the event, the moment the pairings were known, I was looking for the matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura, and I figured that game may well decide first place. Well, here we are in round 6, and those 2 players play today. That's going to be the game of the round for sure. But we have this guy, Vasily Topalov, who's playing well and getting incredibly lucky, just galloping away from the field with a 4.5 out of 5 score. On a sideline note, we have 2 players today who are trying to set a Guinness World record of playing 40 hours of blitz chess. That'll be ongoing during the event, during the round today, and we'll be looking over their shoulders periodically throughout the day. Also, we have some special guests coming up, lined up from the Norwegian perspective to tell us what's happening on Norway TV and the perspective of Magnus Carlsen, what it means that the 2 Norwegian players are in the cellar at the tournament. In any case, it's going to be a great round. We're looking to very exciting chess, and I'm sure we're going to have a great show. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Yasser. So, predictions on Nakamura Carlsen. What do you think the opening is going to look like?
Well, my prediction is that even though Carlsen, well, he's psychologically much stronger after a win yesterday against Grischuk. I mean, he's facing off against a Nakamura who has decided not to lose. He's playing very solid chess. Even though Nakamura likes to start the fire, he likes to be a little aggressive with his comments. I don't think we will see him be terribly aggressive today, actually, over the board. I think he's going to choose a more solid approach. He's black. He is in a good standing. A draw is an excellent result today.
Well, and certainly against his nemesis.
Right. So I don't think he's trying to prove that he can beat him, especially in such a situation of the tournament. He's simply going to hold on to his half point.
Well, you know, in the Blitz tournament, actually, Carlsen did defeat Nakamura, and that was a ready opening.
That was a ready opening, right? But again, Blitz, I think that Nakamura is trying to show that he's, you know, trying to force himself as one of the top players in classical chess mode. And I felt that his blitz results have fallen slightly because of it.
Do you think that's related?
I don't know if they're related necessarily, but I think that Hikaru's focus is entirely on not losing classical chess games at the moment.
All right, well, you know, one of Nakamura's worst losses to Carlsen was right here at the Singapore Cup. That was a very bad performance.
I think his worst loss against Carlsen was definitely that game in Zurich, where
Sure.
he was completely winning in like 20 different variations, and somehow still Magnus Carlsen managed to win.
And here we see Magnus Carlsen is entering the playing hall. And, you know, I guess it depends on what you think of as worst, because on one hand, Nakamura played really well to get to that position, and then he blew it.
I think that's
I
much
kind
more
of-
painful.
More painful, but I kind of consider the one that he lost in St. Louis to be worse, because he didn't show, 27 and now 2,800 plus chess, not even close.
It was definitely a very one-sided match. We're going to have to see how he does today. I don't think they've played at all this year in classical chess, have they?
Yeah, this will be it. Maurice, what do you think is worse? Losing a winning position or just never coming out of the gate?
Definitely losing a winning position. You know, when somebody plucks the plum from your mouth, that hurts, no question about it. So Nakamura will be looking to not lose today. I think we have to also look at the tournament situation as well. He's a point behind Topalov. Losing today and Topalov drawing, or forget it, winning, would basically mean that the tournament is over completely. So Topalov knows that he is in a great situation. Grischuk will no doubt go after him. You see they have started the game there. And I'd like to make one final point about Nakamura. He has 2 whites following this round. He will have 2 whites followed by a black. So he will be, and against the lower tail enders, I believe he has Grischuk left, he has Maxime Vachier-Lagrave left, and Aronian. So he'll have whites and then that black. So he just doesn't want to lose today, and he'll be in a great situation as he faces off against the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen.
Carlsen just arriving a couple of minutes late. As we can see, we have moves in almost every board but this one. And we're going to see what opening the world champion
Well, let's
decides.
hope that they didn't announce a new time control.
Hopefully he didn't miss any important announcements, as he did on the first round. And we're going to focus, I believe, on the Topalov game, I think, to start, as Magnus Carlsen hasn't really made a move yet.
But he's about to.
Wow, already Grischuk confident enough to leave the scene, only a minute into the game. We have a Nimzo Indian defense.
No, well,
being
not
played.
yet. He's deciding whether to transpose into Queen's Gambit, and he did. Didn't he?
Topalov decided to play a Queen's Nimzo Indian.
Okay,
You can't-
I thought I saw D5.
Oh, like a Queen's Gambit here with D5. No, he played D5 only after F3.
Oh, okay, that's what I saw.
Right,
Yeah.
but actually he decided to play a C5 system, and then it was white that played the move D5. We have a very sharp type of Nimzo Indian where white wants to establish a strong pawn center starting with E4, and supposedly this structure here is very, very solid. It's very difficult for black to create counterplay, but at the same time, black has been able to create some kind of funky looking counterplay based on different pawn sacrifices early with B5 in recent years, and also the more traditional approach of just taking on D5, playing an early D6 and developing the pieces, normally knight BD7, rook E8, seems to be decent enough and has good results.
Well, Topalov, a point ahead of the tournament, but still looking to play aggressively in this game. That's why we love him.
We'll see how he manages to face against this structure. I think that playing aggressively is actually one of the better ways of handling the situation. It's a type of Nimzo Indian that's not terribly positional, because if black is too slow, then he actually gets steamrolled. It's a perfect chance for Topalov to show his very counter-attacking type of style.
Well, this is the opening that we mentioned earlier with Magnus Carlsen Nakamura.
That is actually
Like
correctly. That's the opening in which Carlsen
Got a terrible position.
terrible position with black, and Hikaru was just crushing him. Complete reversal. And we're going to have actually a pawn sacrifice, as I was mentioning, this very early B5 that is in vogue. And I think this is the best way of handling that position currently. I'm a Banco Gambit player, and I love seeing this kind of
So you
sacrifices.
just have a bias.
I have a bias, but also I think objectively, with computer evaluation, we've been finding that B5 just gives black full compensation for the pawn. And from a practical point of view, if you can have the full compensation for the pawn, why not go for it? Why not be aggressive? Why allow white to establish a strong pawn center? You can strike at it immediately and create some practical problems. I really like the B5 approach, and we're going to see Grischuk immediately decline the sacrifice. He's actually going to go knight F4. He could have taken on B5 with a pawn. There's actually nothing tactically wrong with this move. After pawn takes D5, there's issues with D5. B5 is also weak. Rook E8 is coming to challenge
And I
the
can
knight.
see that you'd prefer playing black here.
Definitely prefer being black in this kind of positions. Not necessarily because black is better, I just like the style much, much more. However, Grischuk decided I'm not going to touch that pawn, I'm going to play knight f4, opening the bishop to the defense of the c4 square, and after pawn takes d5, I think that Grischuk is just taking a second to think, though I believe that...
Really? Grischuk taking a second to think?
No, he'll take several minutes to think. But no, he took quick with the pawn on the c file, which is definitely the most obvious, and we still have a theoretical position which it needs more practical evaluations. I mean, a lot of people have seen it, they've analyzed it with the engines, but I don't think we've seen too many games being played in this specific variation.
Well, we're certainly not seeing a boring game by the leader, so this is what I love to say.
No, definitely this will not be boring.
So what happened in the opening, Nakamura, Carlsen? Let's take a look.
That one is definitely a more sedate approach. We're going to see a very classical c4, e6, queen's gambit approach, and Carlsen didn't play the move knight c3, which is the most common idea here. He played instead knight f3, and only after knight f6 he played knight c3. Because of the many subtle differences of move orders, this is usually reached after d4, knight f6, c4, e6, with this move order after knight f3, and only after d5 do they go knight c3. It's actually a little rare to get to this position with the move order that the players use nowadays, but you still see it once in a while. And Nakamura played bishop e7, which is definitely very classical. It's not as aggressive or as testing as the Ragozin is, which we've seen already a couple of times in this tournament. It's definitely not as aggressive as the semi-Slav setup, which again we've seen a couple of tournaments. Topalov winning a very nice game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave with his systems. So he decides to play definitely more conservative. Bishop e7, it's not a line that fights for an advantage. It's just very solid. It tries to equalize. It tries to have no weaknesses. It's obviously quite passive compared to putting this bishop further down the board. It's more or less what I expected, not a very aggressive opening for Nakamura. If somebody told me that he was going to play the King's Indian instead of this, I would have been like, you're crazy. This is definitely what Nakamura is going to be bringing to the table. Now Carlsen has several choices. There are some weird transpositions into the Catalan with the g3 move, even though the knight on c3 is already committed. But more common are the moves c takes d5, e takes d5 followed by bishop f4, or the immediate bishop f4, which is, I think, the most common move in this position, and one in which Carlsen himself suffered a very rough defeat as he lost to Anand, but with the black pieces in the World Championship match of last year.
Right, one of the great games that Anand played against Carlsen, and another one in this tournament.
Right, and specifically, let's talk about Anand, because that opening, I think, is going to be quite interesting. We have the game between Vichy Anand with white against MVL, and we're going to go right into the heart of the Najdorf. Very sharp opening, very spectator-friendly normally. We did see Caruana play g3 in this position against MVL a couple of rounds ago, a game that MVL drew without any problems. He just had no problems in that game whatsoever. And we again saw g3 yesterday as Carlsen tried it against Grischuk. However, that game also, Grischuk had no problems, and even though Carlsen did end up winning the game, it definitely was not related to the opening. It was much more related to the fact that Grischuk decided not to move on several cases for more than 30 minutes, got into severe time pressure and lost. Instead, we're going to see the move h3, which has been one of the key battlegrounds of this position. h3, a very modern move, and after e6, we have the move g4, expanding on the king side. Again, very modern chess, trying to grab as much space as possible. h6 was played just to prevent the move g5. Bishop g2, knight c6. Now, more development from the players. Bishop e7, and both seem to be still in preparation as Anand quickly played the move f4, and MVL retreated this knight from f6 to d7. A very common maneuver. The idea is, first of all, the knight gets out of the way of the incoming pawn storm. Second, it opens up the bishop check to h4, which is not necessarily something you want to play, but sometimes it's a little annoying for white to deal with it, as he might lose the right to castle. And finally, the knight can be remaneuvered to c5, where it is much more comfortable than it is on f6, and it can target the e4 square. This is a very typical idea of the Sicilian, and I believe that Anand perhaps hasn't seen it in this specific variation because he's not moving at the moment, MVL definitely one of the top knight ref experts in the world, so he will be familiar with the position, though Anand has a very aggressive kind of style, a very strong pawn storm already on the king side.
Right.
And
Should be a very rich game.
This will be a very rich game, definitely. A lot of strategical nuances combined with the fact that if one side goes wrong, the counterattack is extremely potent.
Who do you like playing in these lines better?
I'm not much of an e4 player, but I do play it once in a while. I play the Sicilian, but not specifically these variations. I would say that I would feel more comfortable playing with black.
Me too.
Although objectively, I think that white should be slightly better and should be the one that has all the aggressive chances.
What about in like a blitz game?
Oh, in a blitz game, I'll be white.
For sure, just
For
the
sure.
attack. Yeah.
The attack is a little bit more obvious, and I think that it goes back to the fact that a lot of people think that having the aggression, having the initiative, having the easier plan in blitz sometimes is worth much more than the objective evaluation of the position. And we're going to see a couple of more moves in this position. Castles was played, and MVL quickly took the knight on d4. There's a lot of subtle reasons why you take the knight here and you don't take it before, but one of the points is that now black is ready to play the move e5 against, for example, the capture with the bishop. I can play the move e5, and this is actually an interesting point of the game because you're giving up d5 almost completely to the knight on c3. So perhaps this is actually not the best time to do it. I wanted to shatter your pawn structure on the king side, but I am afraid of this knight coming to d5 very early. It will depend entirely on the preparation from MVL, but for example, if you retreat your bishop, I could consider taking on f4, developing my knight to e5, and after knight d5, living with it and just playing bishop b6. It might actually be okay for black. I'm sure that MVL has considered this in his preparation. Another way of playing would be to simply take on d4 and castle, but I feel that's a little risky. It's also possible. I just think that black looks like he's behind in development a little bit here compared to the normal variations. He could also play bishop f6, but I don't expect that move. Anand seems to be thinking about which piece to take with here.
And we have
We have some analysis by Maurice Ashley in the game between Grischuk and Topalov.
Well, this position is crazy. It looks like the players have definitely come to fight in round 6. But just some theoretical background to this particular game. Topalov has been on the black side before. I found one game of his in the Euro Cup against Timofeyev from 2012. He managed to win a wild game. Even when you see the final position, you don't know why it is that black won the game. It's such a crazy game. Check that game out. In that game, the game did proceed knight to f4, and in this position, he had played the move a6, and after bishop to d2, black did capture on this square and play bishop a5, and then that game proceeded with bishop to e2. Black was able to march his pawn down and ensconce a pawn on the c3 square at some point after white played b3. You expect to see development with the knight to d7, the knight going to e5. The games in this line are simply chaotic, and it looks as though it's not going to be about making a draw today. Some easy draw for Topalov. He looks like he's ready to play fighting chess, as is Grischuk, who has definitely thrown down the gauntlet to say, I want to stop your runaway train. We'll see whether or not he can do so against a guy who's been playing wonderfully, or at least has had wonderful results so far with the black pieces.
Let's take a look.
It seems like we're going to have a lot of interesting openings today. I want to see a lot of the openings right after we come back because we have Yasser Seirawan from Norway. No, not yet. Oh, I'm sorry. We have a graphic with Topalov's record actually on this situation. What an impressive series of results. He starts with a victory against Magnus Carlsen, which nobody saw coming, especially from the position he had on the board. Then a solid draw against Hikaru Nakamura, in which he was pressing for a win. Then he annihilated Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. It's like the Frenchman didn't even show up to the board. He was all Topalov in that game, won in less than 25 moves. Then after that, with the white pieces against Levon Aronian, he pushed hard. Aronian had a passive situation, faltered in his defense, and Topalov won another nice game. And finally, the gift of round 5, John Ludwig Hammer, in a completely drawn position after suffering for a large part of the game, finally managed to draw the game and threw it away.
And let's go to Yasser, who talked to him right after the match yesterday.
It was a really interesting game, but he made very big mistake at the end, really.
Truly.
I don't think he deserved to lose, but okay, that's life.
When it rains, it pours. You're at 4.5 out of 5. It's almost impossible to explain your great success. How would you explain it? Your opponents are giving you points?
Yeah, well, it's. I have to thank to the Norwegian players mostly because they're really collaborating, and then but the two games I played, the two other games I played, I'm satisfied.
Yes.
So, especially against Levon, I think I had a good game against Yasser also, but
Well, thank you for your thrilling brand of chess, and I just want to wish you all the best in the tournament still to come.
Thank you.
Thank you, Veselin. Veselin Topalov, the surprise leader here in Norway 2015 chess with 4.5 out of 5 points. Boy, he's running away with the tournament, and if he keeps up this form, nobody's stopping him.
That's true, but I think anyone can really catch him now.
Topalov, the way he's playing. I mean, Hikaru's only 1 point. It's a full point behind, actually. And when I think about Anand's tournament...
Not anyone. I beat Anand.
Well, Anand, I love his games. I love his games in this event. Anand has had really solid chess, beat Carlsen in a nice game, hasn't been in trouble. He was pushing hard against Anish Giri for a win in round 2. And yet he's a 1.5 points behind. It's like, how do you catch this guy? It's almost impossible.
Well, he
You're
has
playing
to lose
such
to somebody.
He has to lose to somebody, of course. We'll see if Grischuk's able to put pressure on him. But I actually want to focus on another game, if we can pull it up really quickly, that's become crazy. Even though we're still in theoretical battles, I love seeing this position.
Cool.
This is the game
famous
between Anish Giri and Levon Aronian, and it's still in a famous theoretical preparation, a position that I've actually had on the board a couple of times still.
That can also come from 1e4, right?
From one, sorry?
So let's see how this all materialized. We haven't looked at this game yet.
Right, this actually starts off as a same kind of opening that Magnus Carlsen is having against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru chose the very solid bishop e7 approach, but Aronian, true to style, chooses his Ragozin, something that he's used already twice in this tournament with not very good results. He lost to Topalov and he lost to MVL. But after bishop g5, we're actually going to transpose back into a Vienna time system with the early d takes c4. There's several ways of playing this position here for black. He doesn't have to take on c4, but it's one of the sharper ways of playing. After e4, c5, bishop takes e4, pawn takes e4, knight takes d4. All of this is pretty much forced for both sides. Bishop takes c3 check, pawn takes queen a5. We see that material's still even, but black is way behind in development. On the other hand, he has this double attack at the moment with the bishop on g5 and the pawn on c3. For this reason, bishop b5 check is played, and here there's a massive fork on the road. The moves knight bd7 and bishop d7 are completely different styles. One wins a pawn, the other one doesn't. We're actually going to see the line that does win a pawn with knight bd7, and after bishop f6, queen c3 check, an intermediate move, king f1, g takes f6. We have black up a pawn, but his king will never find safe haven. His shelter on the king side has already been ripped apart. On the other hand, sometimes it can just stay in the center, chill out on e7, say, well, how are you going to get to me? It's sometimes difficult to rip apart black's defenses. And after the moves h4, a6, we have a position that's already been seen several times in theory. Giri played the move rook h3 and queen b4, and we're still in book preparation. I think Anish is just trying to remember his variations. When he's very confident about his position, theoretically he just blitzes out his moves, as he did yesterday against MVL. But today against Aronian, he seems to be thinking a little bit more. Perhaps he didn't expect Aronian to go into this sharp line. Aronian is known to be a more solid positional player, so he might not fully have expected this, even though for sure Giri has analyzed this position many times. This is going to be a very interesting battle.
I don't know this opening. So what's the deal with like rook c1?
Well, you're hanging your bishop at the moment on
No,
b5.
earlier.
With rook c1 here. Actually, the reason, and there's a lot of subtleties in this position. Here,
Or I was even thinking before h4.
Before h4. Okay, that's also possible. You played the rook on c1, and
I'm just looking at like knight c6, 96, and rook c8, just the obvious stuff.
right, theory has developed a fair amount from this position. So actually, this is not new by any means. And people have kind of figured out that this rook on c1 doesn't quite belong on c1 in certain variations. Sometimes they want to put it on b1. The other thing is that the queen's going to voluntarily go back anyway, so why push it away? It seems like there are some winning variations, but actually, if I remember correctly, after the move queen b4, everything is correct. I'm not so sure if it was queen b4 or queen a3, but
Right.
just from calculation, I'm pretty sure it's queen
So
b4.
the problem is you can't play knight takes c6 with the idea of rook c8 and queen d7 because
Right,
you have this
96.
in-between move and queen takes b5 check.
That doesn't work. Now the other line of rook c8, bishop d7, king takes d7, it looks like you should have a juicy discovery with this knight, but it just doesn't work. You don't have it at all. If you go knight c2 check, attacking my queen, it's the queen that blocks on d6 and everything is safe. So rook c1 has fallen out of grace. I think that was the move that most people were playing initially when this position was reached, but definitely h4 is considered to be the most testing at the moment.
That's bizarre that black just holds out in all those variations.
It's partially due to the rise of computers in chess. Now we know that you feed this into an engine and the computers say completely safe.
And if you start with, I guess if you start with knight e6 and then play rook c1.
If you play knight e6 in this position, and you want to meet that after taking, you want to play the move rook c1 here. Is that your idea?
Yeah, exactly. Because before you were taking me with check on b5.
And that's correct. So
That's
you want to
annoying.
play in the point is that if I go somewhere random like here, you want to check on c8.
Right, right.
Right? And after takes, you take with the queen, and then eventually this bishop will be hanging.
Right.
Yeah, this seems to work. There's a reason why 96 doesn't work, so let me just figure it out. Because I know that 96 doesn't work. And it could be as simple as queen e5, but I'm not entirely sure. Sometimes this kind of bizarre moves simply exist.
Right, but then I have knight, yeah, that can't, it seems like that can't be good if I can just go back to d4, right?
If you go back to d4, it might not be so good. I could take on e4, actually. Don't count me out, and then castle short.
Looks very dangerous.
It looks dangerous, but again, computer chess. 96, I just know, is not a move that threatens black's position in a real way. I'm not entirely sure. I play actually this with white and now with black, and I never bothered checking to see how you refute 96. I'm sure that black players know. I just know that if I do it, I'm not going to get an advantage.
All right, well, very interesting openings in this round, right?
Definitely a very interesting opening. We're going to keep our eyes on it. We have a couple of new moves after the position that we saw with bishop e2, which I know is the main line. So we're still in theory, and we're going to be seeing the interesting ideas from both sides.
Less exciting opening, but very thrilling matchup. Maurice, what's up with Naka?
Well, this opening, you talk about less exciting. In the top 20 games in this line before the move c6, the result, 2 wins for white, 1 for black, and 17 draws. This is absolutely the line you want to play here in the Lasker variation of the Queen's Gambit decline if you want to make a draw with the black, and black has successfully had good results in 18 of the 20 games played among the top players recently. Well, this line we have seen recently, a game between Carlsen and Aronian at last year's Sinkfield Cup. This is the game where Carlsen was famously upset. We rarely see him perturbed by anything, but he was very upset because he had that winning rook ending. We say winning, the technique had to be flawless, but by his standards, he felt like he should have been able to win that game. Well, they are back in this line. Nakamura heading straight for it, and Carlsen saying, yeah, I like this position. I should have won last year. I'm going to prove it this year. Nakamura should not have been surprised by the opening at all. This is the move, like we said. He was here at the Sinkfield Cup playing in it when Carlsen played Queen C2 against Aronian. So it's a bit of a shock that he's actually sitting thinking about the position right now. Maybe just trying to remember some analysis, but a hot theoretical debate in this one. Quiet maybe, but still poisonous here as well. Guys?
It's definitely the new Nakamura. He's going to accept a passive position with almost no winning chances, simply saying, I'm solid, come attack me, I'm going to resist. It's more of an Aronian type of position, definitely. So when Aronian played this against Carlsen, I wasn't baffled. But Nakamura, well, only recently has he started playing like this. Now after queen c2, I don't think he's going to actually consider the move f5. So I think knight takes e3 is nearly forced. I'm not entirely sure why he's taking his time. If he plays f5, well, that'd be a little wild. That move doesn't make too much sense when
We
the
have
bishops
a
are
lot
already
of
traded.
experience with these Dutch-type structures, but not here.
Not here. This looks like a horrible version of a stone wall. As I said, because the bishops are already traded, the dark squared bishops, in such an easy manner for white, this shouldn't be a good idea. Therefore, I expect the move knight takes c3 to happen, which is, I'm pretty sure, what happened in Carlsen against Aronian.
So, several very exciting openings on tap, and then we've got this, but with these two.
This will definitely be a long game, and Hikaru did take on c3, which is obviously what I expected him to do. And we're going to take a quick look at a game that it's not very high in the standings. It's Fabiano Caruana losing a couple of games after he beat Magnus Carlsen. Not something I expected, especially in the way that he lost. And against John Ludwig Hammer, who is a player that is not in elite tournaments often, and he just lost a horrible game against Topalov. He needs that mental strength, he needs that experience to be able to bring himself back up, and well, this is what happens in this kind of events. Oh, you blundered against Topalov? Here, have Caruana and with black.
Wow, yeah, Caruana, though, just a horrible and surprising collapse. Maurice, your thoughts?
Well, you just mentioned Topalov. We'd have to pay attention to his game. And this one looks like it's going to be a Donnybrook as well. As you look at this opening, black has everything he wants on the queen side, while white sooner or later, someday, will get f4 and e5 in on the king side. But he's far away from that after knight bd7, castles was played, and now the move c4, clamping down even more on that half of the board. He's got this long diagonal. His bishop could go to c7. A natural move would be bishop to e3, but queen to c7, excuse me, the bishop to c5 could happen and trade off the dark square bishops. Also, a knight could hop into e5 or c5. This looks like the kind of structure that Topalov loves. He's used to playing the Benoni structures, and I think he's extremely comfortable here. I would not suspect that he's going to lose this game if I were a betting man, and he probably is thinking, this is the kind of game that I normally win. And if Grischuk goes into his typical tank, then we could see him going into time pressure quite early, and he's already started to think about the position, now taking his jacket off to get a bit more comfortable. Maybe we might see one of those 45-minute things, guys?
Let's hope not. I think Grischuk is a player that has an incredible amount of talent. He sees so much and so quickly, and the fact that he wastes so much time is just painful sometimes to see. I want to see him do better, not specifically because in this game he's playing against Topalov, but just overall to be able to show the kind of chess that he has sometimes shown, where he can go on massive winning streaks, where he plays brilliant chess, and I haven't really seen it this event yet.
Well, don't you think, though, that he's been number 3 in the world, right? As high as number 3 in the world.
I think he was actually number 2 at one point.
But you don't think that's at all related to the fact that he gets into time pressure? That there's some sort of perfectionist streak, as Carlsen called it?
I don't
that's
know.
Inseparable.
It's hard to imagine that the time pressure helps him, and especially when you think about it, this is a guy that gets in time pressure in this time controls, which is so long. This is one of the longest time controls that's still being used in the world. And when you compare it to the FIDE time control, it's really, really fast.
Are you ever late?
Sorry?
Are you ever late? Like
Well,
late for appointments?
Sometimes I am.
If you have 3 hours to get ready, or if you have 20 minutes to get ready, you still can be late, right?
I guess that's true, but in this case, you would think that, okay, we're still playing chess, we're at the board, we should be thinking somehow along the same lines, but there's something about his style that just makes him use so much time in an unnecessary fashion. I want to see him play faster.
But, Maurice.
Well, we have an interesting situation arising in the game between Carlsen and Nakamura. No, the position is not super exciting, but it was at this precise moment that Aronian took on c4, and it was up to Carlsen, and everybody in the world would play bishop takes c4 in this position, except Carlsen against Aronian. He played queen takes c4, an unusual move, and everybody was surprised when he played this way against Aronian. We will see whether he continues that way against Nakamura. Clearly, Nakamura thinks, this is a good position for me. I like where I am. So we'll see how the world champion continues. Will he remain true to his ways and capture on c4 with the queen. You see him sitting there looking at it. You'd be surprised if he hasn't already decided what he planned to do if this position arose on the board, but he's stopping to think.
Definitely making a choice here, Magnus Carlsen. It's kind of weird sometimes to see them think in known theoretical positions, but sometimes they're simply trying to remember their opening preparation. They're trying to decide which of those variations he wants to get into. He's also trying to decide which one his opponent analyzed more going into this game. So a lot of psychological battles going on here between the players in the opening phase of the game.
Maurice, some news on Nakamura.
Sorry, guys, small correction. This was not the exact position. I made a mistake. In this position, Aronian first played knight to d7, and after bishop to e2, now he took, and Carlsen took back with the queen. So that nuance is important because Nakamura decided to take immediately. So why would Nakamura avoid playing knight d7 and allow him to lose the tempo with bishop to e2? That's the interesting point here. So he has captured early, so it's Naka who has deviated from that game between Carlsen and Aronian from last year.
Now that you mention it, that's actually quite strange. Why not play knight d7 before taking on c4? In the 30s, there was actually a big battle in the Queen's Gambit declined, where white would make any kind of random move, avoiding to play that bishop from f1 to e2 or d3 in order to be able to recapture on c4 straight away, not have to lose the tempo. And here actually Nakamura plays the move knight d7, doesn't play the move knight d7, allowing Carlsen to capture on c4 right away. I guess he has a very specific idea with the knight on b8, and he's actually shown his idea with this particular move order. After the move queen takes c3, pawn takes c4, bishop takes c4 was played, which makes a lot more sense than queen takes c4 here, and b6. And, well, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. I would guess that bishop a6 is one of the ideas. Since the knight's still on b8, I can offer this trade of bishops. But that doesn't quite work. Like, for example, I castle. Bishop a6 is completely unplayable. I simply lose this pawn on c6. So, if it's not to play bishop a6, you could play bishop b7, but I'm afraid that if I play bishop b7 and I play something like b4, trying to restrict you from playing c5, then I move my bishop from c4 and I put my knight on e5. There's kind of very pleasant ideas here, and I don't see why the knight's still on b8. I would rather have this knight on d7. Maurice, do you have any insights on the position?
Absolutely. It is very strange why Nakamura chose to play this way, and that's probably what has Carlsen befuddled for the moment. Reason why knight d7 is always played, just about always played in that position. Bishop e2 and then capture on c4 is normal because you get to play for the e5 break. However, in this position, taking on c4, allowing the bishop to come out in one move, well, this was played 12 times that I was able to find in the database. Off the 12 games, white won 7. 7 out of 12 with 5 draws. Black's results have been horrible in this line. So why Nakamura has so bravely taken on c4, some may say bravely, others may say foolishly, taken on c4 and allow bishop take c4 in one move against the best player in the world in a line that is known to be bad for black? Well, we're going to find out in just a few moves.
He must have some kind of specific idea. He's still playing relatively quickly, and this is the kind of positions that if you have some engine analysis backing it, you might be able to get yourself out of trouble. But if I see him thinking in the next couple of moves and he hasn't achieved a c5 or e5 break soon,
You're going to be worried.
I'm going to be worried for, yeah, the American player. Definitely.
He's a friend of yours.
The American player. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on this game. I think this looks like something that's inexact, but I don't know. I feel like Nakamura must have some kind of preparation to back this up.
One would think.
One would think. One would hope. Let's see. The last game we haven't really looked at is this game between Caruana and Hammer. And we got this position which is super normal here after the move. Either c5 is possible, knight f6 is possible. It's usually a very Catalan style of position. Knight f6 was played, bishop g2, all looks normal, bishop e7 is common, d takes c4 is also played, but Hammer played the move d4, which is actually very strange to play in this specific scenario. It's usually played earlier or not at all. So actually playing d4 here is interesting. After the moves e3, he decided to play knight c6. Notice that if he plays c5, I'm even scared that I'm going to get a Benoni down a tempi and with already a committal of the pawn to e6, which is definitely not the line that has black word in the Benoni.
So maybe down 2 tempos.
Maybe even down 2 tempi, because you don't want to have that pawn on e6, definitely not. So perhaps because of this, Hammer decided to play the move knight c6, but after castles, bishop c5, we have a very interesting situation. It's hard to evaluate this position already, and I have no doubt that Caruana, who's taking a little bit of a think in this position, must be thinking, is b4 a move here? Can I play this cheeky idea, since either capture on b4 has to be careful of white establishing some sort of pawn center, and if you ever take on d4, the idea, queen a4 check, forcing the knight back might be winning in certain situations. Also, does this work? Can I take on d4, then play check, with the idea that after bishop d7 takes here, I can maybe take on b7, maybe try to capture your queen, maybe this ideas work, because for example, bishop a3, queen a2, knight c3 looks strong. If you go queen a6, I have this bishop b7 move. Does this work?
That looks
I'm not
really
so
good.
sure.
We're just starting with knight c3. Looks compelling as well.
It looks compelling, of course, to start with knight c3 after this. This queen in very serious trouble. So, I mean, I'm sure that Caruana is looking at these variations. Do they actually work? It's a very interesting position, very rich already from the opening. And I hope that Hammer actually calculated it or had it in his home prep, because I'd definitely be scared of the move b4 in this position.
Wow, well, I think we have a bloody round in store. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Welcome back to Norway Chess 2015. Here's a media center in Norway, and we've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan there with a special interview.
Hello, St. Louis. I'm with Benedicta, or the board of directors for here, the 2015 Norway Chess. When you think at the end of this tournament that it will be successful, what are your goals of success for this event?
We want to make sure the players are happy, and we also would like people to remember or feel like they went to a tournament that was kind of different from a tournament they've been to before.
Lovely.
And that's why we like taking our players outside the hotel, at least for a couple of rounds.
Yes.
We planned it well, so we haven't had any problems, and we're happy.
Benedict, thank you so very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thanks.
All right. That was Benedict from the Board of Directors here at Norway Chess 2015. Back to you in the studios in St. Louis.
What game at Nakamura and MBL were playing?
I think they actually have it in some of those gaming centers where you just press all the buttons as quickly as possible, and it's kind of a reaction-based game. It's pretty fun.
Who do you think would be the best at it in Norway Chess 2015?
Man, I'm gonna have to go with the Bullet Master when it comes to reactions. Nakamura is definitely the fastest player on Earth, and I think it'll translate to that.
Maybe. I felt like MVL looked pretty tough though.
Maybe. MVL himself a very good bullet player, but perhaps.
Very interesting. Yeah. Wow. That woman. I felt like she was speaking like American, like no accent whatsoever.
Right, very good English, and actually most Norwegians, I had the pleasure of going there both in 2013 and in 2014 in Tromsø, first for the World Cup and then for the Olympiad, and I was just amazed. Everybody spoke English flawlessly. They had, I think, a better lexicon than me, and I was just impressed, and I told them...
Well, at least you know the word lexicon.
That's one. But I asked them, how did you learn English? How is your English so good? And they're like, I watch TV. Somehow I didn't believe it fully, but that's what their answer is.
Wow, yeah, but I mean, not only that, she didn't even sound like any accent at all. Just, I guess, watching a lot of American TV.
I guess that would be the reason. There's an interesting idea here in the Caruana game. He actually did play the move I was suggesting with b4. Initially, this move looks crazy. You're just hanging a pawn. But the more you look at it, the more you realize that there are some very concrete problems here. We already analyzed this idea of taking on b4, taking on d4, and trying to trap the queen with this specific line. The entire point is that after queen a4 check, you don't have a good way of defending the bishop. And after bishop d7 takes on a1, knight c3, this pawn is defended and this queen is toast. I don't see how you're going to possibly defend this. You even have the threat of bishop a3. Threatening checkmate. This looks completely...
You could give some spite checks to the queen, but I don't think it leads to anything. Like
right.
Spite checks to...
And just by the way, this is not the only line that wins. I think even the immediate bishop a3, threatening checkmate, next move, and just winning, right?
It looks pretty good. I mean, it's not good if we have to play knight g8.
It's not good. Well, knight g8 also runs into checkmate on f8.
There we go.
So perhaps you have to block with the knight. But even here, after this, now the idea is that if I play bishop a3, you have to move c5. But still, after knight c3, I think your queen it's over. I think it's
We're
just
kind
winning.
of counting the wins here, so I think that black can't go down this road.
No, black can definitely not go down this road. However, if you take with the bishop and I take with the pawn, already a very strong established pawn setter here for Caruana, I'm going to be very happy to defend it with the move bishop b2 on the next turn, and after I play simply d3, I finish my development. It's hard to make a move for black. He's going to be very restricted. The bishop on c8 has a lot of difficulties developing. You can never play the move b6 because knight e5 will be tactically very strong. So this is a bad position if you take with the bishop. If you take with the knight, though, perhaps we should take a look at this position. I think it's a little more interesting, but again, I would be worried about certain continuations. Let's see, if I take on d4, and you take on d4, because if you don't, I think you're just in a much worse position. The question, well, it just begs to be asked. Again, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, queen a4 check. If you play bishop d7 or knight d7, it simply transposes back to a position we've already seen after taking the knight.
Except it's different because you're taking a knight on b4. That changes everything.
Changes everything. So instead the knight will have to retreat, but after bishop takes c6 check, well, you have to take back the piece. And isn't this just completely lost? Aren't I not taking the rook on the next move?
And unlike the opposite situation, we have plenty of retreat squares, right?
Plenty of retreats here for the queen.
And
on
we can
c6.
throw in bishop a3 check if you stick your king on e7.
Yeah, I mean,
Which is just totally winning. That's just the end of the game.
this is just the end of the game. This is just completely winning. I don't see how you even make a move here for black that's not resigns.
But are you so surprised that Fabiano has a nice position against Hammer? I mean, remember, he is a 2,800 player. In fact, he's only just slipped just underneath 2,800.
Yeah.
So this game is crucial for him if he wins this game.
If I'm surprised that Caruana has this position against Hammer, yes, I'm surprised. What is Hammer doing? What is bishop c5?
He needs this win to get back into the 2,800 club.
Caruana? Well, it seems like he's going to get it because bishop c5, b4. I just don't understand. After you take on b4, and he did take with the bishop, taking on d4. This pawn is completely poisoned on d4, which means that black's position is already strategically horrible. Once I put my bishop on b2, there are so many threats.
Oh, it's beautiful.
The pawn center is so strong. You cannot break on e5 ever. You cannot break on c5 because your knight's in the way. Your bishop is going to be stuck on c8, maybe going to d7. What kind of opening is this? I don't know. Yes, of course I'm surprised. Hammer's position looks horrible. I mean, maybe I'm over-evaluating. Maybe I'm being a little biased towards this pawn structure, but I don't get it. I like white's position a lot here. Let's look at another game between someone else before we delve deeper into this position. We have, I think, a couple of interesting matches still to go. Some very theoretically heavy positions. And I think Maurice has some insights for us.
Yes, it looks like Norway is featuring into the theory of another game. Well, take a look at the game between Anand and Vachier Lagrave. They went into this h3 Najdorf position, and they got here quite quickly. And after rook b8, knight to e2, small wrinkle on another game. But after b5, rook a d1, we're now back in the line between David Navarra and Alexander Grischuk playing in this tournament. They played in the Tromsø Olympiad last year, and this was the exact position that arose. And Queen c7 was played in that game. Igor Stoll, annotating the game for ChessBase, decided that this move probably wasn't the most accurate. Bishop b7 seemed a bit more to the point. And in that game, the move f5, super aggressive f5 was played. Later, Navarro was able to put a knight on g3. He played the move bishop d4 and suggested e5. After that happened, bishop went back and sacrificed itself on the h6 pawn. But already you see that there's some clouds gathering over black's king. But we know Maxime Vachier Lagrave is a Najdorf specialist. He knows this game. He's walked into the line, and he's decided that it's just fine for black. So Anand, having reached a position in this situation that has only been reached one time before in Grandmaster play, he is now pausing and deciding whether or not he is going to play that hyper-aggressive f5 and decide, is this something my opponent is just comfortable in and already looked at? And you know that Vachier Lagrave, MVL, looks at all the games in the Najdorf. He's definitely prepared in this line, and Anand is becoming aware of that as we speak and trying to decide exactly what to do.
I love the way MVL always approaches the Najdorf. It's very cold-blooded, very computer-like. He says, okay, I'm getting checkmated, but I have this one move that saves me. I guess I'll play this variation. And it's just amazing how he's able to turn these situations, which look sometimes very dangerous, into completely playable positions. So he's probably looked at this line and said, yeah, I'm getting mated if he sacrifices all the pieces, but I have this resource, and he's not going to be able to do so. So visually, this looks very dangerous, but I'm sure he still has it under control. Let's see. We have the game. Actually, Grischuk, I think, has so far done the most predictable thing in this round. He's tanked for how long? About 20, 25 minutes already in this position?
Just where you were saying that you wished he played faster.
I just wish. Maybe I jinxed it. And he just did play the move bishop e3. So we're going to see if Topalov decides to continue the way that Maurice suggested, which I thought was completely logical. You play the move queen c7, you just trade off the dark squared bishops, you prove that there's some kind of dark square weakness because of the central pawns that are all in white squares. And I've always liked this kind of structures for black, even though it's probably just equal. So we're going to have to see exactly how Grischuk, an idea to develop his initiative. Sometimes you try to break open the queen side by playing rook c1 and then b3. Maybe the prophylactical king h1 would be useful just to get out of the checks that are incoming anyway down this diagonal. A lot of possibilities still here for both players. Finally, in the most theoretically important game of the round, I think, is going to be this battle in the Vienna between Giri and Aronian. And after bishop b2, which is the main line, knight e5 was played, rook b1, and this is what I was saying earlier. Sometimes you don't want this rook on c1, you want it on b1, where it's pressuring this pawn on b7. Definitely a lot of subtleties in this position that's sometimes hard to explain, but I know that after queen d6 to queen d2, this position has already been considered. So there's nothing new under the sun just yet. That being said, it's a very deep theoretical battle. After bishop d7, rook takes b7 was played, and you might be wondering, what on earth is the point of bishop d7 giving up that pawn on b7, which looks so important? And the point is that after bishop b5, there's actually not a completely obvious move here for white. If you would decide to take this bishop with your bishop, and notice you cannot take with the knight because of the pinned queen on d2, then after bishop takes b5, you take back. This rook suddenly open, and sometimes here black can even consider castling, and as long as he's not getting checkmated, he can get away with it, which looks crazy, I know, but sometimes this is the way that you play these positions.
Right,
So,
just king h8, rook g8.
right, so this positions after bishop b5, it might still be playable for black, even though he's lost his pawn advantage.
And we've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan with a special guest from Norway from the Grand Chess Tour.
Hello, St. Louis from Norway. We're with JJ, the tournament director here at Norway Chess 2015, the first in the Grand Chess Tour. JJ, we're into round 6. Your perspectives this far of the tournament, are you pleased with the event, and how is it going from the Norwegian perspective?
Well, there are some things that I'm very happy with, of course. The media coverage and let's say the players seems to enjoy their stay here, which is very important for us. And let's say I think we have managed to give publicity to the town and the surroundings fairly well. So on that side, I'm fairly happy. Of course, we had an incident in the first round, which I'm not that happy about.
Right.
And let's say the results, okay, I think it's healthy for chess in general that sometimes Magnus doesn't win. Although I'm very happy that he won his last game yesterday, and I'm sorry guys, but I also cheer for him today, even if it's against Hikaru. And Jon Ludvig, the other Norwegian player, he okay, he has 2 draws, and he was very, let's say, unfortunate yesterday against Topalov, who is very happy to meet Norwegians in this tournament, by the way. And we run out of them now.
Well, it's almost like the Norwegians have been a welcoming committee for Vessel and Topalov, our tournament leader.
I think we've been very kind to him this year.
No question. As an American, JJ, I'm actually jealous of the incredible television coverage that has occurred here, your front page news in Norway. You really have had phenomenal coverage, at least from the American perspective. Why has chess succeeded on TV, and how can we make it succeed in America?
Well, the first answer is, of course, Magnus. It's not very often that the Norwegians have a world champion in chess. But apart from that, Norwegian television has managed, to some extent at least, to, let's say, convey the drama on the board. That is one of the secrets. And I know that people, not even knowing the rules of chess, are following these broadcasts.
Exactly, and in fact the ratings have been incredibly good, and we're talking about television coverage, folks, that lasts from the opening move to the last move of the game. We're talking 6 hours, and we've seen some rounds that have been really followed all the way through. This is incredible.
It's great fun, and it's very, very, let's say, healthy for chess, because I believe that chess can be a TV sport just as any other TV sports.
And again, going back to the Grand Chess Tour, you're the first in the 3-tournament series, and you see your participation, the Norway Chess participating in the Grand Chess Tour for quite a number of years to come.
Of course, being part of it, I believe, will strengthen Norway Chess and hopefully also the other tournaments. And let's say our ambition is to bring this tournaments out to the people in the best possible way, and we have the best players.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And that's JJ, the tournament director here in Stavanger for the first of the Grand Chess Tour, a man who's very, very pleased with the success of this event thus far. Back to you in the studios in St. Louis.
It seems just like a perfect event with just one little detail. I think they would have liked that Norwegian's flag a little higher up the scoreboard.
Oh, I thought you meant the flag to be up,
Well,
which is another way to put it.
another way to put it.
Maurice?
Well, speaking of the success of chess on television, in Norway, they've apparently mastered the art of slow TV. They have one broadcast where they just put a camera on a train and watch it go for 15 hours. That's not going to happen on American television. It's incredible seeing the huge ratings they get. I think there's another one where there's a wood burning, or just simply a fire. I mean, that's amazing stuff. As a matter of fact, I also read in the same chess-based article an interview that lasted 20 hours. You can correct me there, Alejandro, if I'm wrong. An interview of a politician that lasted 20 hours. It was like, are you kidding me? American TV, that's not going to happen. But maybe we need some of that culture, if you will. I don't know. But certainly chess has the high drama and should be on television. We're working on that, trust me, as we speak. This line, again, Anand stopped for a moment. He knew the game. Navarra Grischuk, he was there. He wasn't at the Olympiad, but he certainly knew the game. MVL knew the game as well. Anand thought for a little bit. You saw him hesitate there and play the move F5. No hesitation on the part of MVL. Instantly he played Knight F6, which is exactly what Grischuk played as well. And again, Anand is tanking. So you know that he knows that MVL is super comfortable right now, believes in the position, has analyzed it, and he's going to try to come up with something different, something new. Maybe shocked that his opponent has gone into a line where white did beat black. Not sure, but that line is certainly interesting. This game with Magnussen, Nakamura, this knight D7 after playing B6, that one seems really weird to me. We'll see how that goes, but an important development here in this position. Bishop C5 instead of Queen C7. Topalov instantly played to trade off the dark square bishops. His knight will end up on this square. There is an interesting line that goes takes, takes, and B4 trying to chase the knight off that square. And obviously if you capture, then you take back, and the impressive formation that he once had on this side is gone for black. White would be able to put a knight in to the middle of the board at some point and look at the C6 squares. So dynamic play there, really interesting with bishop to C5. Grischuk has to judge the niceties there to see if he will go into this line.
There's definitely a lot of details in this position after bishop takes C5. Of course, there's also the possibility of just defending the bishop with queen D2. But there's a big battle here for the dark squares, and it depends how much of it black can control, because after bishop C5, knight C5, as you mentioned, B4 already kicks out the knight from C5, and suddenly it's not so clear what you're going to do with this knight. It reminds me of the Spanish knight, where it doesn't have a good square. You could put it on E5 eventually, but then I'm going to retreat my knight from F4 somewhere, and then kick it out again with F4. So on the long term, it's sometimes annoying to find a position for this knight if it doesn't have the C5 square available. Sometimes it's even possible to take here with the pawn, which looks a little counterintuitive as it allows me a pass pawn on D5. But if I'm able to blockade fully on D6, E5, this could be a possibility. I'm not entirely sure that you can pull it off in this position, though. I'm still scared about this knight moving away and the
Getting an
steamrolled.
F4, E5, yeah.
Right, that's a lot of moves, though, to make. So perhaps Topalov can consider this variation
Quick knight E8
seriously.
with F5 or something, yeah.
Some kind of counterplay might come. Definitely it's possible to think about, even though I think knight c5 is, of course, more natural. Okay, back to the Caruana game. I think John Ludwig Hammer just didn't see that b4 was a possible move, which to me looks a little strange, but I think his position is...
I don't think it's lost, though.
No, it's not lost, but...
It's just very unpleasant.
It's incredibly unpleasant. You're going to have to remaneuver this bishop, probably, from a5 to b6 in order to create pressure on d4, because if you don't create pressure on d4, I don't know what you're doing. I mean, it's possible that I'm overestimating the position, but I think white
Practically speaking.
Practically speaking, I like white so much.
Yeah, so an important game for Fabiano to try to break back up to 2,800 and for Hammer to...
Get himself back in the tournament, especially after such a tough loss.
Well, as these games heat up, it looks like it's going to be one of the most exciting rounds so far based on the positions on the board, but...
Yeah, and I'm definitely confused about a lot of moves that have been played today. First of all, Nakamura played d takes d4 early and then played knight d7. I don't understand this at all. I think it's just down a tempo compared to a normal variation, which, to be fair, in this particular scenario, it's not that important. Sometimes being down a tempo is hugely an issue, and in this case, well, it's not that big of a deal. Sometimes black runs out of things to do anyway, so they just kind of shuffle. So it's possibly not so important. I like MVL's approach. I think he has a very good understanding of the position. I like Topalov's approach. I think he benefits him very much. Hammer is a game that I don't like at all. He also just played the move rook b8, which I think is admitting defeat, basically. He's preparing the move b6 in order to develop the bishop, which looks horribly slow to me. And finally, we're going to have a very exciting game in Anish Giri against Aronian, who...
Oh, yeah.
Already have played 19 moves, both kings very weak. This king can actually still castle, and it does sometimes, and it doesn't always necessarily have to castle short. Sometimes the tactical tricks with castles long, attacking the rook on b7 and the knight on d4 work, though I expect that Anish has...
double attack.
Yeah, it's a double attack that sometimes you look at the computers and you're like, really? Really, is this even legal? Can I check the rules of chess to make sure that I can actually castle?
It's legal.
But it's legal, and sometimes this works. So Giri has to be sure that this trick is not working in this moment.
Well, we're going to take a close look at that. When we come back, we will be right back with more from the Grand Chess Tour.
Hello, St. Louis from Stavanger, Norway, where we're here with Finn, the TV anchor for Norway TV2 channel, who is doing a full coverage, broadcast coverage of this event. Finn, explain to me what's going on here, because I'm insanely jealous that Norway has chess on its television. What's going on?
Well, I don't think 5 years ago we would have thought this was possible either. But it is because, A, we have the world champion, and there's a huge interest in Magnus Carlsen in this country. And then actually one of our competitors, which is the state-run channel, broadcast the entire matches from when Vichy Anand and Magnus Carlsen, when he went down to Chennai and became world champion. And the figures were good. I mean, people were tuning in and watching chess, not for a couple of minutes, but for hours. So we wanted to get into that. So since last year, we've been doing a lot of these tournaments. We've done Zurich, St. Louis last year, and we'll be back at St. Louis this year, I hope, and a lot of tournaments. And again, we're finding that if you, with the right packaging, the right experts, with Magnus Carlsen preferably doing well, that there is an audience out there, and it's commercially viable.
And we're talking about advertisements and things like that that you're selling for during the show.
Yeah, because we have a separate sports channel that is 24-hour sports, and we put the chess on that channel. And that is that's also generates advertising. So it's a free-to-air channel. So we have to get enough viewers to make it viable commercially, and we actually do. So so our ratings actually go up when we have a tournament like this. Chess is good business for us.
It's fantastic news. I revel hearing what you just say. And when you're talking about viewership, what numbers are we talking about?
Well,
percentage, I mean.
Percentages. A good day for us, like we're having here, we get about a 3.5% share of the total audience in Norway that in that 24-hour period.
Right.
And some of the beauty of chess is that these matches go on for somewhere between 4 and 7 hours. So at any one point, where it's not a huge audience, but you put all that together, and there's and it peaks around about on certain times. You know the time control, and we end up getting a nice percentage for and our channel. When we have other sports, usually doesn't get to that percentage. So chess is one of our better products.
That's fantastic. And talk of, if you don't mind, just a little bit, I mean, of the chess boom that we're witnessing. I told you as we were coming on show that I couldn't believe that 150 kids from this small municipality show up on the free day to play in a chess event. I would be happy in Seattle with a population of 800,000 to get such a return. So there's really a chess boom going on here in Norway. And again, Magnus playing that crucial role.
Magnus playing that role, and the way it's presented on television, I think, is important, so that we have to have a kind of it has to be a kind of a learning channel, as well as being good enough for the chess experts. But what we're seeing is not only do kids more kids than before start playing chess in these countries, adult people are going to chess classes, learning chess. They at one point last year, that was around by the World Championships. No, that was in 2013 when Magnus first won. They ran out of chess boards in this country. They had to import more chess boards. So we really do have a boom.
Wow, fantastic. All I can say is maybe you guys could come over to America and teach us something or two, because in America, television continues to be the 800-pound gorilla. If we can get chess on TV, we could have commercial sponsorships and million-dollar events. And what you guys are doing is just fantastic.
Well, I think if you the thing is, it's not very expensive to produce. So you're looking at how much does it cost us to actually run the show, how much sponsorship, how much advertisement do we need for those hours. We're running now at a plus, and I think that there should be a dedicated chess television channel in your country.
I agree. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. From Chess Boom, Chess Crazy Norway, back to you in St. Louis. I'm the jealous Yasser Seirawan.
So there you have it. Chess on TV all the time, or in other words, our laptops.
Well, that's true. Excellent time to be watching chess. I think that we have so many rising stars at the moment, so many players vying for the top spots, players that are actually trying to get into the top 10 and be part of the next cycle of the Grand Chess Tour.
That's right, and an exciting time for chess because everybody knows they need to bring it. We don't see a lot of short draws anymore.
No,
it's
definitely.
kind of a relic of the past, almost like adjournment.
I don't remember adjournment, but yes, I do remember the relic of the past. It was short draws plaguing the top GM events, but none of that is happening anymore. We have such fighting spirit and very good games.
Especially at the highest level. Maurice.
Well, I have to tell you, being an organizer now myself with Millionaire Chess, we have been working really hard approaching a number of different media outlets to try to get chess on television. But the general answer is that Americans don't want to watch anything slow, that chess does not have the drama of the Real Housewives of Hollywood. I mean, it's crazy, but it is the mentality that it's very hard to present chess in a way that will maintain an audience in the United States. But hopefully with players like Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Wesley So, and the rising young stars, Americans love a winner. And if we can get a winning team together that challenges the rest of the world, then maybe then we can start to attract an audience. Clearly, we're doing the best we can here, presenting chess programming like this, top-notch, world-class players. But it's still going to take some time, or at least a leap of faith, among some Hollywood exec to decide that chess, in fact, does belong on television, get its rightful place with all the fans that we do have in this country.
That's right. Or we could just marry all these super grandmasters and have the real chess wives.
That'll definitely be some drama-filled TV.
One of my more feminist ideas.
And I don't even know what channel we put that on.
Bravo, right? I mean, that's where all the real, like, housewives are.
I guess so.
But I agree with Maurice. I think it's just a matter of luck and timing, you know. When somebody has the correct vision, that chess can be on TV in a number of different ways. I think it'll kind of explode from there. It's taking that first risk.
Right. I think it definitely needs a little bit of a boom just to give it that push. But there's a lot of interest in chess. There are many, many scholastic players playing. They're very interested. They want to watch. They want to see the top players play. It just needs that little boom that it got in Norway to reach that level.
IEO world champion for the U.S., for instance.
I think
we do have number 2 or number 3.
I think that would be a very good start. Definitely the World Championship is such a coveted title. And we thank all of our viewers for joining us today as we do the broadcast of Norway and the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, and thanks to Fat Chimp and Spectrum for putting this all together. We're definitely going in the right direction.
Absolutely. All right, let's
take a look at the wild game.
Which one is the wild game?
Well, you promised to show this checkmate variation in Giri Aronian, so let's look at that.
Fine. Please
so we were saying, why
Jennifer
not?
Shahade with this variation actually that was happening or could have happened in the Giri game. I was actually half joking saying about castle, because it attacks 2 pieces, right? You attack the rook on b7 and the knight on d4. And
it's funny because how often do you do a double attack by castling?
Right, it's almost something out of a composition. But in this position, actually, there's a very nice refutation for this move, and it's the fact that you can take on b5 with the knight. Now, of course, the rook is poisoned because the queen is under attack. So if you take my queen, I have this relatively surprising checkmate, knight a7 checkmate, since the rook gets coordination with the other rook and your king has run out of squares. And of course, after pawn takes b5, you're pretty much lost in the endgame after queen takes d6, although I have the feeling that even easier is to simply attack your king, and I think it should perish quickly in this kind of variations, even those endgames seem pretty bad.
So a very pretty variation there, but Levon did not castle queenside.
Now he played the move rook c8, which is actually quite logical. It creates its own mating threat, which seems silly, but if, for example, this queen somehow disappears, rook c1 is checkmate. So there's actually a back rank threat since these bishops have not been traded off yet. Now, of course, white can get out of this easily, but just the fact that there's this pressure on the c-file and this idea that the king doesn't have that many good squares is important. I would not be entirely surprised to see Giri play the move g3, but that actually comes with a concession. I was mentioning earlier how important it was that if white can't checkmate you on the king side, you can actually just castle that way. And you might have said, well, that's just silly. I mean, look at the open files, look at the queen coming into the king side. But just with the inclusion of one move, the move g3, I could perfectly consider castling here in this position. And suddenly, because g3 is on the board, I don't have the move rook to g3.
So queen h6 doesn't threaten anything like normally it would be threatening.
Right, queen h6, which was very threatening before, says, I think for the knight, you don't have rook g3, you don't have anything of value, so this doesn't work at all. g3 is a relatively committal move, but if you don't play g3 in this kind of positions, this king tends to suffer a little bit. It's kind of exposed. If it gets checked on the first rank, it has to go to e2 in many cases. It doesn't feel terribly comfortable. What ends up happening here in this position is that white has to figure out how to somehow win a pawn on b5 without black getting too much compensation and hope that he gets an advantage. However, I like Aronian's last move. I think rook c8 was a really, really nice move, really good timing, a nice understanding from the Armenian player of this specific position, and it's up to Giri to prove something in an already very sharp position.
Right, so just every game today, except for perhaps Carlsen Nakamura, it seems to be a really sharp opening.
Yes, and I want to go back actually to this Grischuk against Topalov game, and I saw a very cheeky idea here from both players actually. We did have the trade of bishops on c5, and after that Grischuk decided, hey, I'm going to kick out your knight from c5. Topalov pretty much said, no, let me take that pawn, and play b4, making sure that this knight on c5 will never be harassed, that this knight stays strong. But then Grischuk played the move knight b5, which I think is quite interesting. The idea is that, well, obviously you cannot take the knight because there is the spin down on a8, but the idea is to remaneuver the knight to d4 and then take advantage of the weak square on c6. So a little bit of a cheeky idea, using the fact that this is spinned in order to bring back the knight. I don't necessarily think it's the greatest of ideas. The knight on d4 sometimes finds itself misplaced and weak.
Well, we can cover c6 pretty easily, especially with the potential to play queen b6 at the right moment.
Right, so it begs the question if the knight on b5 maneuver is actually quite strong, or if he should try to trade the knight on c5.
And also, yeah, we need to look out for queen b6. Okay, Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on that game.
Bigger question, and Jen, you're right. Your instincts are dead on. The move queen b6 asks a very serious question. If this move is played, what do you do? Clearly, there's a discovery on the king. And if you play the move knight back to d4, suddenly you run into this tactical shot. Knight takes b3. And now the pin on the knight shows itself. You cannot catch it back with the knight. Of course, if you take with the queen, queen takes, and black just won a pawn, no problem at all. So what do you do about this move, queen to b6? If you play king to h1, that seems to solidify everything. No problem. You put your knight on d4 on the next move. Well, take a look at this crazy shot, g5. Where did that come from? Now, the other knight is being harassed, and it is very limited here in its options of squares. Of course, if it goes to h3, then the move bishop takes on h3 is winning instantly because of now the fact that there's no longer a pin on the back row. So the move g5 is a huge question. Did Grischuk overlook this possibility after g5? There's nowhere else to go, by the way. Looking in at squares, knight d3 blocks the bishop defense, and suddenly queen takes on b5 is possible, and he just wins a piece. So what happens here after the move g5? The Indians are now giving queen moves, queen to d4, attacking the knight that's hanging on the f6 square. But after knight c to d7, challenging the queen after a queen trade, this knight is hanging, and suddenly the knight defends the rook on a8, so this knight is hanging. But the lines are very interesting after knight takes, g takes f4. Even in this position, the Indians after rook f to c1 is saying it's only slightly better for black, despite the fact that black is a piece for a pawn down. The Indians are giving only a small edge, probably based on the power of these pawns and the difficulty of bringing the piece out on c8, also the pressure on a6. White's pieces are wonderful. Do they compensate for a full piece differential, or at least a piece for a pawn? A crazy position could break out in any moment in this very critical game.
Very strange variations. I actually had not considered g5 at all, but the fact that the knight is running out of squares is actually quite important. We see that Topalov has played the move queen b6. Grischuk's not at the board just yet, but king h1 is definitely the most natural move. Perhaps he completely overlooked this idea of g5.
Yeah, easy move to overlook, right? I mean, it's so unnatural.
It's just so weakening. It's completely unnatural.
Right, and let's take a look at the standings after 5 rounds review for those of you tuning in. Topalov is already crushing the field, and we like his position again with black, so he could be running away with this tournament.
It's over.
He's got 4.5 points. Nakamura a point behind, playing his nemesis today, Magnus Carlsen. Anish, Giri, and Anand within striking distance. MBL even score. And Caruana, Grischuk, and Aronian all having disappointing tournaments. But no bigger disappointment than Team Norway.
Team Norway definitely at the bottom of the board, not somewhere where they wanted to see themselves. Magnus Carlsen with only 1.5 points, trying to make it 2.5 after today against Hikaru Nakamura.
That's right. So let's take a look at that game between Magnus Carlsen and Nakamura that we see on the screen now. Both players very intense at the board.
Well, I don't think they're calculating much. This is not exactly an intense type of situation.
But they look so intense there, just thinking about ideas.
There's definitely a couple of strategical nuances here, and Nakamura has to be careful not to fall into a worse position. Carlsen had just played the quiet move h3, and you might be wondering, why did he do that? Well, there's a lot of reasons. First of all, the loft is useful in long-term ideas that the first rank is weakened, and we'll see later how this affects the game. And also, very importantly, it begs the question to Nakamura, like, what's your plan? Show me your hand. Here, if you develop one of the rooks, which is the natural thing to do, you're kind of giving a bias towards which break you want to do. Notice that in this position, the idea of e5 and the idea of c5 are probably the two breaks that you're looking towards, but which one you want to execute would depend partially on where your rooks are placed. If you, for example, play the rook to c8, you're kind of telegraphing the fact that you're going to push c5 as quickly as possible. Also, the move rook d8 is more leaning towards a push c5 than anything else, as what you expect after the move c5 is d5. And you're hoping that already the rook would be participating in what's going to become an open file in the near future.
Yeah, to try to get equality when those trades start popping out.
Exactly. And actually we see that Nakamura immediately played the move c5. I expect that here Carlsen will take on c5. Oh, sorry, played
well, let's look
d5.
at what happens after d5, because that looks pretty forcing, right?
Well, it's not forcing. I mean, you could take on c5 and still have a small edge.
No, I'm saying after d5.
Well, again, I don't think this is forcing. You have e5 as an alternative. You can leave the pawn on e6, which is sometimes not so bad. You could take on d5. You could take on d5 with the bishop.
Well, let's try taking on d5 and see how that turns out.
Okay, and then I take. And there's a little bit of pressure here.
And how much does white have here?
I don't know if he has that much, but it's definitely white's better.
Surely a little something, but not a lot. I mean, how can you define your advantage here? Like, obviously the d file, and then.
Yeah, it's very slight. I mean, I agree with you that this is perhaps not that much. Perhaps d5 is not going to be played. There's also other ideas like bishop b5. I'm a little afraid of you taking on f3 in certain variations.
But at least that makes things more interesting.
Perhaps.
Well, Maurice Ashley has some thoughts on the marquee battle, Grischuk Topalov.
And it has occurred. The move we were talking about, g5, was played by Topalov, and the variations are bananas. Take a look at this position. Queen b6, right away. Grischuk did play king h1, and bam, g5 is now on the board. Will Grischuk go into a heavy think? There are lots of lines here. We mentioned the knight simply can't move, but you want to see a crazy variation, the move queen to d4, which looks somewhat natural, trying to take advantage of the g5 push. Black has this move, queen back to d8, getting off this line, and again asking this knight where it plans to go. The move knight d3, the most natural move on the board, runs into knight takes b3. Thanks for the pawn and the fork on the pieces in this position. Queen b2 is the engine's best. And after knight takes on a1, you would think, well, just grab your piece back. Knight takes b4, now threatening to go into c6 and exploit the fact that this knight no longer has any protection. There's no simple defense here. The best move the engine's coming up with is bishop to d7. By the way, just to point this out, if a takes on b5, then knight to c6, queen c7, queen f6, and already there's a mate threat. Well, you have to give away your queen in this position. Easy perpetual on this square. White is absolutely fine. So how do you play for advantage here with black? Maybe the move bishop to d7, and now white calmly drops the knight back. Again, looking to land on the c6 square. This knight on in the corner is just trapped, so he's not worried about that. If rook to b8, pinning, you want to see a weird move? I'm just going to unpin, but I'm going to keep protection on my knight. Now queen to a5, insisting, defending the knight. When I saw this move, I was like, okay, black must be winning, right? Wrong. Knight to c6, the other knight, the d knight, and now queen takes f6, and there's the perpetual check hitting here. Knight takes on c6, also in the position. Don't try to avoid all of this with this move, rook f to c8, because he'll still take on c6. And what do you got? The queen under attack, a fork, this this rook, incredible. White has full compensation. Now, the main lines are leading to draw for white. So it's not like Topalov is losing in all of these lines, but he has to be careful not to overstep. G5 is not a winning move by any stretch, but it is on the board. It has been committed, and it's now up to Grischuk to decide exactly what he plans to do. I imagine that he overlooked G5. Otherwise, he would have played his move already, and we might see one of those famous, or we may say infamous, Grischuk thinks. Will he be in it for a half an hour, 45 minutes? You might be able to go away and get a latte and come back, and Grischuk may not have moved by then. Guys?
I don't know. Topalov seems more like an espresso guy. Double espresso.
Double espresso is probably what somebody needs to give him during tournaments.
We've got some really interesting comments on Twitter, actually, so I'd like to go over a couple of them. Nigel Short said that Grischuk's knight belongs on g3 and not f4, and that, showing his bias here, black has a good Benoni if that is not an oxymoron.
There's no such thing as a good Benoni.
That's what he's trying to say, exactly.
I agree with Short.
You don't like you like the Penko, but you don't like the Benoni.
Yeah, I've never played the Benoni in my life. I hate that. I hate that opening. I think black's just worse in every single variation.
What if you have to play it for the white side?
I play the white side every day.
No, I mean like the reverse Benoni. We had a position
the reverse Benoni is actually fine.
With an extra tempo, you'll take it.
Yeah, the problem with the Benoni is the specifically variations don't add up. The variations that are sharp,
like the check variation, you don't like that one?
Not necessarily the check variation. There's a lot of sharp lines, especially this bishop f4 new ideas that everybody's playing. Man, they just seem like torture for black. But because specifically there are tactical problems with bishop f4 and the pawn hanging on d6, when you play it in the reverse version, it's just fine.
Well, this is not a very charitable description of Topalov's performance. Somebody asks, is the theme of this tournament to play poorly versus Topalov?
I wouldn't even say play poorly, but I'll the end give them the point anyway.
And finally, one of Carlsen's fans, says that Carlsen looks great out of the opening against Nakamura and hours of chess torture ahead, which certainly has as much to do with the position itself as Carlsen's reputation for being a masterful grinder.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not terribly convinced by Magnus's play here, because as you mentioned, and we already see this position on the board. This doesn't look like much.
But even not much for Carlsen. He's going to play.
Of course he's going to play.
Not just based on the rules, but even based on like his desire, and he's thinking about the win.
Right. I'm not doubting his desire. I'm just doubting what on earth he's doing. Like, if I play knight f6, and what's your next move?
How are you going to play here for a win? I guess we have to try to play for b4 at some point.
I don't think b4 is ever going to help you. I mean, you just simplify the position in the queen side. That's not a good plan.
So you want to try to expand on the king side? I mean,
No, you definitely want to get your pawn to e5 and kind of pressure the king side somehow. Maybe put a knight on f5. But
it's not going to be that easy to arrange, though.
No, it's horrible. It's really hard. Concretely, there's already possibilities of black trading everything off on
That's what I'm saying. I mean, right now we have to retreat all the way because, we could go to d3. Okay.
Yeah, then after rook fd8, rook d1. I mean, trade, rook d8 looks okay. Yeah, unless I'm falling for a trick with queen e5, but I'm not. Because after I play queen e5, I can still just take your queen. I don't check. I have the intermediate, queen e8. This looks okay. I don't think the knight endgame is that dangerous.
So, a struggle for Carlsen to find some juice in this position.
Yeah, no, I don't see much. This might be a little bit of a disappointing game unless he comes up with something quickly.
Maurice, do you see anything there for Magnus?
Not at all. I look at that position and it looks very equal for Black. I think Black has solved most of his problems, which is exactly what Nakamura wanted to do going into tomorrow's round and the following round with two whites to play with and against inferior opposition. So I think Nakamura is very happy there, and his fans will be happy as well. But in another game for the Battle of Norway, if you will, this game between Hammer and Caruana, it looked as though Hammer was in some danger, but then he played this move. Bishop takes a3, and he may still be in danger, giving away his bishop for a knight. I talk about this a lot, the grandmaster trade of bishop for a knight. If you give up the dark square bishop, generally speaking, it means you're going to fight for the light square since you're giving away your dark squares after all. White played bishop takes, and after rook moved to e8, he simply dropped back, guarding his pawn, now saying I've got this wonderful bishop in the position, but here comes the move b5, looking to undermine that central formation, attacking with the move b5 now. Of course, again, he has to attack on the light squares, given that he has an extra knight, and white is only with this dark square bishop. Bishop to c3 was quickly played by Caruana, giving away this pawn. The variations run, if you play pawn takes, he can play the move queen to a4. He can also consider knight to e5. But this position, really interesting already, heating up quite rapidly after the move b5. And Grischuk, we should note, Grischuk still in the tank after the move g5. So Black playing quite aggressively in a couple of the games so far.
Yeah, Grischuk, true to style, he has 47 minutes left for the remaining 23 moves until the first time control, and I expect him to take between 15 and 20 minutes in this position since it's so complicated and I don't see anything clear.
So we're going to have a doozy of time pressure.
Oh, definitely. Grischuk's going to get into time pressure. Whether he survives it this time around, we're going to have to see. This is going to be an incredible game because after g5, he's forcing Grischuk's hand. Any natural move just loses the knight. He needs to do something. So he has no choices but to go into the complications. He might even play queen d4 before he tanks, because queen d4 seems forced the more I look at it. I don't really see any alternative.
You mean he might actually make the practical decision to play queen d4 before working it all out?
He doesn't
just
do that
to save
very
time
often.
for later?
Yeah, he doesn't do that very often, so he might tank here. You're right. Queen d4, even if it's forced, he might think about it for a long time.
Who was the player that was described as pragmatic in the World War description? I can't remember which one it was.
Wasn't it Grischuk?
It definitely wasn't Grischuk. Caruana, that's what it was.
Caruana was, yeah, and yeah, also not terribly applicable.
Well, maybe in terms of his time management.
Well, definitely.
And his opening selection.
His opening selection is actually quite good, but I would say a lot of it is based more on preparation than on just adjusting to the situation.
So you give a lot of credit to Fabiano's trainer.
Well, not just his trainer. I mean, I think they both work together. It's not like Topalov wakes up in the morning and does everything. No, Caruana also has an incredible amount of input of how he's feeling, how he thinks the opponents are doing.
Yeah, exactly. And knowing when to, how much, how to work with somebody, that is a talent as well.
Yeah, of course. They're very compatible and they've been working together for many, many years. Actually, Topalov used to work with Giri, but Giri broke away and started working with Tumakov, I want to say 2 or 3 years ago.
Well, it's probably awkward to be working with more than one player in the top 10, right?
Well, Topalov said that at least he got a rest day during the tournaments when they get to face each other, so that he didn't have to prepare them.
Let's take a look and see what type of money these guys are playing for in the Grand Chess Tour. Grand Chess prizes in the Grand Chess Tour, $75K for first, but there are also bonus prizes, which you get by scoring the most points on the whole tour, which also includes St. Louis and London. How do you get those points? Well, you get a max of 13 points for winning each event on the Grand Chess Tour, down to the 1 point for last, and add up all those points, see who has the most at the end, and that will be the Grand Chess Tour winner, and we'll get that extra 75K. So theoretically, you could get 300K on this Grand Chess Tour.
Right. Difficult to believe that somebody's going to get 300K. They'll have to win every single one of the Grand Chess Tours. Incredibly strong tournaments. We have Magnus Carlsen, which is not going to win the first leg of this tour. And anybody that actually does win in Norway would have to win 2 more against Nakamura, Carlsen, Topalov, it'll be very, very strong.
Of course, it would be more likely if we saw Carlsen dominated that we could say that was a possibility.
Right, but that's definitely not going to be happening. He's going to come here into the Sinkfield Cup, not after winning Norway chess, and he's going to try to make his mark, try to say, I'm here at the Sinkfield, I'm going to recover, and I'm going to win the Grand Chess Tour somehow.
That's right. He did win the first edition of the Sinkfield Cup.
He did win the first edition of the Sinkfield Cup, while the second was...
You could say he won the second in a way. The whole exhibition joke.
Right, okay.
Maurice Ashley, with some thoughts on the hammer game.
Yes, it looks as though Caruana may have lost control of this game a bit after that great b5 idea. Now the light squares are incredibly weak. He's simply trying to win this pawn back and maybe trying to prove that Black's pawn structure doesn't look that good on the queen side, but it's not as though his pawns are a picture of health themselves, and especially with this bishop on c3 that just looks like a giant pawn. Queen a4 has been played. I was thinking of the move here, knight to e7. It's not one that the engines give, but the more I analyze it, the more I like it. Queen takes a7 is possible, and the engines come up with a very cute trick. Bishop b7, rook a b1, and this move, knight to e4, ignoring the bishop on b7. Why? Because rook takes on b7 simply runs into rook to a8, trapping the queen. A nice trap by putting the knight on e4. But instead of doing that, Hammer played another move that looks reasonable, the move bishop to d7. This does give white a smidgen, I mean just this much of an edge according to the engines. Again, it's all about harmony here, but still he is planning after queen c4 to put the knight onto e7 with the idea of bringing the bishop to b5, pinning this, skewering this piece, and also the knight to d5. I don't see how white deals with this knight on d5. There's going to be a monster knight sitting on that square. This bishop is going to just be anemic after that. This position just looks great. As a matter of fact, the knight has already landed on that square after queen a4, bishop to d7, queen takes. He just dropped the knight there immediately. Whether or not this is the most accurate way of doing it, I'm not sure, but still the knight is sitting there, no way to oppose it. Black looks like he's gotten out of the worst of it in this position. Alejandro, I know you like this for white initially, but it looks like Black is definitely saving himself now. Another game we should note, very important game, maybe not too important for the standings, although Giri is within a stone's throw of the leaders. Giri's up a pawn. Here's the pass pawn here, but the engines are saying that it may not be enough to win the game, but you'd rather have a pawn in your pocket than be the one struggling for the draw. So we'll see how this game continues to unfold.
Some interesting results. Yeah, I mean, I think in this position between Giri and Aronian, actually, I don't see the pawn surviving for very long. I don't see how you protect it for more than a couple of moves.
Well, that would make sense, because if we can keep the a pawn, I have no idea why this would be drawish.
Right. I mean, he did play king a2, and I'm wondering, if you play rook a8, what's your next move? I think this is just a draw. I'm going to take a2 on the next move. This looks completely drawish. I guess you have to defend it with a4.
Yes, we have to play a4, right?
If you still, because you played king e2, that's very important. You got away from this knight d3 resource I wanted to have. I don't know. I feel like
so after rook a8, a4, what's your follow-up? Oh, you want to do something different now?
Yeah, now I want to do something different, but I have the feeling
something
that
with
this
some
one's going to survive. Sorry?
You want to do something that's a little bit more active, perhaps?
Perhaps more active, perhaps more tricky. I still don't have the feeling that white's going to be able to keep his pawn.
You want to try to stick knight c4 in at the right moment, and then...
There's so many ideas here. Knight c4, knight d6 is an idea, hitting this pawn and this rook. Of course, at the moment this d4 knight is hanging, there's ideas of rook d2 check.
Yeah, so how do you deal with this knight c4?
You have to play something like knight b3, but I have the feeling that after knight d6, there's no problems here for black.
Yeah, because we're coming into c2. That's a problem.
Yeah, c2 is coming. There's a lot of different ideas here in this position. I don't know.
So you would probably have to play like rook c5 or something here.
Well, rook c5 is possible. I don't know. It's just a feeling. I haven't calculated out how to win this pawn. I just don't see how you hold on to it in certain variations. And I think that I agree completely with Maurice. I used to like this position a lot more for Caruana when the structure in the center was healthy. This knight a3 move, I think, was the culprit. I don't think this was a good move at all. Caruana must have underestimated this idea of taking on a3, rook e8, and then only then playing the move b5. So we're going to have to keep up with these games. I think that Caruana still has a slight edge despite the strong blockade on d5. But it's not a walk in the park anymore.
All right, well, let's take a quick commercial break as these games heat up.
Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreStLouis.com.
And we are back. Norway Chess 2015. Magnus Carlsen trying to squeeze blood from a stone here, huh?
Well, that's what he's done in the past against Hikaru, and honestly, this one looks pretty dry. I don't see any particular advantage for the world champion. He has a couple of things.
The D file.
He has a couple of things to work for. He has the D file, but as we know, file is always important as its penetration squares. In this case, because you don't have access to D8, and more importantly, you don't have access to D7 because of the defense of the knight. For now, that's not very relevant.
Well, D6 could become relevant if we weaken the B6 pawn.
Right, if this pawn voluntarily moves out of A7, then B6 would be weak, but I have the feeling that Nakamura is not going to consider moving that pawn forward. Instead, I actually expect him to think about C4. I'm not sure it's a good move, but if you can get C4 and C3 in and simplify the position and get your rook to be even more active, it definitely might be something worth looking at.
I mean, yeah, even for Magnus, this is going to be hard to get juicy, right?
This is going to
But
be
that's
hard.
why we like to watch him, because he always comes up with something.
And Nakamura looks completely fine to me in this position. I don't think he has that much to worry about. Let's see what else we have. As expected, Topalov has actually not played a move after the move G5.
You mean Grischuk?
Sorry, Grischuk has not played a move after Topalov played G5.
But of all the moments to be in the tank, this is one where you actually can't blame him a lot.
Well,
I see what you're saying about the practical value of just slamming down Queen D4.
I just don't see another move. I think that all the other sacrifices look crazy because the knight moves lose the knight immediately. So what to do? I mean, knight d3 obviously loses instantly, knight h3 loses instantly, knight e6 loses instantly, knight h5 loses instantly. There's no way to defend the knight. You have to counterattack with queen d4. You have to counterattack with queen d4. And I'm starting to worry that he's actually lucky that he has this queen d4 move, because if he didn't consider g5, he wouldn't have had this queen d4 move, but...
Do you think he just missed it?
I'm starting to think so. I'm starting to think he just missed
It
g5.
is a really unusual idea.
I think
because
so.
the whole bishop takes h3 and
No, it's completely...
noticing that the b5
It's completely
knight...
unorthodox. The fact that this knight is trapped on f4 is like, what? It's trapped? But it just happens that the tactics
Well, because
of
it
this
has a lot of
work.
squares that it can go to. It's just that it's the b5 knight
Right.
that you were tactically holding on to because of the discoordination of the rooks,
Exactly.
which is no longer available.
Yes,
And
precisely.
that's easy to miss, I think. That's easy to hallucinate. I mean, not for somebody like Grischuk, but...
Well, it looks like he missed it. I don't think that he would have been thinking for as long as he has in this position had he been familiar with the idea, had he seen it before, because as I mentioned, after g5, I don't see any other move.
So this whole theory of process of elimination, is this something you teach people?
Yeah, it's something that is taught very often in time management, because if you see that move A, you have three moves, three legal moves. Move A move A loses. Move B obviously loses. Well, you just move the last one. I mean, what else can you do?
Right, is that good? That's a good mentality also for rapid chess, where
Definitely
playing
important for
quickly is
rapid
important.
chess. Sometimes the practical value is more important than the objective value of some moves.
Well, we've also got some exciting chess, a Najdorf. Maurice, for more on that.
Well, a novelty was played in this game. The first time a new move was seen, bishop to b7. This move was actually recommended again in that same chess-based article by Igor Stoll, who analyzed this game when it was Grischuk on the black side playing against Navarro on the white side in Tromsø. In this position, Grischuk actually played the move rook to e8. And Stoll made the point after this move, knight to g3, which was White's last move, that now that the knight can no longer go to f4, then certainly bishop to b7 deserves serious attention, because you don't have to worry about the e6 pawn being under too much pressure anymore, because this knight has committed itself. Well, of course, anything on the Najdorf, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave knows something about. He must have seen that article, or at least looked at this himself and understood this nuance. Now that knight's on g3, he did play that recommendation, bishop b7. Whether he read it or not, it is now on the board. And Anand, now seeing this position for the very first time, or maybe he saw the move himself, he played this one, king to h1. Now, the reality is that this sacrifice is always in the air. Bishop takes on h6. It's something that they have to calculate on every single move, because that is a big sack on this side of the board that will blow up Black's king position. White also has to worry about this move, d5. The engines are giving as possible here. Natural response, of course. This move looks like the most obvious move in the world, but for 1 point, e5 is in the position to ignore this advance, play the move e5. Now, of course, capturing is virtually necessary. And now bishop f4, exploiting the rook's position on b8. A line continues, queen takes, and then bishop takes on b8. And this position is interesting to look at. Is this one better for white? 2 pawns for the exchange for black, but a weak e6 pawn, which can be attacked right away with the move queen e3. Crazy position right now, could break out. The players have to begin to calculate very deeply here, because it's a critical point in this late stage of the opening, early stage of the middle game.
This e5 idea is quite typical, but also usually when black quote, loses the exchange but obtains 2 pawns for it in the Sicilian, especially against a dark squared bishop that you would be obtaining in this variation we just looked at, that usually is quite good, because first of all, this bishop was key to the attack. It was the one that was sacrificing itself on h6. So this has to actually work for white. I think that if he doesn't have enough pressure on e6, he even risks being worse in certain variations. Imagine that this pawn gets all the way to e4, suddenly the rooks are not that important, the bishops are quite good, the material balance exists, this rook comes to c8 and attacks the pawn on c2. I think that it's a very strategically complex position, especially one that needs to be evaluated from all the way back here. And it's sometimes in certain positions not so difficult to see the variations, and I think d5, e5 is quite basic to see. It's calculating the position and then evaluating the resulting branches. And in this case, I think that evaluating that position that we just saw is very difficult when it's done from this starting scenario.
That's true, although MVL shows that he's got a great appreciation of the exchange sack. I mean, we've already seen him equalize quite easily with that idea in an earlier game.
Right. I think that was actually a really nice exchange sack that he made against Caruana. And I think that's partially why I think that d5 is definitely on his thoughts.
Yeah, I do. And I mean, d5 is just such a typical Sicilian move. And usually the thing about d5 is you always have to check, can my opponent play e5? So this is very intrinsic to the Sicilian.
Right. No, d5 looks very logical, but it's not the only move. There's so many other alternatives in this position, especially because Anand just played the move king h1, which isn't signaling that something is going on right away. I would even consider
rook
just
c8,
moving
yeah.
rook c8, attacking the pawn, and only then thinking
Considering
about
d5. Yeah.
This might run into a little trick, though. The problem is that after c3, it looks like d5 is even better, because now there's no skewer, but it's actually a lot worse, because after e5, queen takes e5, bishop f4. That's it.
Before we could play queen takes b2.
Before you had the ability to take, oops, not that way. You had the ability to take the pawn on b2 because the pawn wasn't on c3. Suddenly here, your queen's surprisingly trapped on the center of the board, so this doesn't quite work.
So here we'd have to think of something besides, after rook c8, c3, if we can't play d5, it's kind of annoying.
There's a lot of ideas. I mean, I
We
would
can play rook to
even,
d8 as well.
well, this looks okay, but I would even consider b4. before in this position and the ideas that I take, I played d5 here. And now suddenly there's some interesting ideas. Yes, this is a pawn sacrifice, but the pawn on b4 is hanging in certain variations. Once I move my queen and attack it, this knight is hanging, the center is
Still
open.
e5 is on the menu.
And then, right, and then you realize e5, still a problem, because after queen takes e5 this is still not a possibility. Yeah, I don't know. Rook c8 looks logical, but if c3 prevents me from playing d5, suddenly I lose interest in this move.
Very interesting. So the precise nature of the position might make d5 the most accurate move. Usually we think a lot of times strong players have more patience.
Right.
And they don't go for the forcing line right away, but this could be the counterexample to that. Maurice, any news on Topalov?
Big news in that game. Topalov is about to win a piece, but we see the line that is very difficult to evaluate. This variation with queen to d4. Grischuk, after embracing his inner time pressure demons, decided to finally play this move, queen to d4, and instantly the move knight back, knight c to d7 was played. This queen trade has happened, and now knight takes, and this is where Grischuk has to stop and think yet again, although you would think that he would just take on d6 right away. Instead, he has opted for the move knight to c7. Knight to c7 is his move. Instead of grabbing material, this move will be responded to most logically by rook to a7. And again, both knights under attack. It's a little bit of a surprise, this move knight to c7, but now both knights are under attack. The best move being given is rook fc1 takes. And what's incredible about this position is that the engines are saying it's only a bit better for black. He's a piece up. This is a full knight, no pawn even did he get for it. But with the move rook down to c6, suddenly an attack on these pieces. Well, the rook's not even threatening to capture anything since the knight is hanging on c7 for the moment. So black could play a move like rook to d8, for example, guarding his pawn. And still, the engines are giving this position as okay for white. There is this move, knight to b5, crazy move. But certainly, again, the pin on this file, trying to take advantage of that, attacking the knight on this square, and back to attacking the pawn on d6. This is not easy. It looked as though it would just be a simple line for black. Now it's exploded into some weird endgame complications. Up a full piece, but not able to stabilize the activity of the white forces. He has played rook a7, has Topalov, and Grischuk instantly blitzed out his move. I don't see it appearing on my board as yet. Knight b5 was played. That was not a suggestion given by the engines. Knight to b5. That move can be responded to by rook to d7. Maybe a little bit too quick, this last move, because rook to d7 does stabilize the position. And now the engines are liking black's position a bit more here than it did before. So I'm not sure that Grischuk has found the best line for himself, but still a lot of game to play.
I'm wondering which version of this knight loss he wants to play, because it doesn't seem logical to me at all to go knight c7, knight b5, and allow the rook to improve itself to rook d7. I mean, basically we have the same position, correct? Except you have to ask yourself as black, would I rather have the rook on a8 or on d7? And I cannot imagine a reason why I wouldn't want to have my rook on d7. It's already defending the d6 pawn. And lots of the compensation that we saw in this position after rook fc1 was precisely the fact that this rook was locked out of this side of the board. I couldn't go to d7 and I couldn't defend my pawn on d6. So after pawn takes f4, rook c6, I already thought that there was quite a bit of compensation, and I can see why the engine says, like, this is better for black because you're up a piece, but it's nothing special. Your pieces, well, they're kind of bad, and honestly all your pawns are bad, and if white just gets a couple of them back, he'll have full compensation. But after knight b5, rook d7, this suddenly is worrisome for white. I don't actually know what your next move is, because in most variations you're just going to be down a piece. You could get 2 pawns for the piece by playing knight h3.
Or something?
Knight d3 maybe even better, and after taking, you take on b4,
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
you play bishop b5, and then you play knight c6. But actually I'm not in love with this idea at all. White is down a piece, and his 2 pawns are definitely not enough compensation. I would have rather had to be down a full piece, but with a lot of positional pressure, rather than down a piece for a two pawns where the positional compensation to me it's a little murky here.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, Grischuk clearly thought about this during his tank, and then when the position got closer, he just continued to play the moves that he had analyzed previously. But that's why a lot of times it's better to just play the first move and then look for extra options down the tree.
Yeah, he was pretty sure about his evaluation of the position, but
Which he all did prior to playing Queen D4.
right, and it's good, as you mentioned, it's good practice to actually not do that. It's better to just play your force move, and then when the position is much clearer, to be able to evaluate from there.
Well, especially players who are not at this level.
Especially for players that are not at this level. The Grischuk's showing me that perhaps he should have done that himself.
Exactly. Even these guys, human in that respect, that sometimes they can be wrong about doing that.
Yeah, sometimes
the whole reason is just the closer their position is to the one that you're actually analyzing, the better you're going to see it.
No, I agree completely. Topalov, on the other hand, he's using almost no time, actually, despite the heavy amount of variations. And I was actually surprised that he put the knight on d7 immediately here on this square, because the move queen d8 was also quite tempting, and I guess he worked out a couple of variations while Topalov was thinking that he didn't like so much. On the other hand, knight cd7, it put some time pressure here on Grischuk. But you see that Grischuk has 28 minutes for the remaining 28 moves, so he's down to his typical 1 minute per move. Whereas Topalov has an hour and 30 minutes, which is a huge time advantage. And I think Topalov is trying to pressure him not only on the board, but also on the clock.
We've got Maurice with an update from that game.
Well, a comment there, Alejandro, I agree with you, but remember, Topalov is a point ahead of the field. Nakamura is not winning that game against Carlsen. Maximum he'll get out of that position is a draw. And even if Anand's game against MVL results in a victory for Anand, the most he'll do is tie Nakamura because he's a point and a half back. So Topalov really, with a win, virtually seals the tournament. I mean, a draw by Naka, if he manages to draw, or a loss, clearly it'd be even worse. Even a win by Anand, it wouldn't matter. If Topalov wins this round, I think we lay the tournament to bed after round 6. That would be insane. So Topalov sees an excellent chance here to seal the deal, but at the same time, he's also not risking anything. There's no three results here. You only see 2 results. Either Topalov manages to consolidate his piece and win the game, or he doesn't and he only gets a draw, and he just has to settle for that. That's it. So Topalov is in an amazing situation, on top of the fact that his opponent is in this ridiculous time pressure yet again, typical of Grischuk, of course, but still, for Topalov, he's got to be sitting pretty. Can you imagine any tournament where a player wins 4 games, his first 4 games, with the black pieces? How often do you see that happen? That would be amazing if it happened in this event. 3 already. A 4th one is just, I think, would be almost unheard of.
I actually cannot think of any situation in which that has happened. Winning your first 4 games in a super elite event with the black pieces.
Interesting. Yeah, well, Fabiano Caruana started out 7-0.
But he definitely had a lot of whites there.
Probably 4 and 3, right?
Yeah, I think he had 4 whites and 3 blacks. And then he was is that right? I'm not actually sure that is right, because he played Carlsen in round 8.
We'll check on that.
And I think he was white in that game. So it might have been done by Caruana last year, but we're going to have to check.
But just, yeah, I mean, it was an incredible performance so far by Topalov. Do you think the tournament is over if he wins today?
If he wins today, yeah. I mean...
90% or 100%?
No, it's obviously not 100%. Nothing's 100%.
Because also with his style, his dynamic style, he is still going to play his opening repertoire.
Well, I don't think he has a choice but to play his opening repertoire. But come on, of course, he's playing so well, and he's going to have 2 whites out of the remaining 3 games.
But are you saying 100% or 98%?
98% that he wins. If he wins this game, and Nakamura doesn't beat Carlsen, which he won't, then yeah, of course.
I still think I would take the bet on 98%.
That's fine with me. I have no quarrels with that. Topalov being so far ahead, he would have to do what? Lose 2 of the remaining games, and a certain combination of results has to happen. And then on top of that, he'd probably have to play a possible playoff. Yeah, no, that's very hard to believe. He would be a point and a half right ahead.
You mean he'd
of,
also have to lose the playoff?
yes, he would have to also lose the playoffs. He would be a point and a half ahead of Nakamura and Anand. And we're saying the field like there's a ton of people behind him. No, it's just Nakamura and Anand. And if they can't keep up the pace, that also gives Topalov a relatively free finish line.
Let's take a look at the standings. 4.5 points for Topalov. So what we're saying is, if he wins today, Nakamura looks like he's only going to draw. Or at least draw. He's a little worse, but he's going to draw probably. That'll be a 1.5 distance with 3 rounds to go.
Yeah, 3 rounds to go. What? Yeah, 98% sounds really good. He's white in 2 of those games.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Anand is playing him in the last round. So Anand will, if Anand can bridge even a little bit of the distance, he just has to win that game.
He would have to cut the distance by half a point, win, and then win the playoff.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's probably the most likely scenario that Topalov doesn't win there. But
But
still
even in
don't...
that case, he's white against Anand, which helps a lot.
Yeah, that's...
If the colors were reversed, it would be a lot more likely, of course.
I don't see it happening. Just 2 whites is so huge in 3 games. You'd have to lose one of your whites, probably one of your blacks, and not be able to convert the other one of your white pieces. Now, that's very unlikely.
So who's ready to win $9,800?
I don't think that that's going to necessarily happen, though. We still have a lot of game here in between Grischuk and Topalov. This is by far not over.
That's right. Maurice with an update on Carlsen Nakamura. Has that gotten more interesting?
It's gotten a lot more interesting, and we talk about Nakamura being slightly worse. The engine's already saying that he's the one who was slightly better before his last move and is at least equal when he played this move C4. Remember, he let Carlsen have the D file, but he went after the C file, and I played C4, and I would posit that if I gave you this position and said Carlsen was playing the black pieces, you would not think he was worse at all. You'd say, wait a minute, black is for choice here. Look at the weak white pawns on the queen side. He's got a majority. He's got no danger whatsoever on this side, and this D file is like a paper tiger. Nothing to be worried about. In fact, the engines are giving that if queen C2 here, which is the top move, Queen E4, daring you to trade queens. You know when a move like this is on the board and taking is already worse, according to the engines, for white, because Rook D4 runs into the move C3, looking to get the majority on this side. Not much of an advantage, not a huge one to be sure, but certainly no problem at all for black. It looks as though Nakamura has not only equalized, but he's starting to think, can I actually beat this guy in an endgame? And why not start to think that way? And Carlsen studying the position, he needs to be careful that he does not lose control of this position. Nakamura not at the board anymore, just relaxing, as it looks like he is just fine in this position.
I completely agree with that. I think that Nakamura is very happy with the situation. He can even start thinking about pushing in certain endgames where the A pawn might be weak. I think Carlsen might start thinking, hey, it's time to put on the brakes, make sure that there's no problems in this position, try to actually draw instead of being his usual self or let's push for a win, because usually those are just equal games where he tries to push for a win out of nothing. In this case, I would even think that he's slightly worse. He did play that move C4 that I thought was really, really good.
Very surprising. We've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan with one of the most surprising things that happened in this tournament so far. Last minute loss by Hammer. There he is, Yasser Seirawan.
Hello, St. Louis. I saw one of the most astounding blunders yesterday I've ever seen in elite top chess in my career. I have to put it in context, however. After a very, very hard, tough, complex 6-hour-long fight, we had a situation where Jan Ludwig Hammer, as white, was playing against tournament leader Veselin Topalov as black. Black has king and bishop against king and 3 pawns. You cannot checkmate with king and bishop alone. You have to hope that this pawn will one day make it to a queen. In this position, Jan just had a mental block. He saw that if he moved his king with the idea of advancing his pawn and trading pawns, he makes a draw. But he also saw that if he moved his king here, to e4, then king e6, and he would be losing. He was also afraid that if he moved his king to d4, there would be a check, and once again he would be losing. He just had a temporary blackout that he could have just simply played the move f5 at once. The pawn would be captured, and then move the king to e5, and there is nothing that black could do to prevent the loss of a pawn. So with the move f5, the game would have been drawn. Everybody expected that result. Amazingly, again, 6-hour-long game, Hammer came up with the move king c6, and then after king e6, he realized that it would do him no good to win the bishop, because by the time the white king has won the bishop, the black king goes to f5, captures both pawns, and this pawn rolls down the board for a touchdown. And with this gifted half point, Veselin Topalov took the lead and won his 4th game out of 5. So an extraordinary turnaround just at the very end of the game. Goes to show you how cruel chess can be. You work like a dog for 6 hours, and one bad move costs you the game. An amazing turnaround in round 5. Back to you in St. Louis.
6.5 hours of chess from John Ludwig Hammer that was up and down. We thought that he started brilliantly and explosively against Topalov, sacrificing a piece, restricting his play, playing like he belonged in this super elite tournament. Then his position died down a little bit. He played too passively. He allowed Topalov back in the driver's seat, and then the disaster after it seemed he had weathered the worst. And, well, here we have Topalov with another gifted point and a solid 4.5 out of 5. Now we do see that we have a couple of moves in this key matchup between Grischuk and Topalov. I'm not entirely sure what this move was about, but he played the move rook to e7.
That's bizarre.
It's a little strange.
We were expecting rook d7.
Yes, of course it makes more sense to put the rook on d7 because you protect the pawn on d6. I think that he didn't want Grischuk to go into this variation and then take with tempi on b5 later on. But still, putting the rook on d7 looks weird to me. And Grischuk instantly took on d6, which makes a lot of sense. After you take on f4, and I'm assuming you have to take the knight, otherwise nothing makes sense here in this position for black. I could even take on a6 or play the move rook fc1 first. I like rook fc1 first, actually, unless I'm missing some kind of idea with knight f takes d5. This bishop is hanging. Yeah, perhaps this is not so good. I don't see any variations where this is good for black.
Well, I can insert knight takes c8 and the bishop a6. Perhaps.
Right. Unfortunately, this just doesn't work to knight b6. And the knight does defend the bishop.
Sure.
Even this perhaps not so clear. But I don't think this variation is what Grischuk wants to play.
That brings up a Nigel Schwartz comment where you think he might be talking about women in chess, but no, he's talking about the Benoni. The fact that you can blunder a piece like Grischuk.
I think he was in the Telegraph today for that, actually.
Was he?
He was.
He's gotten very famous for that. Well, he says the fact that you can blunder a piece like Grischuk and still not be completely lost is a testament to how bad the Benoni is.
Right. This would be the standings.
Here's some speculation. If Veselin Topalov wins versus Grischuk and Nakamura draws versus Carlsen, he will have a 1.5 lead. Indeed, we've been discussing that, and
I noticed
that might be insurmountable.
This is completely irrelevant whether Giri or Anand win. If they win, they also get to 4 points, but that's it. 1.5 point lead for Veselin Topalov, a huge amount.
But he hasn't won this game yet.
Sorry?
There's a long road ahead. He hasn't won this game yet.
Yeah, he hasn't won the game yet.
and he's up an hour on the clock, so clearly there's a good chance, but Still a lot of chess to be played in this game.
Yeah, this is completely speculative because, first of all, I think Nakamura's game is not drawn. It's equal, but there's chances, I think, for both sides, especially if one of them pushes too hard. We've seen Nakamura lose incredible positions against Carlsen, like it's some kind of magic, and at the same time, I think Nakamura has been playing very well. So if he pushes hard and Carlsen plays the way that he's been playing this tournament, why can we not say that Nakamura might win this endgame, in which I think is just slightly more pleasant. Even though draw is the normal result, I wouldn't call it a guaranteed result by any means. Meanwhile, the Grischuk Topalov game is still very interesting. Yes, Grischuk is in severe time trouble, but when isn't he? And on the other hand, is the position so clear? I don't know. Black's up a piece, but his position, it has a lot of problems. This pawn on b4 is no good. This pawn on g3 will eventually be toast.
White's counterplay with the center pawns is very obvious.
It's very obvious. The bishop might capture on a6. That's 2 pawns he has for the piece. This is by no means winning by Topalov. I think there's a lot of play here in this position.
And Maurice, what are your thoughts on this key game?
Yes, the position is bizarre, and that knight on f6, that pawn on f4, none of it looks like it makes sense for black. The engines are saying only slightly better for black. Definitely the material is in black's favor with the extra piece, but there are a lot of variations where the knight on f6 just sacrifices itself. Actually, either knight just sacrifices on d5, gets back the 2 pawns. After you capture on a6, you'll be 2 pawns down, and just say, look, you know what? Forget it. It's not worth it. I'm just going to trade on d5, get back the 2 pawns, and head for draw country. So it's not clear. The way he played rook to e7 was absolutely not necessary. He did it for his own reasons, but it looks as though his advantage, that is black's advantage in this game, is no longer there in any serious way. Grischuk just has to find some good moves, not even brilliant moves actually, just some decent moves. Grab a pawn, bring your rooks into the game, and play chess, and he should be okay as far as I can tell. Although the engines are saying better for black, it doesn't look like there's anything really there. I think that as long as Grischuk doesn't implode in time pressure, which we've seen him do, he should be fine in this position.
A lot of pressure on him to actually make moves, and we see Topalov playing very quickly, and he's so aware of Grischuk's problems. He's so aware of the fact that if he wants to win today, he's gonna have to push Grischuk on and off the board, and by that I mean on the clock.
Well, who's Mr. Pragmatic then?
Well, it seems like Topalov is in this game.
Well, we are going to take a break as these games get more and more interesting. I mean, I think we're in for quite a round today at the Grand Chess Tour, as we might find a very likely winner today.
Absolutely. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
And welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. Well, we've got two big things going on right now. Anand versus Maxime Bachir-Lagrave. Anand has a piece sacrifice. Has he played it yet?
An explosive piece sacrifice we see on the board. We can pull out this position. We did consider the move Rook b8 as being played. We liked the idea of playing d5 immediately in order to sacrifice the exchange. And partially the reason that we played into this variation was that I was going to willingly give up this Rook on b8 just to eliminate this bishop on f4.
So prescient.
Why is this bishop precious, you might wonder? It's because it's a sacrificial bishop. When the Rook went to d8, bishop takes h6 immediately.
Why is it not on h7?
Right. Sometimes this is the entire basis of the attack for white here. After bishop takes h6, there is no choice. This must absolutely be taken. Queen
Because
takes h6.
it's just as bad if you leave it there. We're going to take on g7.
Absolutely. And then after the move d5, countering on the center, Anand is deep in thought, trying to calculate out the variations. He could just draw the game. I believe there's a perpetual on the board if you simply play queen g5 check, king h8, and I go back to h6. You don't really want to mess with all these ideas of putting the knight on h7 since
We have knight h5 now.
it loses control over a very key square, and after
You'd be
rook
forced to play rook g8.
right,
Now
pawn
we have
takes e6, among other moves. I'm pretty sure this is not the only winning idea. The rook will eventually find itself on f7, and this should collapse for black. Instead, I think that Anand here has to calculate the incredible variations that start with the move g5. Simply attacking the knight, asking it where are you going to go.
You said g5 with a special inflection, like it's the move of the round.
It would be the move of the round because not only is the pawn simply attacking the knight, it's leaving its own knight under attack. Notice that here the queen can come down and take on g3, seemingly defending everything, because look at this variation. If you naively take on f6, I play bishop d6, and suddenly who's getting checkmated in this position?
But your queen and your king are on the same line. I mean, there's got to be something I can do.
Here in this position?
But there's nothing.
There's nothing. This is absolutely, well...
So let's go back. So instead of taking on f6, after queen takes g3, instead of taking on f6,
he needs to find this
rook g1?
amazing intermediate move. He needs to play rook d3. Okay. And this is why g5 would be the move for the round. And he has played it. He has played the move g5.
Because rook g1 doesn't change anything. You can just play bishop to d6 here.
Right. This doesn't change anything
at all. And again,
we
can't move our bishop because there's no pin yet. We still need to take on f6 before it's a pin.
Right, so this would not work. He needs to play rook d3 in this position, and after queen e5, the variations become very crazy, but the idea here, very subtle, it's going to be revolving around the lines with why the king is on h1. Certainly almost impossible variations, but it seems like after pawn takes f6, you actually don't have a particularly good way of recapturing.
Right, so now queen g5 is the obvious threat, so there's no more time for bishop d6.
You mean queen
just
g7?
Get mated. Queen g7 is mate. So
it's mate, right. So you
so
have
bishop
to,
f6 or queen f6 has to play.
Unfortunately, queen f6 fails to the simple rook g3 check. That's game over.
Game over. And what about bishop f6?
Bishop f6 seems to be a little bit more complicated, but I think the subtle...
Because now at least we can blockade with the bishop on g7, but...
Right, but if I go slowly here and I simply play rook here to g1, how do you play in this position?
So now you're just ready to move your bishop away.
Right.
To f1, for instance, and then after bishop g7, rook g3.
Yes, that seems quite strong to me, at least.
So my only source of counterplay seems to be somehow opening up that diagonal so that you can't do that.
No, there's no counterplay in this situation. You have to defend your king, but I don't see any way to do so. This looks like a pretty dangerous
So if I
variation.
start with bishop g7...
You can play bishop g7 in this position, that's right.
So start with bishop g7.
Let me go back to this one, bishop g7. Because it's very important that in this position after bishop f3, you're blocking out the rook. But actually, I don't know if this matters at all because my threat here is f6.
You also have the threat of f6, indeed.
Right. The problem here was that after bishop f1, you have queen e4 check.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking.
And I wasn't entirely sure if you're winning here. But very importantly here, bishop f3, simply threatening the move f6. Your king can't move in this position. You can't play f6 yourself because you lose the defense.
And suppose I take on f5.
You take on f5. I simply say, well, all right, I'll take back and renew my threat.
And you still have the threat of f6.
You cannot take on f5 because I capture on g7 with checkmate. And then you have the move rook d6, though.
Yeah,
now,
rook d6.
I can take on g7, I believe.
But then after...
Yeah, rook
okay,
takes
so
g7,
queen
takes g7,
queen d6,
queen
where
takes
are we
d6.
now?
No, this is completely winning. You're even material. Actually, you're not even material.
We're up
White's
one
up a
pawn
pawn
already. Yeah, we are up a
but
pawn.
Look at the position. It's completely crushing. This bishop is garbage. This
you don't
bishop
think I
is
can
good.
defend this, Alejandro?
Sorry?
You don't think I can defend this position?
Man,
I'm down a pawn. All my pieces are terrible, and my king is terrible.
I think this is pretty bad. This is completely winning.
Maurice, what are your thoughts? Can Black survive Anand's onslaught here?
Black cannot survive the onslaught. Your variations you guys are analyzing there are pretty good, but there's one when you see it, you realize is even better, even more devastating. Take a look. After the capture on g3, then rook d3, fantastic move, takes on f6. This line you guys are analyzing, there's an easier way to get the rook into the game. Just bring it up to f4. That's it. Bye. See ya. Game over. Now the rooks just double instantly. Rook g4, rook g3, g-file is over. That's it. The game is done. This game is a brilliant victory by Anand. His king moved out of the way. Now this bishop sacrifice. MVL is going to kick himself because he could have played d5 before. Played it one move too late, and now it's all Anand. If he finds this one simple move, rook, and it has happened, queen takes on g3. If he finds rook d3, that's it. The game is over, and I'm not sure if MVL knows as yet. Anand is just checking his variations, but there's nothing to look at. Rook to d3, queen e5, take on f6, and rook f4. Bam. That's it. Anand will have won a brilliant game, and with Topalov not seeming to do that great anymore in his game, we take a look at that position. This one has gotten a little bit crazy. I'm not sure why Grischuk played this way. He played this really interesting idea with g3, and after captures, he could have simply just captured back and slight disadvantage, but look at this nice pawn formation. He also could have played rook a4 going after the pawn, but instead he decided to play g3, fg3, and this move rook to g1 as though he wants to take back with a rook. That seems a little strange and also gives Topalov a tempo to play knight c5. So that game is still up in the air. Another game to look at, Caruana Nakamura boldly venturing forward on the queen side after queen c2, queen e4, knight d4, now c3, and it's Carlsen who has to be a little bit careful here. He is fine, but he must not trade queens according to the engine. Just let a pawn go on that side of the board. But Black is the one playing with the initiative right now. Certainly Nakamura feeling very confident in that position. So all kinds of results going on. If Topalov doesn't win his game and Anand does win, Anand's going to win if he finds those moves, and Nakamura draws his game against Carlsen, then it's anybody's tournament. He's only a half a point. The crew will be chasing Topalov will only be a half a point back. So this is a really interesting stage of this tournament, a very important moment in this round as Anand goes into his analysis posture there, trying to figure everything out to make sure he has the fish on the hook.
Wow. Well, you know, I think that Anand's sparkling play so far is
Rook
a
D3
beautiful contrast.
on the board. He just played Rook
Rook to
D3.
D3, what a hero. Anand just playing some sparkly chess so far in this tournament. Unbelievable.
Awesome
I mean,
attacking chess in this game. Crushing MVL. I think Anand has worked out the variations. I think even MVL suddenly realizes, wait a second.
look at that face. That's a face of resignation. That doesn't mean he's going to resign, but it's a face that knows that he is now losing the game.
And this is not only frustrating for MVL in this game, this is a frustrating year for him. He's been playing so bad since basically the year started, losing so many rating points, losing 4 games in a row in the Grand Prix in Huntington-Susk. He cannot be happy about his chess. He's losing in less than 25 moves, I believe, against Anand in one of the opening preparations that he had in the Najdorf, where the first 16 moves were theory. I mean, how can he feel good about this game? He's just got crushed.
I mean, Maurice used the word fish, so I got to ask, is Anand a vegetarian or a pescatarian?
Anand, I believe that he was a vegetarian. I'm not sure if he still is.
Does he eat fish as well?
I don't remember. I don't think I've ever seen him eat fish. I know that his region that he's from in India actually is very well known for its vegetarian cuisine.
From Madras or Chennai, right?
From Chennai, yeah. And there's a lot of dishes there that are purely vegetarian. And I think the region is mainly vegetarian.
Yeah, I think so.
So I wouldn't be surprised
But
that
let's
he is
take a
as
look
well.
at some other drama in this round while we let Rook D3 really sink in to poor MVL. Grischuk has, less than a minute to move?
Yeah, but
what's going
Grischuk's
on
also
with
playing horrible.
with his B3 pawn, I mean, now Black's actually getting an initiative, and I think this is a good move. Knight C5.
No, but what is this counterintuitive idea? You play G3 and then, okay, you say, I take on G3, I take back, I have this strong pawn structure.
Well, you want to take back with the pawn to try to play F4 and E5 at the right moment.
Well, you keep
correct?
control over the dark squares because you
Yes.
think about it this way. I have a light squared bishop. That means that because I have more control over the light squares, I sacrifice my control over the dark squares. In this case, of course, you need pawns to cover up the holes. You need a pawn on G3. Then maybe I can play King G2, swing my rook around, this pawn on, not on H6, on H7. He doesn't feel too happy about the opening of this file. This looks like Black should be a little bit better because he does have an extra piece, but converting it, man, is this going to be hard. This is going to be a really tough struggle from now on. But he played Rook G1, and I just can't help but think, why on earth would you ever want to take this pawn with your rook? You're just giving up the F4 square.
What is your rook doing on G3? It's very strange. And
he did take with the rook, which is the only way of justifying playing Rook G1. It just doesn't make any sense. So after Knight C5, I think he's already in real problems. This pawn on B3 is under attack.
you can't defend it laterally with F4 because then E4 hangs.
Right, F4 just fails to knight takes E4, probably.
So what am I going to do?
resigns.
Passively defend the pawn with Rook B1?
Well, that's the point. If you have to play Rook B1, why on earth did you play this position?
When you had so many more
Interesting
aggressive options.
Right, no, I'm worried about so many lines in this position. I mean, even ideas of knight D3 just to capture this point on F4, which was given to me because you don't have actually a pawn on G3 seems pretty dangerous.
And then maybe we can configure our rook back to C7 now that we're guarding all those dark squares with our knight.
Right, as long as you're careful about E5. And you can even play Rook A6 here, maybe.
With the same kind of idea. If we get a rook into the game while maintaining the blockade, the game's going to be over.
I don't know. I think that the game might be over with good play from Topalov.
Not to mention the fact that Grischuk's got about 30 seconds to move.
Is
well,
that what
even less now, I think.
Is what I said.
Even less. He's got 6 minutes now. He's thinking. Well, that's why, because it's a work in progress. How many?
He needs to make, what, 12 moves?
12 moves in
6 minutes.
6 minutes.
Yeah, just a little bit under 30 seconds.
No increment until the second time control. Remember, you guys. So.
I mean, I'm not going to say that they're bad players overall. I think they're fantastic players, some of the geniuses of our generations. But what on earth are MVL and Grischuk doing today? They just collapsed. And overall, this has been a pretty bad tournament for both of them. Grischuk has been in time trouble every game. He lost his first game horribly against Anish Giri, just got steamrolled.
This game looks very sad.
Right.
I mean,
the one
well,
game
he
that
blundered.
he won,
He missed G5. This was the round of missing G5.
No, this is not just about missing G5.
Because
If he
after
missed
that,
G5,
yeah.
if he told me he missed G5 and that was it, well, yeah, it happens. But he lost G5 and more things happened. He made more mistakes after that. As we see that we do have our first result of the day. Maurice.
Yes, a game we had been following briefly. You like that opening a lot, Alejandro, but it turns out it just fizzled out into a draw between Giri and Aronian. So Giri keeping up his solid play, maybe too solid for this tournament. He's gotten 5 draws in a row. He's still at +1. He's kind of in, he's still in a stone's throw, of course, of the leaders, but maybe it's a pebble's throw, if you will, because he's going to have to throw that rock pretty far to catch these guys if they keep up this pace. And Anand seems to be trying to keep up a blistering pace if he wins this game. Now, we did point out G5, Rook D3, attacking the queen. There's really no alternative here. Important to note, if queen back to E5, then pawn takes is just winning. The rooks are going to come in and stream everything. That's game over. So that turns out there's only one move here after rook to D3 that may happen on the board, although he might be depressed having to play it, and that is the move knight takes on E4. Now, this move is a big-time move. After takes the queen, knight takes on G3 check, and suddenly black is actually okay if you play the move king to H2, then bishop to C5, and suddenly there are discoveries that save black from all the danger. So you cannot, if he plays knight takes E4, taking the queen is not advisable. The king G1 line after check, also not great. The best move, the beautiful F6. Forget about everything else. We're trying to mate you on G7, and now this continuation is critical. Bishop takes on F6. Again, the point being to guard the G7 square, and now the intermezzo bishop takes on E4. Look at this crazy position. Queen's hanging, mate here, bishop is hanging on F6. How does black continue? Well, he simply captures on E4, and now he's threatening to take the rook on D3. Rook takes is best, and now bishop to G7, and suddenly black has protected himself, but you got to count the material. It's 2 bishops against a queen with a little bit of action happening here. Queen to H4, E3 with check, king to G1, and now E2. And is black getting counterplay here? Bishop coming into D4. Well, the answer is no, not quite. After rook to E1, this pawn is about to be corralled. Even against the line, bishop D4 check, king H2, bishop to F2. This is, by the way, all forced in this variation. G6, big resource for white, changing the nature of the game, attacking down this line, threatening mate. This is the big difference. After takes, this line runs rook D1. You know, it's a long variation, but it's very typical of this position. White gets the pawn on E2, and now it's a queen and pawn against rook and bishop, a winning position. This is a very likely scenario, kind of scenario out of this line. MVL is really forced to go down this route. Otherwise, he just is simply losing cold in any other line. Well, Yasser is with us with an interview from Norway.
Hello, St. Louis from Norway. We have our first result of round 6 in the 2015 Norway chess tournament. I'm here with Levon Aronian. Levon, describe today's game. What happened?
It was something that might have been theory or not, because I couldn't really remember. But I thought that, I mean, I've been playing this line for, I don't know, since the age of 17, so I knew some things, I mean, where to put your pieces, how you should generally react, and I think I managed to find all the right moves and the position. I mean, it didn't look so dangerous to me. So.
Well, it's one of those things of modern chess where the players spend a month or two learning the position till move 30. Then you come to the game, you're full of vim and vigor, and then you've got to remember all your preparation, and suddenly you forget it. But it was an extremely sharp game, so any mistakes, let's say, could cost you the point right away.
Sure. That's one of the reasons which I remember during the game, why I didn't play this line for so long. So I abandoned it because I didn't want to remember all this stuff. But somehow today I felt like playing something that Anish has never faced. So, and since it's also partly a line that I play once in a while, so I just I think generally the result was good. I think my experiment worked out.
Yeah, Anish mentioned that essentially he had been doing a lot of preparation for both the white side and black side, and the move that took him out of his preparation, he was aware of it, but he hadn't paid so much attention to it, was your rook c8, and that was a very important move, and then you somehow were solving your problems, let us say, at that moment.
Yeah, that's kind of an active move, you know. I'm showing some trumps of mine, because if he plays slowly, then I'll overtake. And actually, during the game, I felt that maybe I'm somewhat better, but I don't think so, because this rook a4 and rook bb4 was a very good defensive mechanism.
Levon, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Levon Aronian, round 6, first result, a draw, but a very complex and exciting fight. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Thank you, Yasser and Levon. Well, one crazy happening we've got now is that Alexander Grischuk, a really bad position, but also just over 2.5 minutes for 10 moves.
Right, he just made the move bishop h3. That's too many moves that he has to make so quickly, and his position is horrible. It's bad.
11 moves.
11 moves, is it?
Yeah.
Wow, even worse. So his position's bad, his time management is horrible, and objectively he might even be losing. I mean, if you give this guy all the time in the world, I think he's still just losing. He's down a piece. His composition is very murky, especially because he decided to take with the rook on g3, which I think is borderline ridiculous.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I don't like taking on b3, though, because I think we would rather keep these b-pawns in the game.
Right.
To give the position richer. If we take on b3 now, rook b1.
Then when the knight retreats wherever it goes, this pawn on b4.
That simplification should help White's drawing chances.
Absolutely. When you're trying to play for a win, you want to keep as many pawns alive, especially since black's running out of them. So knight h5 makes so much sense in this position. Attacks the rook, and it threatens to go deep into enemy territory with f4, knight to f4. If the rook g4 comes to defend against this penetration, well, there's so many ideas here already. Knight d3 looks quite tempting in certain variations, trying to play knight f2. The trade of rooks forced by rook a8 I don't think will make any inconvenience. I can just put my rook on e8 and call it a day. This looks really bad for Grischuk. Even ideas as f5 come into mind here. And I think this position is just not good at all.
So what is this, the two oldest players of the tournament dominating?
That would be so far what it looks, although Nakamura
can't be counted
still
out, of
in
course.
there, who has a really nice position still against Carlsen.
Well, it's going to be hard for him to win that. There's not that many pieces left on the board, and it's rather symmetrical.
Well, I think it's precisely Carlsen that's showed us that just because there's fewer pieces on the board doesn't mean we need to count the game off. I think Nakamura, if he takes a page out of his opponent's notebook, might actually put some pressure here. And
well, he'll try, that's for sure.
He'll try, yes, he'll try.
But let's take a look and see whether Anand's opponent, MVL,
we have actually a new move in that position, yeah.
And he's playing knight h5. Maurice has the update.
Well, knight h5 is losing by force. Knight h5 is just a death wish. He did not find knight e4, which would have kept the game going. He's hoping that this move holds up. Knight to h5, but the engines immediately go crazy. Like, what is that about? What's wrong with the simple g6? That's a mate threat. By the way, your queen's always hanging. I'm just going to let you know that while you're defending, there's going to be a move where I play rook takes on g3. Well, after this move, pawn takes on g6. Simply pawn takes back. We're back to the mate threat. Okay, you could take on f1. Back to the mate threat on h7. The rook takes queen is still in the position, and I say mate threat now. The reason being, if you move your queen away, then now you just play queen check, and there's a new mate. So there's nothing to do. Knight h5 is simply a bad move. Don't expect Anand to spend too much time figuring out that it's all she wrote. g6 is easy for a guy like Anand, for most people near his level, but certainly he's going to find this move this killer blow, G6, after some calculation. There are no funny tricks around his king. He's got too many pieces. All of Black's pieces are simply spectators. Anand is going to seal the deal in this game. I would say in the next 5 moves, we should expect to see a resignation. And, wow. He's so relaxed he's left the board. I'm not sure if Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is not banging his head against a wall somewhere and probably drew some blood at doing it. This is over.
Banging his head against a hammer?
I don't think they played yet. We'll see how they do. So G6 here in this position apparently is the easiest win. It makes a lot of sense, of course. After G6, you're threatening checkmate. The main problem with this position is just that you have a couple of tempting options, and quite honestly, there's a couple that at the beginning I might fall for. Of course, Rook G3 is tempting, but we've seen how those scenarios are not so clear. F6 might also be tempting, but there must be a difference between this line and then once we looked at previously when the knight was on E4, because then F6 was the strongest move. I guess that because I don't have a bishop takes E4 intermezzo like I did in the other variation, this doesn't quite work. So G6 seems to be the move, but the rest, once you do find that G6 is a move, the rest seems to fall into place rather simply.
Right, as soon as you consider it, right?
Right, because you take, he takes, you take. Do you check for any forcing moves from Black? No checks, no captures, no nothing. You have to defend from the checkmate.
I think a lot of players could find this. You don't have to be a Anand to find that.
Yeah, you don't have to be an Anand to find this. As I said, there's a couple of tempting options, which is the fall that one player might make, that there are some traps here for white, but I think a player of Anand's caliber will easily find this move G6.
No, the hard part is over for Anand, and this will be a great victory for him. And keeps him within striking distance of Topalov especially. Well, not technically if Topalov continues to win, Anand won't be able to catch him, but they do play in the last round. That's critical.
They play in the last round, and Topalov actually has a relatively bad score against Anand in recent years. So that'll be an interesting battle, but Topalov is wide, and if he only needs a draw to clinch the tournament, you can make sure that Anand's going to get no chances to create any play.
But he's going to try, and that's what he'll have to do. And we do have, you know, 2 rounds for Anand to maybe bridge some further distance.
It's not a lot of rounds. For
not.
1.5 points.
It's not, but maybe he could bridge just like half a point.
Half a point.
Well, he needs to bridge half a point. He needs to.
He needs to bridge.
Otherwise, he doesn't
have
a chance.
Yeah, but it's.
And then he also needs to win, and he also needs to win the playoff.
Right.
So a lot of series of things that Anand will have to do. But wow, isn't his chess amazing?
No, his chess is really cool, and you can see how he always has this killer instinct, just in all kinds of positions.
And beautiful games as well. Maurice Ashley with some thoughts on the Topalov game.
Need Anand playing like the winner of the tournament, except +2 is not going to do it when Topalov is playing +4 chess. And it looks like he's going to reel in his 4th win. Alexander Grischuk now down to 1 minute and 21 seconds to play the rest of the game. He's got 10 moves to make in this position. Completely insane handling of the clock. And in this move, because of the time pressure, he played bishop to h3, an anemic looking move. And after rook to e8, securing his king, the move rook to b1. I mean, you have to play moves like this. You must be worse. And with only 1:21, he's going to have to deal with a move like knight to h5 coming quite soon. Knight d3, knight f4. It's just going to be all black in a moment as his knights begin to dance all over white's head. This position looks tremendous for Topalov. In the game between Hikaru and Magnus, they have repeated moves. After the move c3, Magnus decided he had nothing better than to play queen b3, and then queen d5, offering a queen trade, which brings nothing but good things for black. Back queen c2 is what Magnus did, and now queen to e4. So they are repeating moves right now. Hikaru deciding that a draw against Magnus is all he needs. He's going to be a point away from Topalov if Topalov wins that game, which we're projecting that he will, and he will be tied with Anand as Anand surges forward, waiting for Anand to play the move g6. Quickly, a game of not that great at import, but a stunning, again, a move to my eyes. Anyway, in this position, a beautiful knight on d5, anchoring the position. This bishop on c3 looks quite anemic, and I always tell my students, don't exchange in chess unless it's force or fantastic. No other reason. It's got to be a really good trade. Who would, in their right mind, decide to play knight takes on c3. That bishop looked like a giant pawn. Now you've just eliminated that piece and played the move rook to b2, threatening, please tell me what? Nothing at all. And in this position, the engine's already saying, wow, thanks a lot for that relief. d5 by white will give white a huge edge. I can't understand how Hammer is playing at a great position, but it looks like he's continuing his bad play from yesterday. He just looks like a mess now, giving Caruana a fantastic chance to take the lead, or at least get a nice advantage in this game.
I don't think you could have paid me enough money to play the move knight d5 to take c3. The best knight on the board ever, blockading two isolated pawns, and then you trade it off for a bishop that's doing very little. It's attacking a5, which, by the way, it was attacking a5 only because you put your pawn there. You could have just left your pawn on a7. Before that, it was doing nothing. And on top of not only taking the bishop, which, you know, to be fair, you just take the bishop's not bad. It's okay, I think. But you fix my structure. I had this horrible structure because of the d pawns, and now it's fixed. Well, thanks. And now after rook b2, d5, as you mentioned, is incredibly strong. The idea being that if there takes on d5, there's actually no easy way to defend black's pieces. You would love to play bishop e6, but after queen takes e6, you're just dropping a knight. Therefore, what do you do in this position?
So how do you explain this? Did somebody offer him a lifetime of Skittles?
I think he's just going
Lifetime
crazy.
supply of candy or salmon?
Salmon, that's
Well, he lived in
basically
Norway,
it.
though.
I think he just has it in his backyard.
So, bad news here for a lot of players. It's going to be a bloody round.
It's going to be a bloody round, although I expect that Carlsen, after a very brief think, will go back to b3 as he was repeating the positions. So I don't think that this is going to go anywhere. Let's see how this is proceeding. Yeah, again, Nakamura doesn't have to take the draw, but Carlsen does. I think Carlsen is already considerably worse if he tries to pretend that he has some kind of advantage or try to create some kind of counterplay. No, he just needs to, like...
So what's your prediction? Will Nakamura go for it, or will he press?
I think he might smell a little bit of blood and he will actually think about it. So I'm not entirely sure.
It looks like we have a result. Not a result, but we've got a move. Anand has played g6. Well,
of course, Anand is Anand. He's the master tactician, an incredible attacker. When g6 comes to this guy in his sleep.
We love this game.
Yeah,
we
G6.
love the way Anand's been playing this tournament. And, you know, his games are very instructive to the amateur player.
I think his games were very solid.
You don't have to be a super grandmaster or a top player to understand his games.
We had mentioned about that earlier in the broadcast when we talked about players that it was good to follow.
Yeah.
Grischuk, no. Anand, yes. Very solid foundation positionally. And when it comes to kill, his calculation's impeccable.
Right? Like, you can imagine playing this game.
Me? Man.
I mean,
my
it's
dreams.
not like completely out of reach. You just have to play a bunch of good moves in a row. But that's what players like Anand and Karpa make you feel when you go over their games.
Right.
You don't get that feeling when you look at Kasparov or Grischuk, as you mentioned.
Well, I mean, this game specifically would be pretty hard for me to play. I think there's a lot of finesse in the Sicilian. I think there was a very deep opening preparation that went there, and then the calculation was actually quite heavy. So I think that Anand deserves a lot of praise for the way
I
that
don't
he
mean to
played
take
today.
anything away from him. I'm just saying that clarity, because of the style, makes you feel that when you watch it, and that's why I think a lot of people enjoy watching his games.
I do agree that his style was just very crisp, and it's very clear and very easy to explain. Meanwhile, we have Maurice
Let's
Ashley.
count down Grischuk's time.
Yeah, his time is ticking down, and he's blitzing out the moves now. We know he's a fantastic blitz player, but this ain't blitz. This is the Norway Chess 2015 Super Tournament, and you've got to bring good moves, and he's not doing so right now. After the move knight to h5, he put his rook on g5, the knight landed on f4, and this bishop, remember, it looked like a good piece once upon a time. Now it's sitting back on f1. The engines are just growing now. White's disadvantage, black's advantage, and the next move we expect is the move rook to a8. And now when you see this line on the board, you're just thinking, the guy's got to be dead. It's a piece after all. These knights can always go into d3. Rook's coming down to a2. These pawns are not going anywhere. No counterplay there. You can't play e5 because you drop the d5 pawn. Rooks are not on any files. Black has all the pieces. And look at white's pieces. This is ugly. That's ugly. That's ugly. King in the corner. The only thing he's got is a d5 pawn, and it's not going anywhere. So clearly, black is winning, and black also has the luxury of having 55 minutes on the clock to 118. This one could be over soon, depending on how Topalov handles himself. One we're projecting to end really quickly as well as this one, g6. I would not be surprised if resignation happened right now. There are no variations to look at. The simple thing to do, the only thing to do is to trade, and then look again to see, is there a trick of some kind that I can play? There are just no moves. The engine's best move, you want to see the top move in this position to stop mate? Knight f6, giving away the queen in one move. That's not a good sign. Expect Anand to win this with ease, and MVL just staring at the board, certainly disgusted at what he has done to his beloved Najdorf. Missing his chance to play d5 earlier, he's going to go down again in flames.
And meanwhile, in the Topalov game, we got a move by Topalov. Grischuk played bishop c4. So notice that he relocated his bishop from f5 to c4, but darn, that took a long time.
Right, we actually saw this position. It was Topalov first to play rook a8, Grischuk put his bishop on c4, and then the very obvious rook a2 coming into the position, attacking everything. Not only that, look at the coordination between these rooks. This rook came down to a2, this rook's going to go to h6.
That's right. So these e5 ideas aren't effective because we're getting such a quick counterattack against your king.
Grischuk's getting mated. That's what's happening in this position.
And he's losing on time. But what's going to happen first?
Well,
Does it matter?
No, it does not.
Death by hammer or death by execution?
Yeah, we had an interesting analogy here in this broadcast earlier about that. So rook g4, I think, was played, and Grischuk down to 32 seconds, if I see the time correctly. Any move here wins for black. I think knight h3 is completely winning. I suspect rook of course, rook h6 is completely winning.
Because at the worst case scenario, you have the rook hanging on b1 as well.
Right, this is just a simple skewer, and that's a full rook. I think this rook h6 move is the easiest. You would have to play something along the lines of h4 to try to hold on,
and
but
then worst
knight
case
g6
scenario, we can just play
winning.
knight g6, indeed.
Right. So,
and these are just the first things that come to mind. I'm sure there's even crisper victories, as Maurice is going to point out.
No, you guys got it right. Rook h6 is body blow. Hello, you're dead. Take this, and we'll just borrow your rook on the b1 square if you don't mind. Don't get yourself mated, but that looks free, and we're just up a rook. That one's done. The question now is, who dies first? And I think that Vasilij actually is going to be the one that goes down. He did play the trade, and now he's taking on f1. We expect bishop takes f1, and now there will be no move to look at after this. This is just over. Nothing to do after Anand takes. So the question, I think we should have the camera on this board because there's no move to make. As I mentioned, the only move the engines give is knight to f6, and you lose a queen. So he must be resigning just momentarily. So let's try and see if we can get a shot of that happening. So it's who we're saying who loses first. It's kind of macabre, but you know how we do. We're not the ones playing, so this is a rough situation, obviously, for these players. Did he actually just play knight f6? Please tell me he did not really play this move. Is that the move on the board? He actually did make the move knight f6 and allow rook takes queen, did Vasilij, and he is taking on e4. He's still playing. What is happening here? Incredible. He is down a queen for two pieces, but this position is just busted. The move g7 is decisive here. He's just making moves, I guess, not to fall for an under 30 miniature. Wow. I mean, it's just all over but the crying. This position, totally overwhelming position for Anand. He could win this if he had 8 seconds on his, well, maybe not 8. Let me not over-exaggerate. But certainly this game is over, and we're expecting that one to end shortly. Meantime, Topalov is thinking about his next move. So I don't know. Maybe they'll just struggle for a little bit longer and to keep us waiting.
Well, yeah, we got the parlay here. Which game's going to end first? And is Grischuk going to lose on time or getting mated?
He'll resign, but
the third option.
Yeah, he'll resign when he figures out he's down a rook. But I mean, MVL, he's just kind of playing a couple of moves out of inertia. I wouldn't be incredibly surprised if he resigns like right now,
Meanwhile, he's on move?
Right, meanwhile he's on move. He just kind of analyzes how bad is my position. Well, yes, I'm down a queen. Do I have any counterplay? And I'm like, well, no, I don't have any counterplay. I'm actually also getting mated. So he might just figure out and resign.
Yeah, this game's going to end first, I believe.
You think so?
One would think, because Topalov might take a little bit.
It's pretty
He's
close.
got a whole hour in his clock.
Yeah, but rook h6 wins the rook, so I think he's going to play it. It's going to be a close race, I think.
Okay, I'm going to go with time and Topalov. I mean, no, time and then Maxime loses first. That's my bet. Maurice?
Big development in another game by Magnus Carlsen. He decided, I do not want a draw. And he's playing, we may say boldly or maybe recklessly. He exchanged queens in this position. And check this out, guys. I'm going to play the move b3 and saying this c3 pawn, I'm not that impressed. You can have it. A pawn on c3 protected by a rook, protected by a knight, but he's arguing that he has enough play restraining this pawn that black is not winning immediately, so why not play on? Incredible decision. He is thinking of things like knight b5 to get his king a little bit closer. The black king will be kept out of the game. The engines are saying that this position is also equal, so the assessment by Magnus that he is not losing, he is boldly going forward, trying to defeat Nakamura in this game, because it looked like he could have just simply repeated moves. Magnus Carlsen bravely trying to stay in the tournament. I don't think he's going to win the tournament, especially if Topalov wins his game in the way Anand is playing, but he is not allowing Nakamura to get an easy draw in this game.
Yeah, a lot of fighting spirit here from Carlsen, very deeply calculating that he's not losing, and as long as he's not worse, he's just going to push on for a position where he's going to try to keep more life. Here, the point is that the pawn on c3 might become a weakness in the long run. Yes, it's a passed pawn. Yes, it's defended by the rook. Yes, it's on c3. Yes, it's defended by every black piece right now. But the point is that eventually, if you cannot support it with the other pawns, your king's a little too far away from it. If I can run my king to d3 and put my rook here on c1, after, of course, kicking out the knight on e4, suddenly there's going to be some problems for black in holding onto the pawn. The problem is that this is still really far away. Nakamura has plenty of time to try to organize some sort of counterplay before any of this happens. We do have the move rook h6 being played by Topalov. Grischuk very quickly played the move h4 because he was, well, losing a rook. But I think the move knight h3 is actually quite precise in this position. Well, actually, I think anything wins. But I like the move knight h3 since it wins the pawn on h4 due to the threat of knight f2 check. Knight g6 also wins the pawn. That might also be a good idea, just to take that pawn and be up a piece for only one pawn, which is not very much. But I think there might be several ways.
Plenty of choices here.
Yeah,
and we're going to have two very quick victories here.
Yeah, relatively quick victories here. Grischuk's victory took longer simply because he got into serious time pressure, but Topalov played very quickly in this game.
That's right. I mean, why waste time?
Right.
Get ready for tomorrow, right? Maurice, an update on the hammer game, another game that looks to be going in the decisive direction.
It was, but somehow Caruana has missed the move d5 and let Hammer off the hook. Incredible. His form has not been great this tournament. Caruana, instead of playing what looked like a fantastic move, d5, he played knight to g5. Hammer quickly reset himself, offering a trade of queens. And after the move knight to e4, looking to grab the c5 square, played knight e7. Now another knight revisiting the d5 square, preventing any kind of advances. And now queen to g5, looking to play knight f6. Now suddenly knight to g6. And the engines are now saying still better for white. Certainly shouldn't have traded on c3, but not the same kind of better that d5 would have been. So he's back in the hunt here. Just to point out a quick line, guys. In this line, actually the engines like your move, Alejandro, but also knight to d3 looks finished. It's over. The knight f2 threat is just too strong. Bishop takes, knight takes, and we're back to this threat. If you just stop to try to defend everything, this is the key move. Knight to e5 as that knight dances all around the board. F3 is hanging, H4 is hanging. You can't hold it all. And if you try to hold, you do try to hold it all, then suddenly the rook streams into the game. What is the king supposed to do? I mean, you're just going to get crushed. Rook comes down and the knight will join it and you'll be mated. And in fact, he has played a knight to d3. He played knight F to D3, it sort of doesn't matter. Whatever you do, the same threat is coming. So this game will be over quite soon. And he's got to blitz out his moves. He responded with the move rook to G2 instantly. That's a pawn. Come on. That's just going to be yummy. He's going to capture that pawn, force king to G1, and then it's going to be all she wrote. He has no compensation. This anemic bishop, all his pieces are bad. Black is completely crushing. Maybe he'll try to make it to time control to prove that he's quick enough to do so, but he's obviously dead.
Absolutely dead. Anand actually did not play the move G6. He's simply saying, well, I'm up a queen. Let me just make sure that there's no counterplay. Decided to play the move bishop E2. Sorry, he didn't play the move G7 in this position. Instead, decided to play bishop E2, which I think is logical enough. You're up a queen. You can do whatever you want. Perhaps...
As long as you don't give up the queen.
Well, yeah, as long as you don't give up the queen or checkmate, I guess, which is even more valuable. But yeah, you're up a queen. I mean, there's no real counterplay. Black's pawn structure is no good. And white's king is not particularly unsafe. If there was some kind of counterplay against the king, I could understand playing on. But after e3 check, king g1, that's pretty much all the checks that you have. This pawn on e3 suddenly becomes weak. The king on g8 is still quite bad. I don't see anything at all here.
So looks like a busto position for FBL.
Right.
And again, we just have a race here to see who can win first, Topalov or not, because that's very important.
Yes, that's what the tournament
that adds
is
some
all
extra.
about. Rook takes h4 was played, king g1, and I don't really think they even noticed that Anand is winning in the Topalov game.
No, of course not. But it adds some extra points for the Grand Chess Tour.
Oh, well, that would be cool. Who wins the fastest of all the games? Some extra points in the Grand Chess Tour total? Heard it here first?
No, not really. If anything, we like those long rides to show the fighting chess, right?
Well, that's what Carlsen's trying to do today, so perhaps he will be winning that prize, that imaginary prize we just made up.
Let's take a look at who Topalov is playing tomorrow. Of course, we've talked at length about how he's playing against Anand in the final round and about how critical that's going to be. Tomorrow he's going to be playing against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
Critical game, but Bobby not in best form this time.
My God, he's playing some of the worst moves of chess I've seen in my life. Especially that g5 against Nakamura, I thought was terrible. Then the queen takes g3 check trick that he fell for against Aronian yesterday. He seems like he won a pawn, but he actually obtained a lost endgame. That was definitely very uncharacteristic of him. And the way that he's playing today, I am not impressed. The old Caruana, the one that won the Singfield Cup, started with 7-0. He would have found d5 in an instant.
Well,
today.
maybe tomorrow Caruana will get your respect back.
Maybe
we'll
he will. No, of course, I have huge respect for this player, but today...
And there we have the result. Legrave has resigned. Happy Anand talking some variations.
Oh.
Fabulous performance by the Indian legend.
Excellent performance by Anand. A very nice calculation when he needed it. And Vito's going to be kicking himself. To be fair, he only made one bad move and everything went sour. And it was based on a miscalculation by the Frenchman. He must have made something like rook d3. Perhaps he missed, I don't know, g6. He missed something to go into his variations. And he's going to be kicking himself for not sacrificing the exchange, as we suggested earlier.
Well, somebody had to get to 4 points to give Topalov a run for his money. So now we've got one guy there.
Yeah, we have one guy. We're going to have to see if Nakamura can keep up in the chase. That's going to be an interesting game to follow, simply because if Nakamura does not win, well, there's going to be already talks about this tournament being Topalov's.
That's right, or Anand. But, well, we've discussed how hard that is.
Yeah, that's I think it's just really difficult. I think the fact that Topalov has really nice pairings also helps with that. 2 whites, 2 finishes, 3 games. That helps a lot. And we have...
Let's see, Topalov's game, how much time? 18 seconds left now for Grischuk.
Right, 18 seconds left. He just moved.
3 moves.
D6.
He just played the move D6.
Right, for Grischuk, he has an eternity to make 3 moves, but his position is completely lost.
Just busted, right?
Well, he's down a piece for a pawn, no compensation to speak of. It's just completely over. Basically,
nothing to protect that pawn, but that's just a lone ranger.
It doesn't even matter. Even just random moves to your win, just
snap up the pawn.
I agree with you. It does look as though that pawn is just yummy. What if he just plays rook h6 and takes the pawn? It's pointless, that pawn move. That just shows you what the time pressure is doing to him, and he's just making random moves. Again, it's just inertia to move 40. But every single game getting time pressure, it's incredible that this guy's been over 2,800 and has such a bad condition as this time pressure disease that he always puts himself in. And it's just showing at this level, you start to go wrong and have this problem as well, things just go from bad to worse. Of course, rook h6 just wins the pawn, and there's nothing to talk about. Now he's going to be down a full piece, and it's just going to be a matter of time. He'll make it to move 40, but with a resignable position.
What a start by Topalov, a 5.5 out of 6.
And he has played rook h6, by the way. 4 wins with black. How crazy is that?
10 seconds.
Why is he getting up? The guy's going to have to make a move right away.
Well,
7 seconds left for Grischuk.
It's kind of inertia. You just make a move, you get up, but then you realize, wait, this guy has 10 seconds left.
Maybe he thinks that way Grischuk will forget about the clock. It's like, oh, I'm relaxed. Aren't you relaxed? I don't think he needs that. But I need it for my parlay.
That's true. But it seems like he will not flag. He will definitely resign as soon as he hits move 40. I just can't see him going beyond that.
Yeah, unless he just thinks his position is so bad that he'd rather just like run out of time. You see people do that sometimes.
I've actually seen people do that once in a while. They're like, they resign kind of half
by choice,
time.
half
Right.
by fate.
Right. So, yeah, that might happen. We're going to just keep on this game because we expect it to end in any moment. It's just up to Topalov to play some basic moves. We see the position after rook h6, rook h2 on the board. He has a lot of pleasant choices. He could, among other things, trade the rooks and then play rook d7 to capture that pawn. He could capture the pawn immediately. He could trade the rooks and go king e8. He could do anything he wants, and he's winning. He can play check on g6. He can play king g7. Yeah, I think basically every move in this position wins.
So this tournament, the 40-year-olds schooling the young guns.
And this will be Topalov's new record rating, I believe. This should catapult him above 28-20, if I'm correct.
Right now he's 28-16, and he's gonna have nice margin on the live rating list between him and the third place player.
Well, there'll be about 10 points between him and Nakamura, which is 2 wins by Nakamura.
Bigger margin than we've seen recently. It's been so tight recently.
It's been recently tight in the last couple of months, but actually there has been a couple of people, and there we have the result.
And we have a resignation.
Yeah, after rook takes d6, which was quite obvious. I mean, you're just down a piece here.
So Topalov just crushing this tournament.
Absolute destruction. 4 wins with black. This one was actually quite a nice game, even though, again, I think Grischuk played very badly. But
still, props
put on the pressure.
Yeah, props to Topalov for finding that paradoxical idea with g5.
Right.
You mentioned earlier one of the worst moves of the tournament, Fabiano's g5.
Yes.
Also, one of the best moves of the tournament, Maurice.
Well, Topalov with scintillating play, he's starting to show, yeah, I might have been fortunate in a couple of games, but it ain't my fault. They have to play well, and he definitely played well today. He actually had already gotten to a high. 28-16 was his high, but now he's gone even higher at 28-20. But don't count the distance between him and Nakamura as the only thing. Remember, Anand was only 0.5 behind Nakamura. So with his win today, he has leapfrogged Nakamura, and he is now in third place and chasing Topalov. So those two, as you said, 40-year-olds are showing that they can continue to thrive even in the modern chess environment with the youngsters in their 20s playing amazing chess here in the first of the Grand Chess Tour series. Incredible, and their matchup is going to feature heavily of an importance because they play in the last round against each other. So it's a 1-point lead. Don't count Anand out. Anand could sneak in and bridge that gap. It's 3 rounds to go. Exciting event for sure.
That's right. The average age of the top 3 players in the world is something like 37 or 38 right now. When's the last time that happened?
Man, I can't remember, actually. I would have no idea that that's happened since Carlsen reached the top of the chess world. That is actually quite an amazing statistic.
And we've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan with Vishy Anand, who is coming off a fantastic win today.
Hello, St. Louis. I'm here with five-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand, who gave a vintage performance, who seems to be improving with age. You're inspiring me, Vishy. Explain what happened today.
Well, he mentioned the same game. We were following this game between Nakamura and Grischuk. Something similar, because I wasn't exactly sure. I mean, I knew the rough idea, and that was also bishop takes h6 sack. And then there were a lot of, well, the basic point is I couldn't make it work in the beginning, so I had to play one more with king h1, and if d5 I have e5, and then I'll go for the e6 pawn. It's actually a very interesting idea. So I'll go e5, queen e5, bishop f4, queen takes b2, take on b8, take on e6, and then very important, queen e3, attacking e6, e5, rook takes f6, and then queen a7, winning a piece back.
Over there on the thing.
Yeah, and the worst thing is once he loses d7 and b7, d5 will collapse as well, so the whole pawn chain goes. Therefore, I thought king h1 threatened bishop h6, so I expected him to go king h7.
Right, which we
and
did.
And I didn't know exactly what was happening there, because if I can't really play g5, he takes, and he can even go rook h8, and I don't know what's happening. So that would have been normal. He went rook b d8. To be honest, I think he caught almost everything except g6, and the same with me.
Right.
So takes, d5. I mean, when I sacked it, I thought I have safety move e5 and queen g5 h4 with the draw. So I'm not risking anything. And then this whole g5 queen takes and rook d3 just wins.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The tactics all flowed. It's flowing for you. You're having a very nice tournament, and your form is simply excellent. You look great. You must feel great.
Well, I'm happy it must go, and yeah, sure. If you're playing well, it's nice.
Yeah. Thank you, Vishy. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, thanks.
That was five-time world chess champion Viswanathan Anand enjoying a marvelous victory today in round 6 in Norway 2005 chess tournament. It was an exciting round. As proud as Vishy is of a well-deserved victory, he's chasing a guy who seems to be unstoppable. Veselin Topalov has just scored his 5th win in 6 games. He scored 5.5. We'll be back very shortly with some messages from Veselin Topalov. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Just gotta love Anand. I mean, such a gentleman in the interview, so sweet, and then suddenly sack. It's like that's where you get it. Like he's just, you see that killer instinct.
Yeah, very pleasant character, Anand. He's always been very calm, but his ability to calculate, man, does that make him dangerous?
Indeed. Let's take a look at the standings. So we've got 5.5 by Veselin Topalov. Wow. After 6 rounds. Just incredible. And Vishy Anand, 1.5 points behind with 4. Also a fantastic result, but will it be enough? Nakamura 3.5 with a result pending. And as we can see, very tough for the rest of the field to catch up. But plenty for them to play for, because remember, there's also Grand Chess Tour points at stake.
The Grand Chess Tour is very, very important. Many of these players, they're not doing great. Let's face it. Caruana's not doing well, Carlsen's not doing well, Aronian's not doing well. But they want to keep scoring here, not only because the prize fund inside the tournament changes, but they want those Grand Chess Tour points. They want to come into the Singfield Cup and say, hey, perhaps I didn't win this event, but I still got a lot of points. I still can manage to win this tour with a couple of good tournaments in St. Louis and then in London.
I agree with that, but at the same time, so what I think is that on some of the bottom boards, it can make the chess more interesting, because everybody still wants those Grand Chess Tour points. But at the top of the cross table, also very important to get those full 13 points. And we do have the front runner in Norway Chess 2015 of the Grand Chess Tour so far, Veselin Topalov. He's with Yasser Seirawan.
Hello, St. Louis. We're back with Veselin Topalov, our runaway leader. Veselin, what's happening?
No, you tell me. Well, today, you know, just Alexander, he just made a very big mistake after the opening, and he was just lost a piece. And then, he had like 2 pawns and some chances, but I think it was always looked bad. And of course, with the time trouble, it was quite easy game for me.
Yeah, objectively, once you've played G5, it's sort of like you're ready to claim the game. But I had this feeling during the Sinquefield Cup when Caruana went on this winning streak. I was like, when is it? What's going on? The world turned upside down, and for you, you're enjoying a wonderful moment in the sun here. 5.5 out of 6. You spoke modestly at the start of how +1 would be a good result. I'm afraid you're leapfrogged well past your expectations or hopes.
Well, my last tournament was in February, so so I was like months without playing, and of course, again, I didn't think it was going to be like this, and but again, I'm not complaining.
No. When it rains, it pours. Well, all I can say is congratulations and keep up the good work. It's great watching.
Okay,
thank you. That was Veselin Topalov, our leader in the tournament, with 5.5 out of 6. Extraordinary stories going on each and every round here in Norway Chess 2015. An amazing round. Lots of fights, complex games, and I'm telling you, I'm just taken aback by Vishy Anand. I'm inspired by Vishy's play. Makes me want to move some of the pieces myself. Back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
Inspiring indeed, and we've got some thoughts from Maurice as well.
Yeah, I have to do a double take and look at this guy's score. He's +5 in this field. That reminds you of guys like Kasparov, who when he dominated, certainly Fabiano's score from last year comes to mind, Carlsen-esque. And it should be noted that with this victory, Carlsen would have to win all his remaining games, and Topalov would have to completely collapse in order for Carlsen to catch him. So the likelihood of that happening, well, we can say almost definitely not. So you can almost write Carlsen off completely now after this round, and particularly with the way Anand is playing as well. But in the meantime, we do see that Carlsen is pressing against Nakamura. They found a way to repeat moves again in that game. So it's Nakamura saying, I'm happy with the draw, guy, whenever you're ready, but Carlsen fighting to the bitter end. But look, just take your hats off to Topalov and Anand, showing why they've been top players since the 90s. We're talking about the 90s. These guys have been around. These are legendary players that all these youngsters grew up admiring. Now they get to play them. In some cases, they surpass them, but they have not proven that they are not belonging even in this internet generation. Tremendous, tremendous results so far from these two illustrious legends.
All right, and as we see the Carlsen-Nakamura game shake out as well as the Hammer game, we are going to take a quick break. So we got another result in round 6 of a very thrilling Grand Chess Tour, Norway Chess 2015. Hammer has drawn against Fabiano Caruana. We really thought Caruana was on top for a lot of that game.
Definitely a lot of strange complications in this game. We're going to have to take a look back at what some of the highlights were of this game as we look into this position. I thought we left the game around here after knight g6, and I thought after h4, h6, I think here white still has a pleasant position. It's not a huge advantage, but everything just dissipated so quickly. Even in this position, I would still take white any day. He has a bishop on e4. He has good chance of controlling the b file, but too many trades occurred. First of all, he decided to play this line and then quickly take on d5, which simplified the position into a dead draw on endgame. And the reason is that after pawn takes d5, rook takes c7, queen e8, even though there's a couple of weaknesses here on f7 and d5, it's just not sufficient. The counterplay given by the pawn on the a file is more than enough. After rook c5, a4, Caruana was able to win a pawn, but again, it's not so much about the pawns and the weakness, it's the fact that this a pawn is rolling down the board. After rook takes, queen takes, a3, which is a nice precise move, queen a5 was played, queen e1 check, king to g2, queen e4 check, king h2, queen c2, and now the double threat of taking on f2 check, forcing a perpetual, or maybe even playing queen b2, pushing the pawn, and then forcing white to find his own perpetual. It's not entirely clear that he has one. Caruana, before getting into trouble, decided to take on a3, queen f2 check, king h3, and we don't even need to calculate this out. This is quite obviously a draw. There is no way for the king to hide from the incoming checks, and the players just repeated a few moves.
Meanwhile, we've got some interesting developments between Carlsen and Nakamura that we didn't quite expect.
Yeah, this was actually a little strange. We had the position after knight b5 here, where we said that the pawn on c3 was a weakness, and it was very possible that it would drop at some point if Hikaru was unable to create play. And he was unable to find, so he played the move king f8, f3, rook d8, and somewhere along here, he actually started to make mistakes. Knight d4, rook c8, rook c1 was a really nice move. He would like to play the move knight d2, but it's a little too slow now. I simply go king f2, king e2, and I go king d3. This king marches forward if I go knight d2, and this pawn will eventually be lost. Instead, he decided to play knight a3, but that didn't help him. After knight c2, which is a nice move, trapping the knight on a3. Knight c2 is absolutely forced, rook takes c2, and now all this king has to do is come over to d3 and capture the pawn. All the pawn endgames are losing once black is down a pawn, so Hikaru decided to get rid of a couple of pawns, swap them off the board before anything happens, and we have this position on the board. Now, the only thing I can imagine is that if Hikaru is confident that he can swap this pawn for this pawn, we have a 4 versus 3 endgame, which is considered to be a theoretical draw, even though I'm sure Carlsen will probably push, considering that I think he won a 3 versus 3 against Ponomariov one, which is almost unbelievable, and it was a rapid game, but still, winning a 3 versus 3 was quite funny.
So suppose he tries right away to play rook b4.
Yeah, that's what I expect, of course. He plays rook b4, and it doesn't matter what you do. In the next move, I go a4, and I trade off the pawn. So we're going to have a 4 versus 3 scenario on the king side in a relatively long endgame, but that's not quite interesting. Actually, this endgame is a draw if Hikaru knows how to do it, and I'm pretty sure that he does.
That's right. So this is, I mean, I can't see any other way that this game will progress.
No, I think rook b4 is by far the most natural move. He might be thinking if I have to play it immediately. Sometimes you want to fix your structure on h5 and g6 first, because that's the most solid structure you can have.
It's not g5.
So definitely not g5. Yes.
Even though it's a move around, it's not the move right now.
Right. So he might be considering going perhaps something like h5 and only then play g6. In order to not get...
let white get that kind of g4 space-gaining move in.
Right, so he might be playing g6 first in this position, since after g4 I still have the move h5, and I can capture with the rook if you take on h5. That seems to be okay to me. I don't get to trade off immediately, but I will get to do so eventually.
As long as you don't let my king get close enough so that you can't play rook b4 anymore.
Right.
And then I would be able to play king c2.
So after king e2... I mean, that's still okay. h5, king d3,
now
rook
you have
b4.
to do it.
Now I have to do it before you go king c2, but this is okay. I
yeah,
play
you're
rook
there
b4,
in the nick of time, yeah.
King c2, I play a4, trade, and that's Not a draw immediately. There's kind of some pressing
Unless I
chances.
could, I can't check and play king c3 there. No, I just hang something. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like this will be a very interesting demonstration of technique by the American. Can he hold
I think
against the world champion? I think obviously he probably can.
I think interesting is a really nice word. I mean, this is gonna
Probably
be,
can.
Yeah, of course. I mean, how can you not hold a 4 versus
No, but
3?
you're not going to give him 100%.
Not 100, but
I don't even think you'd give more than 95.
I
Would you?
No, but I would put it close to that.
You would put it around between 90 and 95?
Right, I think so. I mean, there are some
Not like
couple
98.
details.
What was the thing, the 98 thing earlier?
Topalov, if Topalov won his game
okay.
and Anand didn't, then Topalov winning. That was what it was.
No. It was actually Nakamura, though.
Nakamura not winning. That's correct.
And this is what we look like right now. Vessel and Topalov, 5.5 points. Anand, 4. Nakamura, 3.5 pending, but he's not going to get to 4.5. He's down upon the end game. So he's maxed out at 4. So that means that Topalov is going to have that 1.5 lead that we discussed before.
With 3 rounds to go, I don't see how Topalov doesn't win the tournament. I think there's just too many things that go wrong.
I still think 98% is high. I'm going more with that 90 to 95 region.
Okay.
And we've got an interview. Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana is with Yasser Seirawan to talk about the twists and turns of his event so far.
Hello, St. Louis. I'm here in Norway with Fabiano. Fabi, what happened today?
I just don't think I played a very good game. From the opening, I must have had a very good position, but...
It looked wonderful, actually, just right out of the box.
Yeah, d4 is a pretty dubious move. I was surprised he went for it. I mean, he's just very often playing a tempo down if he later plays e5. But yeah, I think knight a3 was a clear mistake. I don't know if b4 was necessary, but...
No, we liked everything you did, and we just thought you were going to go d3 and knight d2, and knight a3 allowed him this chance to get back into the game, essentially.
Yeah, I just forgot about b5.
Yeah.
No, d3, knight d2, maybe I have some advantage.
Well, precisely. Later, when he took on c3, it looked like, well, maybe you could still press him a little bit. Suddenly, it looked like, well, maybe you had a nice game to go.
Yeah, I was very surprised when he took and allowed me to straighten out my pawns.
Right.
But I couldn't find any way to make anything of the position.
Ramp up the pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very promising, but okay, if he gets 2 moves, knight e7, knight d5,
he's solid.
Queen b6, yeah, it's difficult to get anything.
It will not have escaped your attention, of course, that Veselin Topalov has scored 5.5 out of 6. I mean, we were all in awe of your performance in St. Louis, where you were going 7-0, and now you're one of the members watching Veselin. What's your reaction to this incredible performance that he is having?
Yeah, it's always interesting to see a great performance, but I mean, this was yeah, everything started from the first round. If that game had ended differently, the entire tournament probably would have unfolded in a different way.
In a parallel universe, it's a totally different story.
Yeah, it was obviously this win inspired him. Yeah, and I mean, yesterday was also amazing, but okay, it's for a great result, you always need some luck.
Exactly. Fabi, thank you very much. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
That was Fabiano Caruana, unfortunately not playing so very successfully here in St. Louis. During our little break, I got a chance to talk to Veselin Topalov. I don't want to jinx him in any way, but great performances, and I was asking him about his, and he mentioned in particular 2, look them up, San Luis and Bilbao. He said that those events, as well as Libya, where he did extraordinarily well with massive streaks. Veselin Topalov looking like the runaway champion here in Norway Chess 2015. Back to you in the studio.
Veselin the Viking.
Yeah, definitely A good result here from Topalov, and I'm actually interested that one of the streaks that he mentioned was in Libya. He didn't actually win that tournament, so I'm impressed that he mentioned it as a very good result. He did go in a series of wins, but because of the knockout format, he actually lost to Adams, I believe. Maybe he lost to Kasimjanov in the semifinals, and he was knocked out of the event despite having a really, really good tournament.
Maybe that was Yasser's one that he remembered.
I think that was actually Topalov mentioning it. But okay, we're going to be saddled with one last game here today.
And G6 was played, so you're right about this formation of G6 and H5 that Nakamura is trying to set up to limit Carlsen's counterplay. So Carlsen could play G4 here.
I
but
doubt
then he would play H5.
He won't play G4. The reason you don't play G4 here is because after H5, takes, this is still quite weak.
You don't want to trade a pawn.
And if you don't take, I trade off your pawn, and it's easier for the defense. It makes it easier for the defense to trade pawns. That's the reason that you want to play G6 and H5, so you don't have to move G4 in the future. You do have to play G4 at some point, though, because if you don't, there's no way to make progress. But you probably don't want to do it right away. Oops. I think it's...
Maurice, your thoughts on this game and the tournament so far?
Well, we saw Caruana, that is Carlsen, excuse me. We saw Carlsen struggle to try to win his game with the white pieces against Giri in that endgame where he had pawns against a knight. You know the kind of fighter he is. No matter what the situation, he's going to play and play and play. So expect him to do the same here and hope that Nakamura does not defend as well as Giri did. It looks dubious as a proposition, to say the least. It seems as though this is definitely a drawn ending. Nakamura feeling quite comfortable making this draw happen, and that will drop him 1.5 points behind the tournament leader, Vasilij Topalov. Now, Topalov, we should make this big point. Topalov's, Caruana just said, you know, I guess you have to be lucky to have great streaks or have wonderful performances. I remember from the Sinkfield Cup, one of the things we were most amazed by was how Fabiano wasn't lucky at all. I mean, maybe lucky that people fell into his preparation. I mean, you can call that luck, but that was really hard work and scintillating play. It was blemish-free the way he played for 7 rounds. No lucky performances anywhere, no lucky games. I think that this one is really dramatic to see the kinds of ways Topalov has won. Certainly round 1 is a once-in-a-lifetime event for him, his opponent not knowing the rules. Certainly the game against MVL was bizarre, to say the least, when MVL played this move, knight to d5. Just simply a horrid move to play in the position. It's just like giving the guy a fantastic position. That was strange. And then, of course, his win against Hammer. He said that he was just 2 moves away from signing the sheets when all of a sudden, here's a win in his pocket. So nothing to take away from. He has also won 2 games on his own, but definitely that win in round 1 gave wind to his sails, and he has taken all the good fortune as well as his own great play to have this tremendous result. 5.5 with players 1.5 points behind him. Let's mention he has to play Caruana, not playing well tomorrow. That's going to be probably a good game for him, and he has the white pieces. Then he plays Giri, who's been calm so far, maybe not wanting to fight too much. 0.5 point there will be tremendous for him. And in the last round, he gets white against Anand. So he's really set up to win this tournament. Hard to see him not winning. His tremendous score and good fortune really showing itself so far.
Definitely, it's a combination of things here for Topalov, as you mentioned. One feels the 7-0 from Caruana was a little cleaner. Definitely, I felt there was less luck involved.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. But, I mean, Topalov still played great chess here. The opportunities that he's had, he's taken them. And it's true that maybe he should have had not quite 5.5 out of 6, maybe 4 out of 6.
But he's still playing great.
Yeah, 4 out of 6 is probably a more reasonable result for his play.
And he'd still be leading.
He'd still be leading, and he'd still be having a fantastic tournament, even without any luck.
Right. And then the drama of the last round would really loom large.
Yes, unfortunately, we're not going to get to see that, as Topalov has 1.5 points. Whites, 2 whites, playing Caruana tomorrow, who's playing,
so
in my opinion, really
chance.
badly. No.
You know, guys, you say he'd still be leading. That's if everything unfolded the way it did in the other games. round one is critical. Look at what happened to Magnus Carlsen. Do you think that if he had won that first round game that he'd still have the score, let's just add a point to the score he has now, that he would have lost the next couple of games and played so badly? I have the feeling that Magnus, having won that first game, you would have seen a totally different Magnus, and I feel you would have seen a different Topalov as well. That victory was such a shock to Magnus's system that it just rippled through the rest of his games, the follow-up games. And for Topalov, I think if he had lost that round one, especially given that he should have drawn, I mean, he had pretty much a drawn position, that he would have let the guy win, and he had a losing position on the board, that he probably would have been so shocked that he wouldn't have kept up this pace that he's keeping up now, even with the gift that he got from Hammer. So I think that everything just had to do with that round one. I think we point right to it. History in that parallel universe, as Yasser called it, would have been very, very different. But hey, the guy got the game in the most mysterious of circumstances, and now he is leading the tournament clear.
And we do have some interesting matchups for Anand in the next couple rounds. He's playing against Aronian with black, and then he plays white against Hammer.
So white against Hammer.
His chances of getting 1.5 out of 2.
Right, no, they're
not bad.
Decent
chances.
And that
would leave him with the destiny in his own hands in the last round against Topalov.
Well, that depends on how Topalov does, of course. If
Assuming
he himself,
Topalov gets 1 out of 2,
for instance, right. That might be the case. I still see it as unlikely, but he first has to go through a very strong hurdle. Levon Aronian with white is no walk in the park. We've seen Aronian destroy Anand with white in several occasions. And even though Aronian's not had the best tournament of his life, he's always a dangerous opponent. We're going to see how Vichy approaches the situation.
Well, Topalov has a tough penultimate round pairing as well. Black against Anish Giri. That's his final black of the event. So here we see it, the round 8 pairings.
Yeah,
Anish Giri, Veselin Topalov with black.
And he's been the most solid player, I believe, so far this tournament with 5 draws and only 1 win, Anish Giri.
So that you think bodes well for Topalov, that if he hunkers down, he has a good chance to stay solid in that game.
Well, we'll see. Giri is definitely a player that is difficult to predict sometimes, and I think that he'll try to go for a win. Why not? It's definitely not going to be easy for Topalov. Topalov has a very dynamic style. Sometimes it doesn't really favor him to hold on to situations, and Giri is going to try to exploit that.
And of course, round 9, we've got the critical matchup between Topalov and Anand. Will that be a game changer? Will that be a title up for grabs, or will Topalov have already clinched by then? That's really up in the air.
It's not necessarily true that Topalov would have clinched by then, but Topalov with white, I think, will be incredibly comfortable playing against Anand for first place. Andrade would probably clinch it at that point, and he is white. He can just force pretty much as boring of a variation as he can.
Speaking of which, tomorrow he's playing against Fabi Caruana.
Yeah.
So what opening do you predict tomorrow in that matchup?
That's going to be a tough one. We've seen some Berlins from Caruana. We saw Topalov go into it a couple of times in the Singfield Cup. That's going to be a tough matchup for both players, but Caruana playing very underwhelming in this event. Today's game against John Ludwig Hammer, just not impressive whatsoever, while Veselin Topalov's games, despite being somewhat lucky to obtain the result he has, they've been good. They've been crisp. His tactics have worked. I think he'll be happy with tomorrow's pairing.
Maurice, your thoughts?
I think Topalov is definitely the one for choice, but don't overlook the player playing now, Nakamura. If he draws, he will be tied with Anand for second place, and Nakamura has 2 whites coming, guys, and he's paired down in both of those contests, so he will be looking for a victory in the next game to close the gap with Topalov, and then a victory in the next one as well. If he can win 2 games and Topalov only wins 1, he'll only be a half a point behind him, and the pressure will be on Topalov in that last round game. He's playing against Anand. Of course, here we see these moves being blitzed out quickly. If the only problem I foresee, however, is that last round game for Nakamura. He's going to have to play Aronian again with the black pieces. That game, it's easy for Aronian to just try to make a draw with the white pieces. Not that it would be an easy draw, but he could be thinking draw by then, depending on how he's doing in the tournament. So both Anand and Nakamura with the hurdle of having to deal with Aronian with black, either one of them succeeds, will have a really good chance, I think, of catching Topalov, but they have to beat Aronian. They simply have to beat him, one of them, to even be able to speak about catching the scintillating performance right now by Topalov.
Aronian seems to be there, targeted by these top players. He's having just an okay tournament, but he's going to be in the way of both Nakamura and Anand as they move forward and try to actually dethrone Topalov, who I still think has the tournament in his hands.
That's right. Topalov, massive frontrunner in this event.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that entails. Nakamura still has to hold on to his position against Carlsen. I still think that there's no real chance of Carlsen winning this endgame. Nakamura looks very confident. He isn't even at the board.
But you still think there's a better chance of Carlsen winning this than Topalov not winning the tournament?
Yes.
Carlsen more likely to win the game than Topalov not to win.
The tournament. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I mean,
I think
Carlsen won a 3 versus 3 against the top grandmaster.
In a rapid game.
It was a rapid game, but I mean...
But this is Nakamura, who he's got that kind of psychological edge. Although, to me, it feels to me that Nakamura is a little bit more even and balanced lately. I think some of that psychological pressure he's left behind.
I think that Nakamura will draw today. I have no doubt about that, but I also have no doubt that Topalov will run away with the event.
Maurice, your thoughts?
You know, it's sort of a strange thing with chess. We see this happen a lot in these kinds of tournaments. Once one player is playing well, it's almost like a snowball rolling down a hill. It's like everybody gets out his way and says, okay, he's the one who's playing well. You don't want to fight him. If you fight him, he's going to crush you. And it happens so often. It's really weird that there are no upsets in this situation. It's so rare that there are upsets when one guy is doing really well. In this case, it's Topalov. It was Fabiano in the Singfield Cup. And if it's an upset, something happens early, or like a Carlsen will happen, he'll lose a game early and then just go on one of these streaks, and then everybody wants to duck him. It's incredible what form is in chess and the psychological edge that a player can have by playing well or at least performing well. Now, that said, if Topalov manages to lose a game, now he hasn't done so. I mean, look at all those wins that he has racked up in this event. But if he manages to lose, let's say, a bad game against Caruana, just somehow Caruana shows up and plays in great style as he's used to, and Topalov loses, then all bets are off. You're not going to guarantee a victory for Topalov in that case. A single loss is all you need, a chink in the armor, and then the players suddenly come to life and say, oh, it's a tournament again. But that game tomorrow will be a big game, and certainly the game Giri, he's playing against Giri with the black pieces, will also be a big game. If he can solidify himself in those two games, then it looks pretty much like he's a lock to win the whole tournament.
That's
Definitely.
right.
Still a lot of chess to be played here in Norway.
Who would have thought somebody would start this tournament 5.5 out of 6?
Definitely.
I guess after witnessing Caruana, we can't be that surprised.
No, come on. Every time we see a result like this, I'm incredibly surprised. 5.5 out of 6 against this field. It doesn't matter who does it. It could be Carlsen. It could be... I mean, I'd be surprised an engine does it.
Well, although to be fair,
yeah,
it doesn't feel like 5.5. That's why when you look at it, you're kind of surprised.
No, I'm completely
Because of
surprised.
that first round, it feels more like a great, but not out of this world result.
It's not out of this world result for anybody.
If it's 4.5 out of 6, it's still very, very good.
4.5 out of 6 is good, but 5.5 out of 6, of course. I'm incredibly surprised anybody was able to achieve this. This is a great victory for Topalov, who reaches his highest rating ever. An amazing performance by the Bulgarian.
Maurice?
He's also achieved a higher rating than Anand's best rating ever, which is shocking. I mean, of all those successes that Anand has ever achieved, Anand's max rating was, I believe, 2821 or 2820 in 2011. Now, Anand, all those world championships he won, all those great tournaments he had, he is now behind Topalov. It's almost sneaky how this happened. Like, how did Topalov have the 5th highest rating in history behind only Carlsen, Caruana, Kasparov, and Aronian? I should put Kasparov as number 2 on that list. Caruana reaching as high as 2851, Kasparov 2856, his highest in the live rankings, and Aronian at 2835. So Topalov now in rarefied air, 5th best performance, 5th best live rating ever in history, and in a way that we would not have expected. 5.5 out of 6. Yes, I agree with you, Alejandro. That's crazy. That's just a fantastic performance here with all the world's best players lined up. We should mention, by the way, that the Sinquefield Cup, when Caruana did it, he did it with less players. He only did it with 5 players in the field. Sorry, was it 6 players in the field, including himself, 6 players in the field. Here we have even more opportunity to go wrong. Topalov doing it in a variety of styles and opponents.
Although I don't think you can argue that it's harder because there's more players. Because the Sinquefield Cup was the strongest tournament in history.
Right, definitely I would say that, either impressive achievement, but I'm pretty sure the Sinquefield Cup last year was double round robin.
Yeah, double round robin, exactly.
Right, exactly. So it definitely changes the character of the situation, but man, having to beat somebody like Hikaru twice, Topalov twice, it becomes very hard to believe. I think both are difficult in their own way.
He beat Topalov twice, right? That was one guy he definitely beat twice.
Caruana beating Topalov twice?
Yeah, with bishop takes e6, and then, in one game, and I can't remember the other game as well, it was towards the beginning of the tournament, I think a blunder.
A blunder from Topalov.
He beat Carlsen once, Nakamura once.
He beat Carlsen once, and actually Carlsen was the one that broke his streak.
Yeah.
And then he drew Nakamura in the second phase.
So he beat Naka once.
I remember he beat MVL twice as well.
That's what it was. MVL and Topalov, I believe. Yeah.
And Topalov, yes.
Which kind of makes sense because those are two very dynamic players.
Right.
A little bit easier, white or black, you're going to get an interesting game.
That's true. They have very interesting games, but it was Caruana that was able to come up on top in that case, and he's going to have to try to do so again tomorrow as he needs those Grand Chess Tour points. It's not just about his standings in this tournament. He needs those points to come into the Sinquefield Cup, regain his mastery.
Right. What I was trying to say earlier was that for the guys at the lower end of the cross table, Grand Chess Tour points will make their spirit even more galvanized. I need to win to get more of these points.
I do agree.
My concern is that the top of the cross table could actually sometimes have the opposite effect. So that instead of going all out crazy for the win to try to get first place, you might hold back a tiny bit at some point.
You mean instead of fighting crazy hard for first, you say, well, I'm second, that's okay, it's only a couple of points behind the winner in terms of Grand Chess Tour standings?
Yeah, it's almost like a secondary. We already have that system in the ratings. Because at this level, these guys, the rating is so important.
Right.
There's kind of a built-in disincentive to go completely nuts, only for tournament purposes.
It's possible.
Unless you're playing for a world championship seed or something, like in the candidates tournament.
Mm-hmm.
But other tournaments, generally, they're not going to go totally nuts because, yes, they could win the tournament in an extra 20K, but if the position doesn't call for it,
yeah,
they also have the rating to worry about.
Right, of course. And these are players that love playing positions. Obviously, they don't like drawing their games, but they also come in with a severe idea or several ideas on how to play and approach the positions. They're sometimes going to come in with more aggressive openings, sometimes they're going to come in with more solid openings. It depends a lot on the style that they wish to choose that day. And I think that because of that, we might see a little bit more solid openings in some cases when the players do decide that they want their Grand Chess Tour points. On the other hand, there are players that are never happy with second. I think that if you saw Carlsen had a better chance at the top spots, he would not be seeing any kind of solid chess.
No, he doesn't like that. Remember, he was one who famously called Caruana's performance depressing.
Depressing.
At the Sinquefield Cup.
It was quite depressing for him as pretty much a spectator to see how Caruana mowed the field. He had beat Carlsen in the first bout with black pieces, which was actually quite interesting. And then Caruana actually almost beat him also in the second time they played in the 8th round of the Sinquefield Cup.
And this is the big match we'll be watching tomorrow, Topalov versus Caruana. So the two streakers.
Well, yeah. All right, we're going to have to see the streakers play tomorrow. Caruana with his famous 7-0 on the Sinquefield Cup, and Topalov starting with 5.5 out of 6 going into the next round.
Well, I did play a very famous game related once before.
Yeah, of course. I think that, but Caruana had the better of that one. We'll see how they do tomorrow. It seems like Topalov's the one that's on fire. Caruana playing, I think, very deficiently. So I like Topalov's chances. He knows that if he wins tomorrow, even Jen Shahade will stop doubting that he will win the tournament.
I'm just looking for the possibilities. Very exciting. Well, what do you think your favorite game of the tournament was so far, Alejandro?
I really like today's game
Today's
actually
Anand game?
between Anand and MVL, but actually I've seen many games that I thought, well, that was quite nice. It was a positional struggle.
I still liked Fabi's game against Carlsen a lot.
Fabi's
even
game,
though he's totally collapsed since then.
Fabi's Carlsen was actually quite good. I think that Anand Carlsen was also quite nice, even though also after that, Carlsen just collapsed completely. But I thought it was a nice game. I thought Anand's way of handling the position was perfect. So I really liked that game.
Maurice, your favorite games in this tournament? Pick one first.
My favorite was today's game by Anand, and then my second favorite was his other game, the one that he beat Carlsen. The way he won, gave up the exchange with ease, and then just won that nice end game. I think that Anand is playing. It's hard to say he's playing the best chess when Topalov is running away with the tournament, but I think that those are the games that I'm most impressed by so far in the event. We did talk about the historic performance of Fabiano Caruana. You know, he went 7 in a row, and then he drew 3 games to close out the tournament. He did defeat Topalov twice, although in that event, Topalov managed to come in 3rd place behind Magnus Carlsen. So not a bad result in the end for him. If Topalov wins tomorrow and goes 6.5 out of 7 with 2 rounds to go, we're going to be starting to think maybe if he wins again, that his performance will be historic as well. He could have an even better percentage than Caruana did. I cannot imagine him winning like the next 3 games, or that's just too much to think about right now. But he definitely would like to win tomorrow, seek some revenge on Caruana, and put a stamp on the tournament saying this is over, and then he can play however he wants to in the final 2 games. So much to look forward to in the next 3 rounds of this tournament.
That's right. What's happened in our game, Carlsen Nakamura? We have traded a pair of pawns off.
Right, as I mentioned earlier, you have to play g4 at some point to make progress, otherwise you're just kind of stuck. You don't want to push this e4 pawn forward, as the king would have no shelter, and I can simply check you on the 2nd and 3rd rank, so that's not really a possibility. He decided to play g4, takes, the rook b1 was played. The idea of rook b1 is simply that the checks now on the 1st rank will become annoying. There's no really good way of making progress here for Carlsen. He decided to put the rook on d7, kind of a tempo move. And I think that I saw Nakamura play the move rook f1 check, though I'm not entirely sure that he did that. As I update my board. Yeah, rook f1 check was played, followed by king e4. The king seems to be marching forward, but it's not going to go very far. This is usually a draw.
Well, because I think Nakamura has got this. He's studied this.
Well, I think most people have studied this.
This is an endgame where, it's like rook and bishop versus rook. It's one of those that you need to know how to defend.
Right. I think I studied this when I was like 9 years old. I had a old Paul Benko book that
Which one?
I don't remember the name of the book. No, it was a Benko book.
Benko book.
Benko, right. Benko. He writes this Endgame lab for Chess Life, actually.
Oh, yeah, and it was like a compilation of columns.
of columns, and that was fantastic. I think one of the many mentioned this 4 versus 3, which is now a 3 versus 2. I also saw a lot of Capablanca games when I was young, simply because, well, I come from Latin American chess school, if you will.
Is Capa still one of your favorite historic players?
Well, absolutely. I think that Capablanca had a lot of influence in the way that Cuban players play, and Cuban players have made chess relatively strong in other areas of Latin America. They go and teach. So for us, of course, Capablanca is something that we must study. And
so if you could have dinner with one dead chess player, who would it be?
One?
They would come back to life for dinner, though.
Well, that would make them slightly better guests than if they didn't. I don't know. Capablanca was a pretty fun guy. I mean, not only on the board was he a really good player.
I think that's a really good pick.
I heard
actually.
Outside he's kind of a party animal, so.
It wouldn't be just dinner; it would be dinner and an after party.
The after party
before he had to go back
good.
to the afterworld. I mean, I know what most people would pick.
Fischer.
Yeah, of course that would be the most popular answer.
Yeah, but
I kind of like yours. Maurice, I see you with this like evil look in your eyes. You've got ideas of bringing lots of people back to life.
Evil look. No, I was just trying to think about the question. Yeah, I might go with Capablanca, but my favorite player of all time was Tal, so I would certainly like to talk with him.
Bring an ashtray.
Yeah, for sure. He couldn't. That would be a problem since I'm so allergic to cigarette smoke. But Fischer, I don't know if I think I might have told the Fischer story, that the ghost of Bobby Fischer story before. You mentioned Bobby Fischer. When I was in Reykjavik a few years ago, this is going back actually to 2006. I was in Reykjavik and I was sitting in a coffee house talking to a now very good friend of mine, and she was just serving coffee. And we were talking, and I was talking with a friend of hers as well. And at some point she said, oh, your friend Bobby Fischer, she was talking about him being in Iceland. And I said, my friend, I'm not friends with him. I've never met him. She says, you've never met him? I said, no, I've never even seen him. She said, oh, really? Well, he walked past here twice already since you've been sitting here. I said, what do you mean? She said, yeah, you know, he walks with a kind of long gait like this. I was like, well, why didn't you say something? And she said, I thought you met him a lot of times, so I didn't think to mention it. It's like, what? The ghost of Bobby Fischer, all I know is walked behind me and walked the other way, and I never got a chance to meet him before he passed away. You wonder why she's still my friend after that one. But Fischer would have been interesting to meet, just that close the guy was to meeting one of the greatest chess players ever.
It's always fascinating to also see the personalities behind some of the great chess players. They're so diverse, not only on the board, but they are very interesting in their personal lives. They all seem to lead a quite move to life, I think.
I would have loved to meet Vera Menchik. You know, she died way too young, in her 30s, 1945, in an attack, Allied attack, an attack on Britain.
Oh, was that?
World War II, yeah.
Oh, wow, that's terrible. Yeah, Vera Menchik.
She died very young. So she was like the first woman to compete in these like basically the equivalent of what we have today, super tournaments.
Right, no, I remember Vera Menchik actually playing games against Aljochin and Capablanca. I mean, she was... Yeah, definitely a very strong player back in the day.
So she died way before her time, and of course, unfortunately, because you know what other great games would have come out of her.
Right.
And scalps of the top male grandmasters of the day, which later, of course, players like Polgar and the Chinese players, and I know your friend, joining the 2,700 plus ranks, right?
Hopefully soon, yes.
Oh, she hasn't yet?
2,700? No, she's quite far away. She actually lost a few rating points. We were talking, of course, of Ho Yifan, the ex-women's world champion.
What was her peak rating ever?
I think she was 2677
okay,
or something.
So pretty close, but yeah.
Still a ways away. Maybe in the 80s actually, 2680 something, but not quite 27.
Right, but it's great to see, you know, her. I mean, just kind of take up the mantle of Judith Polgar playing in these top tournaments.
And she will be playing a top tournament actually in just about a week and a half. Will be the start of Dortmund in Germany, where she'll be participating with Caruana and Kramnik and several other top grandmasters.
Great.
So we have a lot of new moves here in this position, but this was all to be expected, guys. This is nothing that surprises us by any means. All of these moves were expected to happen at some point, that white pushes pawn to a g5, that this setup occurs. This is still a draw. Now Nakamura simply needs to know.
Well, think about if that black pawn were an h7 instead of Nakamura managing to trade it. That would make the position a lot more juicy for white.
Even that's still a draw, but yes, you're right that it make it more difficult for black to develop in those cases, because the break of h4, h5 would sometimes be annoying, freeing up the f5 square for the king. So that's actually kind of dangerous, and that's why the h-pawns had to be removed off the board. That's why Hikaru played a very quick h5 as soon as he got into the endgame.
Right, and why you see even in rapid or blitz games, grandmasters will very instinctively make a move like h5, because it's not really a matter of when.
It's just that you have to do it. You have to solidify your structure at some point.
And make life a little bit easier for you.
There are some 4 versus 3s that are dangerous with the rooks. But once you get g6, h5, most of them are pretty tame.
And so Explain this defensive construction. Why f7 g6 with king on g7?
Well, it's a little bit of a fortress. It doesn't allow white to create any kind of play. It just says, I'm here, come get me.
And if you move your king to e8, for instance.
Well, that's the thing. Getting your king to e8 is not trivial.
Because rook e6 check is in the air.
Rook e6 check is always going to be in the air. And how do you defend from that? If you play the king forward, I'm going to start harassing your pawn on e4. So, for example, you can't play king e7 right away because rook e6 check.
So what if I play e5 and try to play it?
So you want to play something like...
Oh, no. After rook a6 check, king c7, I guess.
King c7, then again, we go to the fact that I start harassing your pawns because the king went so far away. And now this is probably even dead.
And now if I play f5, while taking an e4 might allow f6.
Well, that's still a dead draw, right?
Yeah.
Well, you have some tricks, I guess, because you have this idea.
Yeah, I'm looking for a little bit of a tricky here, but...
Right. But almost always when you play f5...
But also, after f5, you should be able to just take it. That's what I was getting at.
Right.
Because now when I go after the pawns and you play f6, we also just have king g6.
Right, and
which is, of course, easy.
Always the threat of playing here g6, but it's not a threat here. And
you can just play rook g4 or rook a5.
Well, g4 I think actually manages to lose because you play...
Oh, right, yeah.
g6.
Okay, let's not do that.
Rook a5 looks good enough to me. If you play g6, I just take on f5. Yeah. So that's easy. We have a couple of moves that were repeated. Check and check back. Nakamura could play pretty much any move and still a draw.
But how will Magnus try here? There's not really a lot of ways.
Well, that's for him to decide. Actually, it's not so much about how he decides, it's like when he decides, because he can also shuffle around forever before making a commitment.
Just trying to tire him, knock him out. That's why physical fitness is so important in chess.
Right. Even though in this case, I don't think that Nakamura is using that much thought process. He's just kind of playing by instinct. He knows that this is a draw, and he knows that all he needs to do is wait. So as long as he doesn't blunder something in one move, he'll be okay.
Do you know what Nakamura's preferred exercise is?
Actually, I don't know that.
Swimming.
Swimming is his preferred exercise.
Strange, because a lot of the top players like swimming, American players especially.
Really?
Onishuk is quite fond of swimming as well.
Yeah, definitely a very popular way of keeping yourself fit.
Low impact. That low risk of injury, I think, is important for chess players. We talked about walking also. Because, if you're injured, how are you going to play the chess game? You don't want to be called out of the game. Because you've got a wrist that's screwed up.
Well, if your wrist's screwed up and you're Alexander Grischuk, you might just not make time control.
Well, yeah, exactly. No, but I'm not actually entirely joking. I say this because I've gotten kind of into CrossFit from my brother, but I'm a little bit wimpy. So
what?
So when it's like a really hard weight or a really difficult exercise, I usually try to go a little bit less than I could do. I know I can do X, but I'll do a little less. Because I figure this, I'm not a professional athlete. So
why risk
injury?
Right.
It's more important to be in shape and get stronger than to risk being injured. And for somebody like Nakamura, it's the same thing. He's not a professional he is. He's a professional mind sport athlete, but he's not a professional swimmer or physical athlete. So if he can avoid injury but still be in excellent shape,
right, well, he needs the shape
ideal.
To sustain his
exactly
thought process for so long, which is actually very difficult to do. You start getting tired in this game, so only a few hours in. So keeping your mental strength in this endgame is also quite important.
Right, and if you get injured, then you can't work out anymore, and that's the bummer.
Yeah, that's quite bad. And we have still Nakamura here is actually to play. Carlsen has blocked the check with his own rook, and Nakamura is figuring out where to put the rook on the A file. He can put it on A6 and it's a draw, on A7 it's a draw, on A8 it's a draw, on A4 it's a draw.
We've talked a lot about tomorrow's matchups. Let's take a look again at who our sparkling player of the tournament, not the leader, but the one whose games we are loving is playing. He's playing against Aronian. That's a tough pairing. He's going to be black against Levon. So tomorrow he's going to have to think first about getting a good position. He's not going to be able to think about catching Topalov quite yet.
No, not quite yet. And Levon Aronian's had a tough tournament. He started out with -2 after 4 rounds. He lost his first and his fourth games. And he was able to bounce back in the 5th. But I mean, his games have been unconvincing. Anand, he's black. It's difficult to win with black. He also has a very solid repertoire with black, which doesn't always allow him to win must-win games with that color. He's usually kind of Caruana, very solid with the black pieces. We're going to have to see how he manages to try to win against the one Aronian tomorrow.
And of course that could be a problem for him in the final round as well. We've also got Giri and Hammer playing against Tite tomorrow.
Yes, and that will be an interesting match. Giri, with 3.5 out of 6, he's by far the most solid player in the tournament. 5 draws already, and even though he's in good standing, he definitely wants to keep getting points. And I think that Hammer is in a bad situation. Even though he drew against Caruana today with black, he's played relatively weak chess, so Giri might try to capitalize that tomorrow.
Look how happy Hammer is. This is definitely a pre-King C6 photo.
Yes, definitely not his brightest moment. We have a couple more moves in the Carlsen Nakamura game, but that hasn't made any progress. And we'll keep
just a little bit of shuffling.
Just shuffling.
So what do you think the most important, somebody who hasn't studied Endgame seriously, if they're watching this, what are the most important defensive endgames to look at? I mean, everybody talks about the Lucina and the Philidor. What else?
Right. Lucina and Philidor are by far like the most important positions to understand in Rook endgame, simply because they're like the foundations, they're the building blocks of endgames, where I can tell you this is obviously drawn because it's a Philidor, and I don't have to argue with you and show you why is this a draw. No, you already know this is a Philidor.
It's a building block. It's like a chunk.
Exactly. So this way I can easily analyze positions.
Even
without
this
thinking.
can turn into those positions as well.
Right. This very often
actually
takes turns into a Philidor, and the reason it's so dead drawn is that the Philidor is easily drawn. So you have to understand that that's a good idea.
Even Magnus doesn't try to win that against Nakamura.
I don't think he will.
That's how drawn it is. Even Magnus will say, okay.
Yeah, for Rook endgames, that's of course very important, but also some basic pawn endgames with triangulations are some of the things you absolutely have to know. So I think there's a lot of...
Rook and Bishop versus Rook, what do you think about that?
King and Bishop versus Rook? No, I don't think that's important.
I said Rook and Bishop versus Rook.
Rook? Oh, Rook and Bishop.
I didn't say King and Bishop.
No, Rook and Bishop versus Rook. No, I don't think that's very important.
You don't think it's high up there?
Well, the thing is that it's not a building block. Like, you know that's a draw and you just have to do it. But you don't have to learn how necessarily. Sometimes
it doesn't give you like access to all these other types of positions.
Exactly. The thing about Rook and Bishop versus Rook compared to just Rook and Pawn versus Rook is that it's so rare.
Of course.
It's just so incredibly rare. I've been playing chess for, well, I don't want to say anymore. It's my birthday yesterday. I feel old. But
happy birthday!
Thank you. But I mean, in my entire chess,
cupcake?
Yeah, I did get a cupcake, and it was delicious. In my chess career, I have never, ever played a Rook Bishop against Rook. Not when I was a kid, not when I was a grandmaster, not ever. So I don't think.
What about
it's
Knight and Bishop
important.
versus King?
I played one Knight and Bishop versus King. No, never in my life. Well, actually, I played it in one Blitz game, and I managed to do it, and that was it.
Sick brag, humble brags. Maurice.
Yeah, I would agree with Alejandro in every single assessment he said so far. I would also add Queen and King versus King and Pawn. That's a definite building block. You've got to have that one down pat, because so many pawn endings turn into those endings, and even Rook endings turn into that exact ending as well. So important to add. Just those basics. Those are the building blocks for end games. The esoteric ones, it's nice to know them, but those fundamental ones you've got to know cold. I remember when I first figured out Queen against Pawn, and it was like a miracle, to like, wow. And since then, it's been a huge part of practical play. And even just when you're studying another person's game, a grandmaster game, and you say, oh yeah, this is just going to turn into that ending. So important ending to know as well.
All right, we've got massive progress in the Carlsen Nakamura game. The game is blown up.
Rook C2 was played, and well, here Black has the choice of repeating with Rook A5 check. Actually, it's not a repetition because the Rook's now in the C file, which makes almost no difference. But there's no reason not to check, although, to be fair, pretty much every other move also works. The Rook wants to stay on the A file because it's the longest way of checking from the side, but sometimes also moving it to the first rank is good enough. That's usually also a nice defensive idea.
Could Carlsen win if you could take 2 files off the board? Yes, I think so.
You mean if we move this to the right, you have pawns on g7 and h6 instead of f7 and g6?
No, I say like if the A file and the B file don't exist anymore, I just take them off the board.
The A file and which file?
And the B, A and B. Because of course then the rook will have like, you wouldn't be able to check from the side, so you'd have to find some other defensive methods.
It's possible. That changes the character of the position. There's actually a lot of like weird compositions that have people made. It's like, what if we just took 2 files of the game? Would that still work?
What kind of composition is that called?
I don't think it has a name. It's just...
Really? Yeah, just kind of like a...
Yeah. I like the move that Hikaru played. It's rook f1.
Luckily for him, he has the A and B files.
I'm not even sure he needs them. It would just make it more interesting. But I think that after rook f1...
Yeah, because it would take away one of his defensive ideas,
resources, that's
yeah.
correct. So here he targets the f-pawn, and the reason he targets the f-pawn is that now the king on e5 cannot move. So you're stuck with finding some way of making progress, which is not so easy. Carlsen put the rook on c7, and now what has to be analyzed is, can I play rook f2? I have to deal with both f6, f5, and with ideas of sacrificing this pawn somehow by moving the king, but I don't think any of that works. So you would have to just make sure that f5 doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then you probably go for this variation. You try to go home as quickly as possible.
Yeah, this would be a good one.
Right. The idea is usually that after f5 takes, you just play check. Again, the only idea in this position is to play g6. And if I simply go king here, usually I can just attack the pawn. And
so now that if g6 we can just snap the pawn, that's key.
Right. And after king e4, I think I run out of positions here on the second rank. Usually this is much easier draw if the rook's on the first rank, but I think even here after king g8, this is just a dead draw. There are some variations where you can go king e5, but I have rook a2. But as I said, keeping the rook on the first is just better technique, much better technique. So Nakamura played the move rook e1. Preventing the move f5. Now if the king moves, I can check it and then go back to f1 if necessary. So here rook a7 was played, and now Nakamura can still keep the rook either on b1 or he can play rook f1. I think is still good enough.
And both players play pretty quickly as well.
Right, there's no reason not to, I think. It's not like you're thinking about a specific move. Carlsen's just shuffling, whereas Nakamura's making sure he's not losing instantly.
It's funny how in chess the opening and the endgame converge, and you can see the player's preparation. Because Nakamura is prepared to defend this endgame, so he doesn't have to think that much, in the same way that he wouldn't have to think that much in a Sicilian or a Berlin.
Yeah, it's a little bit different because I think that one is more of obvious memory, like exact memory, whereas this one, you have the concepts around, and it's not so precise. Here, you just know that the ideas should work without needing specific variations. So we have rook e1 on the board, and then rook a7 was played, and I expect rook f1, but honestly every other move is also okay. Now the idea is, as I was saying, that keeping the rook on the first is a better technique, because when this happens I can play check, and then here and here check, here, and I can check you again. And if my rook...
It's that checking distance.
Right, it's a checking distance again, because after king f3 I can check you again, and notice how this king can't keep going back because of the weak f-pawn here. So he has to go forward, and I just keep checking you forever. If you ever decide to get off this file, I can always go rook e5, and that'll seal the deal. So rook f1 seems okay to me. Everything else also is okay though.
Alright, we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll keep a close eye on this game. Carlsen Nakamura, which team's headed for Splitsville?
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. Many people don't know that St. Louis has a chess history as rich as its baseball. At the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. Come to the Central West End and experience all that chess has to offer.
could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
And here we are in St. Louis, the beautiful St. Louis. Calmed down for the second part of the Grand Chess Tour. That's going to be the Sinquefield Cup in late August. We have Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan over in Norway right now, and he's observing a historic series of blitz games.
Hello, St. Louis. Well, the bane of being a chess commentator. We've got one game left. It's a drawn rook and pawn end game, and we have to say something sensible as we wait for the players to eventually agree to a draw. We're in the media center, where on my right we have the chess commentators, and on my left we have the Norwegian television. But something else is happening here in the media center, as we have an attempt at the Guinness Book of World Record. The world record is about 40 hours and 20-odd minutes, and these two players, Magna and his opponent, are going to try and play, I believe, 80 consecutive hours. They want to hold the world record for a long time, not just for a few days. How's it been going so far?
Well, we're still just in the beginning, so
early stages. Yes.
Yeah. So
you started about 4 o'clock with the round of play today.
Yeah. So far, everything is going after schedule.
Well, wonderful. You don't hate each other yet.
No, except I was a bit annoyed that he flagged me a little bit earlier on, so I was a bit annoyed about that. But
well, after 80 hours, maybe it will happen once or twice that somebody is going to lose on time, no?
I'm afraid so.
It can happen. All right. Well, good luck, gentlemen, in your accomplishment. How do you train for something like that, by the way, 80 hours?
Very good question. I mean, you can never be really prepared because we haven't done it before, but I think that, well, mentally prepared and, try to have some tricks that we can use. I mean, we have, for instance, we have this one I can show you. And this we are actually allowed to spray on each other, so I can maybe spray a bit on him.
Is it water?
Yeah, it's like water, just to
to stimulate.
Yeah, to stimulate, yeah.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I won't disturb this very important game as you try to maintain yourselves for an 80-hour quest for the Guinness World Record Book of consecutive blitz hours. They do get 5 minutes break per hour, which can accrue. But boy, it's not a challenge I'd want to undertake. Something special going on every day here in Norway. Back to you in the studios in St. Louis.
Wow, 80 hours?
80 hours.
That's a long time to stay awake. You know, I heard that if you stay awake that long, you start to hallucinate. I don't think I've ever done 3 days with no sleep at all.
I hallucinated just from playing chess for a few hours. Can you imagine 80 of them?
I mean, I think the harder part of that would really be... Wait, I didn't catch all the rules, though. Like, are they allowed to get up at some point?
I actually don't know, but it's 80 hours of straight blitz. I don't think you're allowed to get up.
And they're talking about water being a stimulant? They must be a lot of fun if water is a stimulant for that.
They said 5 minutes, 5-minute breaks per hour. So you get a 5-minute break every hour, and that can accrue. So if you don't take a break, then you can get your 10 minutes after 2 hours. I don't think you can get enough minutes after 12 hours. That's only 12 times 5, so that's an hour.
So you can nap.
An hour?
Can you nap for an hour? Is that the rules?
That's apparently you get 5 minutes that can accrue, but I don't see you playing enough to be able to. An hour nap? What's an hour nap? You couldn't get you up probably. You keep that up for 3 days.
I think that might be the best strategy,
days.
though. Better than not sleeping at all. I think 1 hour naps every 12 hours might be the way to go.
Yeah, I think that's better than staying awake for 80 hours straight. There's
Or
no way
taking
you can
these
do
useless 5-minute breaks.
Yeah, the 5-minute breaks I think are the worst way to go at it. If you take 5-minute break every hour, that's not enough. That's just nothing.
Because you can probably stand up, like if you really need to stretch, you can probably stand up like
During the blitz game.
During the blitz game, yeah.
Right.
What about your restroom breaks? I mean, you need some time.
Well, yeah,
to
you take
relieve
an
yourself.
hour, you take 3 minutes to use the bathroom and 57 to nap. I mean, it's got to be optimal.
It's very efficient.
And it looks like this game is proceeding apace. They're about to end quite quickly as Magnus has finally advanced the pawn, and it looks like quick trades will happen. Oh no, quick trades won't happen, as a matter of fact.
Nope.
He's just advanced the pawn on that side.
Oh, you thought he played F5 and he actually played E5.
Right. This is a committal move, actually, because you can't play F5 anymore. It opens other ways of trying to win. You can push your rook to A7.
And try to get E6 in.
And try to get E6 in, but the defensive resource here is to simply, well, not have the king on the 7th rank. As soon as you put the king on F8, you're safe. And you remember when this king was like all the way here? It can't get there anymore. Therefore, after I push my king back here, you're never going to have access to F6, which is why this is also not very dangerous.
We should point out, guys, that if Magnus draws this game, he has absolutely no chance at all of catching Topalov. Not that he had a chance anyway, but this will officially seal the deal. Magnus Carlsen will not be able to win this tournament. Mathematically, he will have given up his chance for first, and it looks like that's going to happen in just a few minutes.
Right, after rook d6, I mean, this is pretty obvious. I think I just bring my king to e7 as the easiest resource. If I go king f8, rook f6, here it's important I don't go to e7 because I don't want to allow e6 takes and rook takes g6. I simply put it back on g7. I notice how this king can't actually make any progress as long as this rook is cutting it off. And the only way to bring the rook or the king forward is to bring the rook back, and that'll allow my king to get all the way to e7 or e6 if I want it to be there.
Well, Magnus tried something different. He put his rook on d8.
No, he's not trying anything different. He's just making a move. He's not trying anything. There's no point to this move. Either rook b3 is fine. H3 is fine.
It doesn't threaten anything.
Nope.
But they're playing very quickly, so as the game gets more and more interesting, Alejandro, they're going to have more time because they've shuffled their pieces around a lot.
Good. I'm glad they're going to have time to figure out this endgame.
They're going to know it like the back of their hands.
They should by this point. After e5, it's quite dead.
Actually, to their credits, they're both playing very quickly.
Well, they should. I mean, there's nothing to think about, really. There's not that many points where you can trick your opponent in this position.
Well, theoretically, if Magnus's point of playing this on is to confuse and upset his opponent,
oh, he's
then
not
he
upset.
might.
I mean, you're not upset when you're Hikaru here. You're down a pawn, and you just know that you have to draw. You have to work for that draw because you're down a pawn. He knew this the moment that he went for the variation that lost the pawn to get into this endgame. That's when you knew that you were going to draw, and it might take you 3 hours to do it, but you're going to draw.
And we've got some more moves on the board. This could be the longest game of the tournament. Once we finish it, it could
What
be.
is the longest game of the tournament so far, actually?
I think we had 100.
I don't think we've had any game reach 100.
I'll check on that.
If you mean in terms of number of moves, yes, it could indeed be the longest game as they just play a lot of pointless moves. Although yesterday's game with Topalov against Hammer, that game was the longest by time because it was over 6 hours. It was about 6 hours and 9 minutes, I believe it was. But in terms of moves, this could easily go back and forth for a while as Magnus keeps trying. The rules of the event also prevent him from just offering a draw.
Right.
So that's, unless the arbiter approves it, which I believe if Magnus calls the arbiter over right now, the arbiter would approve it.
Yeah.
But unless the arbiter approves it, they cannot just take a draw. They cannot offer each other draws, and so they have to play on until
121. The clock starts again on 71 e5.
Yep. So we're not going to have a draw until move 121? if
No,
necessary?
on move 120 is going to play f5 or e6 for sure.
Nice. Then you keep going.
171.
This is not a Carlsen position where he's pressing. Sometimes when we say that Carlsen tries to get these drawish positions and somehow he wins, this is not the kind of positions we're talking about.
No.
This is more in the theoretical realm. This is more in the well-known realm of things that grandmasters should know because they're grandmasters and grandmasters are supposed to know things. This is one of them.
But that being said, he still wouldn't offer a draw.
Right. I mean, you're up a pawn after all. It's kind of like this hard balance by the fact that, I mean, it's a draw, but you can't just give up the draw.
You could.
Yeah.
Some players would.
You
Some
could,
players would.
right.
But I don't
mean,
think Carlsen would.
They're going to keep playing for a little bit until they can find some repetition. But you see Nakamura there. Although, guys, if you remember yesterday, that was a dead draw as well, the game with Hammer, and he lost that one. I don't think Nakamura is going to let that happen to him here for sure. But things could happen when you just relax, when all of a sudden you just go, come on, please, what are we doing? But I can't imagine Lightning striking twice again as it did yesterday.
I think one of the reasons Carlsen plays things like this out, too, is that, this is not a single game confrontation between these two. They play over and over and over again. So it's like this mounting pressure.
I don't think this particular game is relevant to that. It's true that there is some rivalry between them, but
to any of these guys, I mean, obviously they have a particularly lopsided overall score.
Right.
But, I mean, just at this super elite level, they are playing against each other over and over again.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but this game, it doesn't have that much point to it.
I think some other players in Carlsen's seat right now in this tournament would offer a draw. That's my point. Around now.
Close.
Soon.
Yeah, soon maybe, because this position's already quite basic. But I think from the beginning, nobody would have offered a draw because it's still a 4 versus 3 and you have to prove some things. But we have enough moves being played and the position is drawn enough that I can see a lot of players offering the draw and just going home. I can see that happening.
So the question is, how do they repeat this position? Like, they need a repetition if they're not going to call over the arbiter. Magnus could, for example, play rook d7 now, and then allow rook a5, rook a4 check again, and then play the rook back to d4. And that's all they've got. They need a repetition or the arbiter's approval, and he's not repeating. He's now played the move rook to c4 instead, showing that he wants to keep the game going.
Well, there's no danger for him, so why not?
Move 121.
Move 121. We'll keep our eye out on it. We're only 29 moves away from that.
I think your counting leaves something to be desired.
Sorry?
A little more than 29.
Are we further away than 29? Oh my god, we're like
80.
40. We're on 80. Oh, we're on move 82. I thought we were further away.
Yeah, you thought 30,
No.
39.
Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking.
Wishful thinking. 39 more scintillating, brilliant moves we're going to have to watch in this one.
Grandmaster of chess, but not of counting. Of arithmetic.
Arithmetic is hard.
Especially 4+ hours into what is not the most exciting of games. But may I, while Carlsen tries to press home this amazing advantage he has.
No, we got to watch it. It's too big.
Please, we can always get back to that. They'll alert me if there's a draw on that board anytime soon. I want to go over the game of the round and maybe the game of the tournament. It's unfortunate that MVL made it so easy for Anand. I say easy, of course. Anand had to find this piece sacrifice on 8-6. Let's go back to the moment when it happened, when he played this crushing blow. Bishop takes on 8-6, G takes on 8-6, Queen takes on 8-6, and now D5, thinking that he was okay attacking the knight. Anand ignored it with G5. Queen takes G3, and now the move rook to D3. That's the move of the game. And now MVL just simply panicked and collapsed. But look at the moves Anand had to find here, had to calculate. Knight takes E4 was the best chance by far. And now he had to be very careful, did Anand, not to blow it with any simple moves. For example, bishop takes E4 looks attractive, like he's just going to play F6 and maybe win the game. But the guy can bring his queen back to E5, a beautiful defense, attacking the bishop, guarding any tricks on this side, preparing to take on e4. So for example, if you play f6, queen takes e4 check, and then the queen sneaks back in quite quickly. So this kind of position would have been fine for him. Actually, take a look at this line. It's not sure where you put the king because the bishop plans to leave with check. So here you could play a rook block or have to play a rook block. And after the queen blocks on this square, queen takes, pawn takes, and f takes e7. And it looks like, wait a minute, isn't white just coldly winning this position? The answer is no, because of the very stunning d4. And it doesn't matter that you're dropping a rook because you're going to get one back for your bishop, and you're absolutely fine in that line. A crazy position with this fork. You'll see this reflect itself in another line as well. So knight takes e4. The correct move here is f6. And now after f6, you get this line, bishop takes on f6, and now bishop takes on e4. I'd like to point out another variation here that's critical. Queen takes g5, and you might say, well, what's the big deal here? This looks like I'm winning. But hold the phone. What if I just move the rook away and force you to take this rook? And I shouldn't have done that because it means I have to go off screen and grab my mouse because this touchscreen argues with me whenever I use my hand in that situation. So we'll ask for a queen in that position. Okay, now king takes. And if you look at this position, the engine's saying, yeah, it's better for white because white is up in exchange for a pawn. But was this what you wanted? Not really, because you have a much better line that's kind of stunning here. Instead of going after the rook, you can go down material by playing this amazing move. Rook to g3. Forget about the rook. Let him keep his rook in this position. Why? Because after rook takes on e7, sorry, rook g3, rook takes, problem with the touchscreen. Let me use this mouse. Rook takes on e7. Now, white is simply winning. And now I've switched all my calculations away. I don't know how that happened. The board got taken over. All right, I'll have to get this variation back for you guys to show you this amazing finish Anand had to calculate. But he would have to give up his piece to be able to checkmate. I'll get it back to you shortly. Guys?
Meanwhile, some massive action in this game.
Well, this is the live position we have on the board. Carlsen. Wow, they've used 2 score sheets almost already. Are they on their 3rd score sheet? Sometimes the score sheets are only 40 moves long.
Magnus Carlsen problems.
Magnus Carlsen.
It's starting a new hashtag.
Yeah, score sheet's too short. Games are over 100 moves long.
Rating too high.
Rating too high, lose so much when drawing.
Too many amazing outfits. Hair gel.
That's one of his problems? I was unaware of this one.
I love his outfits.
And his hair gel?
I don't know. I think it's like naturally just that way.
I think so.
Some people are just blessed. I mean, look at your hair.
Look at your fabulous red natural hair.
Exactly. You can tell it's natural because the eyebrows.
Exactly.
Also red.
Very good. All right. Oh, we have another move. It's a check. Perhaps Nakamura will miss that this is a check. All right, both moves.
Don't you love in how chess movies and TV shows that aren't really made, just like chess scenes and movies, every time there's a check, it's like, boom.
Yeah, actually, for some reason. Yeah, for some reason, when amateurs start playing chess, they think that check is a goal for some reason, but it's actually not a goal, and it's just another move that just forces you to do something about your king. But it's nothing.
It makes sense because it's a move unlike any other moves. Now we actually do have a move.
We have a move, e6, and
that actually threatens e7 winning immediately.
That is a very subtle threat. Very subtle. The pawn, kind of like incognito as a spy, trying to camouflage itself. If nobody sees him, he might actually go to the finish line. Fortunately, I think the f7 pawn has something to say about that.
Perhaps a player of Nakamura's level might go on that route.
Perhaps he will actually take this, and now there's not even a pawn advantage, and this looks like a draw. Is Hikaru thinking in this position or something? Is he really thinking in this position? I mean, I know that rook a7 is still a draw, rook check is still a draw, but was there something wrong with just taking the pawn immediately? Is he worried about rook c5? Is there some trick? Carlsen's a very tricky guy. Maybe he wants to play something along these lines. But, I mean, even this is a draw as well. And he did take the pawn. I expect either check first, and then rook c5, or rook c5 immediately, trying to penetrate with the king. But a couple of accurate moves here, and I think Nakamura will have the draw in hand. Rook c5 was played, I think, immediately, yes. Now,
Rook c5 has been played, okay.
the only thing I can think of is a hammer-like blunder and taking the rook or something.
Taking the rook, yeah, that would be bad.
Right, but I don't expect that.
I mean, I don't think it takes much work to see that. I mean, you just don't, you can't hold on to the a6 pawn in that variation.
And that's pretty much all it is. So rook a7 was played, king e5, and now...
But now this is the point of rook a7 to guard the 7th rank, so that when you play king e5, we can play king f7.
Right, king f7, and this is a
And
dead
if
draw.
rook c6, now we have rook a5 check.
Exactly, so...
So we're holding on to everything completely adequately.
Yes, after king e5, rook king f7, we can offer a draw, and that'll be the end
And
of...
now the arbiters will agree that this is a so-called dead draw, which is one of the permitted ways to draw a position.
That's true. I think nobody's going to complain. He played something else, though.
Oh, after king e6 and king e5, he played rook f7 instead.
No, this is not a elusive pawn. I mean, it's still a dead draw, but why not king f7? That was a lot easier.
It did seem easier.
Is he, like, losing the pawn on e6, or can he still hold on to it?
I don't think so. He just checked on f5.
Right, he's just giving up the pawn. I guess he didn't see that king f7 was a possibility. I don't know why, but he forgot about king f7. So instead he sacrificed a pawn, or he just lost it, I guess. And this is still a dead draw. Oh yeah, the easy draw is here king g8. Because if you move the rook, this pawn hangs.
What happened? Rook c8 check.
Rook c8 check, you go forward, and now this pawn is hanging, so you need to defend it. And you can't defend it, so...
So he just thought going for this fortress instead of the other line, which was also a dead draw.
Yes.
And now rook and f5 does a fabulous job of keeping the king out and also blockading the pawns at the same time.
Right. Nice rook on f5 in a blockading square. And
Perfect fortress. I mean, he'd have to get his... I mean, there'd have to be, even if there was an I file, and it looks like they have agreed to a draw. I see the arbiter coming over.
Yeah, that was the end of a long round, long game, 95 moves, but Nakamura has held on quite successfully despite losing a pawn. He had no problems in the 4 versus 3 endgame, and he showed just exactly how to do it.
That's right. And Maurice Ashley with some other thoughts from this critical round of the Grand Chess Tour.
Just to update you on this position that I was talking about with queen takes, g5, queen takes, in this brilliant game by Anand. After this move rook to g3 was spectacular. If you play the move f6, all of a sudden, bam, this rook sacrifice. And again, the attack is tremendous. Excuse me, no, not in this position. If f6 in this position, no, you take here. And I did it to myself again and getting a queen. Okay, I'm having bad luck with this board today, guys. But this game was truly a vintage one, really spectacular game by Anand. And he was able to prove his amazing genius here. I think, oh, look at that. I found a way to get away with it by taking with the rook instead. All right, there you go. And now if king takes, now you're able to play rook takes on g5. So in this position here, after rook to g3, if you take this pawn, now rook takes knight, king up, and look at this simple mating idea that he would get. I say simple, quite beautiful because of the rook h4 mate. And there you go. So Anand had to calculate quite a bit, realizing that he had this mating attack, but then he wouldn't be able to win on material alone. I think that Anand is the player of the tournament in my eyes so far. The cleanest player, no good fortune his way, just dominating. But that's not going to do him any good because Topalov is running away with things right now, and it's his tournament to win.
So apparently I just got word from the producer that we're going to do a corollary to the 80-move marathon. 80 moves, 80 hours of commentary.
Nice, that'll be here.
So we will...
will not be signing off. We'll be joining for the 80 hours blitz live from Norway.
We got the standings. We're only 7 hours in, Alejandro. How are we going to fill 73 hours?
We'll manage.
Standings, Topalov crushing this tournament, 5.5 points. Brilliant result. Nakamura and Anand within striking distance, but it's going to be hard.
It's definitely going to be an uphill battle. I think Topalov just has too much of an advantage with only 3 rounds remaining.
That's right, and the Norwegian's still at the basement, but Carlsen, I feel like he's going to get back in there in the last few rounds. Key matchup tomorrow, Vasily and Topalov playing the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. And we're going to get a final word from Maurice Ashley as we begin our chess marathon.
Well, there's no need talking about the Norwegian players anymore. Unfortunately, Carlsen is officially mathematically out of the tournament. He will try to win some games, but it won't matter because it's all about three other players right now. Certainly, Anand playing wonderful chess. Nakamura also showing his class, having not lost a single game in the competition. But it's Vasily Topalov with the lucky star over his head and also the great play. Give him his chances, and he'll prove that he is indeed one of the best players in the world. Now number 2 on the live rankings list. He is just playing wonderful chess, and also, of course, good fortune as well. I think that tomorrow's matchup with Caruana will say it all. Win tomorrow, tournament over. He'll try to slam the door on all his pursuers, so it should be an interesting matchup. And of course, the other two players desperate to win just in case he doesn't win his game. So we should see some fighting chess at the top of the leaderboard here in round 7.
Can't wait for round 7 to go down. We're going to be right here at the same time, same place, 8:50 here in Central Standard Time. That's about 4 o'clock in Norway, 9:50 on the East Coast. See you tomorrow.